Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, 10,000 Clans. Evolution begins with the fusion of red ghosts. Chapter 1. Early morning. Lu Xuan was wearing a blue and white school uniform, with a backpack slung across his right shoulder. Put your left hand in your pocket, push the door open with your right hand, and walk into the classroom. The noise of the classmates, fighting gradually died down, and dozens of pairs of eyes focused on him, all with surprise. Lu Xuan also looked at them. After a slight hesitation, he reached out and said hello. Hello everyone, happy new semester. The classroom suddenly exploded. Lao Lu, you still know how to come back. Hey, Shuiba Lu is here, I thought you dropped out of school. Happy new semester. It's been 2 weeks since the opening ceremony, bro. The students were surprised by his appearance. Several boys gathered around him and asked him what he had been doing in the past 2 weeks. Lu Xuan didn't explain much, just shrugged his shoulders, said, I have something to do at home, and dismissed everyone, then walked towards his seat with his school bag on his back. Rear window seat. A humanoid skeleton was lying on the desk, sleeping soundly. It has no flesh and blood on its body, and its white bones are exposed in the air, which is very scary. She just wore the baggy blue and white school uniform like a shroud. Dagu, don't sleep. Get up and make way for me. Lu Xuan patted its skull and made a dong dong sound. The skeleton straightened its upper body sleepily, and the red soul fire gradually lit up in its dark eye sockets. After seeing the person in front of him clearly, the soul fire started to beat wildly, and the skeleton exclaimed in a childish voice. Brother Lu. The skeleton is named Marcellus Layden. Necrons. Last year, departed from Middleton, the ancestral homeland of the Necrons, for the Human Federation as an exchange student. After arriving at Jinghai No. 1 Middle School, he and Lu Xuan were roommates for a year. There are more than a dozen exchange students like this in the school, from different races, distributed in every grade and class. There is only one in their senior class, 4. For this new classmate from the Necro clan, everyone was a little scared at first. Bisensen's skeleton and soul fire can scare passers-by into fainting when walking on campus in the middle of the night. But soon the students in the class discovered that actually had a pure heart and a pure heart. Now it has been accepted by most students and won the nickname, Big Bone. And Lu Xuan have the best relationship. Seeing Lu Xuan appear, it quickly got up and got out of the way. After waiting for the table to walk in and take a seat, it started to ask questions. Brother Lu, where have you been during this time? Even if you didn't come to the opening ceremony, you also skipped classes for 2 weeks. Even if you are a top student, you can't be so willful. The old class will definitely clean up the mess soon. I've already met my old classmate just now. You don't need to worry about this. Lu Xuan said calmly and found many brand new textbooks on the table, which were unopened. Wu took the initiative to take credit and said, Hey, I got all the new semester textbooks for you, why don't you praise me? Thanks. Lu Xuan took out the textbooks, opened them one by one, and wrote his name on the title page with a carbon pen. You have skipped class for 2 weeks. Even if your old class doesn't hold you accountable, the teachers of all subjects will definitely take care of you. Reminded in a low voice, the first period is history class. You should take advantage of the opportunity to read the first 4 chapters. Content, otherwise it will be miserable soon. Lu Xuan glanced at it and said calmly, You are a scumbag, and you actually remind the top student in the grade to study hard. Is this the opposite? It's the teachers who call the police on scumbag students for skipping classes. Good students can do whatever they want. Forehead. Urdu was speechless. Only then did it remember Lu Xuan's glorious achievements. As a poor student living in an ordinary area of Jinghaicheng, he was admitted to No. 1 middle school in the elite privileged area with perfect scores in all subjects in the junior high school entrance examination. No. 1 middle school is the school with the best educational resources in Jinghaicheng. Almost all teachers and students in the school are residents of the special zone. The students either come from well-off families, their parents are elites in the special zone, or they are exchange students like A commoner was admitted to an elite, noble school, and ranked first in his grade for 5 consecutive semesters. This is incredible. Everyone couldn't understand Lu Xuan's super learning ability. although there are many prosthetics on the market that can enhance brain memory and storage. As long as you are willing to spend a lot of money to install artificial implants such as digital optical brains and external discs in your head, you can download massive amounts of knowledge directly from the internet into your brain and access it at any time. However, according to the laws of the People's Federation, minors and middle school students are prohibited from modifying their bodies and implanting any kind of prosthetic body. They are also prohibited from injecting genetic enhancement drugs. Not even if the guardian agrees. Any serious prosthetic hospital will not receive minors or middle school students, unless there are special circumstances. A student from No. 1 middle school once went to a black clinic and secretly had a prosthetic implant implanted in his brain. The college entrance examination became an open book exam. But he was later caught and punished for cheating. The prosthetic black clinic was also removed. Brother Lou, tell me honestly, are you equipped with a brain implant? Or have you received genetic enhancement injections? Ur's skull face came closer, soul fire jumped in his eyes, he looked at him up and down, and lowered his voice, send them all. Bro, I promise not to report you. How can I, a poor student, have the money to do this? Lu Xuan denied it and said calmly. Big bones, what I have achieved today is all due to my own efforts. Don't think about taking shortcuts. If you want to study well, you have to be down to earth and work hard. Suddenly realized it and couldn't help but admire him, giving a thumbs up to his deskmate. At the same time, Lu Xuan stretched out his right hand. Grabbing the history textbook for the new semester, I silently thought in my mind. Analysis. Single quote. Buzz. The vision in front of him began to distort, and the textbook was like a whirlpool, sucking his consciousness into it. Analysis. 0.5%, 0.20%, 0.38%. A huge flow of information poured into his brain. The analysis is completed and the illustration has been included. Characteristics plus 0.001, comma. Just 7 seconds later, Lu Xuan opened his eyes, a look of understanding appeared on his face. From the book's material, structure, and ink type, to the words and patterns in each chapter and section, everything has been analyzed, and there are no secrets. The knowledge in the entire book is also integrated. Not only know what it is, but also know why it is so. This is Lu Xuan's golden finger. His right hand can completely analyze all matter in the world and obtain all information from any carrier. By analyzing textbooks, you can gain knowledge. By analyzing firearms, cars, mechas, tools, you can instantly understand their structure and operating principles, and become proficient in their use and operation. Lu Xuan called it the all-knowing right hand. It has two functions, analysis and projection. The projection function is only for organisms. By analyzing living organisms, or the remains of living organisms, the illustrations of each race are included. It should be noted that similar species at different levels of life will also form different biological illustrations. When the completeness of the illustration reaches more than 10%, you can consume characteristic points to project the genes of various races onto yourself and fuse them. However, genetic fusion has extremely high requirements for fitness. If the compatibility is lower than 99%, it will turn into an ugly monster that loses intelligence after fusion. Only when the compatibility reaches 99% and above, can the human body be perfectly compatible with foreign genes. This is somewhat similar to the principle of gene enhancement drugs developed by biotechnology. But it is much more demanding than injections. It has been 13 years since Lu Xuan traveled to this sutured world that has experienced 5 meetings of heaven and earth. He has analyzed tens of thousands of native species of blue star, as well as more than 100 races from other worlds. So far, no genes with a compatibility higher than 99% have been found. This made him deeply regretful. Although he took the scholar route and taught himself prosthetic medicine, his ideal future major is mecha manufacturing and maintenance, or archaeology. But which man can resist the temptation of a muscle tyrant? With a toned figure and a powerful physique, he is not only full of male charm to attract the opposite gender, but also has the hard power to physically hypnotize street sluts and punch a karami. Of course Lu Xuan also longs to become stronger. But the cheapest booster shot on the market costs more than 50,000 joint dollars. He couldn't bear to spend money, so he could only place his hope on the all-knowing right hand. he uses the same method. Linguistics, alien biology, physics, mathematics, chemistry, New World geography, all were analyzed. It only took 5 minutes to master all the knowledge in the second semester of senior high school. This is not a simple memorization, but a comprehensive understanding of the knowledge mentioned in the textbook. Unless he encounters a difficult problem that exceeds the category, he can give standard answers. It's still early, some students are chatting and playing around, some are catching up on their sleep, and some good students have already started to practice answering questions. It wasn't until the class bell rang that the classroom became a little quieter. But to everyone's surprise, the first period was clearly a history class, but the person who walked in was the class teacher Zhang Lei. Lao Ban walked up to the podium, looked around and said, "I want to announce something. A new classmate has transferred to our class. Like the new classmate is also a foreign student." As he said that, he looked towards the door and smiled, "Come in." Everyone was stunned and clapped when they realized what was happening. Amidst the applause, a beautiful figure walked into the door. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of stunning green emerald-like eyes and a pair of white pointed ears. She is very pretty, with an oval face, willow eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a cherry mouth. Her facial features are perfect, and there is no trace of makeup on her face, so she appears bare-faced. A head of silver-white hair pours down like a waterfall, falling down to her waist. The eyes behind the bangs are like 2 emerald gems, showing nobility in their coldness. The girl is tall and well-proportioned. The uniform of one middle school, which is hated by countless students, not only does not look bloated when worn on her body, but instead makes her look slim. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she gave all the students in class a beauty attack. "Tisk tisk, she should be in line with your human aesthetics, right?" Whispered to his deskmate, "Only the elves can give birth to such a pure and natural beautiful girl without technology or ruthless work. The elves are famous all over the world for their beauty. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. There are almost no elves who are ugly." Lu Xuan did the same and nodded calmly, but he objected to the second half of the sentence. "Don't be so shameless, Dagu, our human race has no shortage of beauties, and there are many beauties with natural beauty. You undead tribesman knows nothing. There are now more than 100 intelligent races in the world, and the aesthetic differences among each race are huge." Lu Xuan once asked Dagu about his criteria for choosing a mate, and was so shocked by his answer that he still remembers the conversation at that time. "What are the criteria for choosing a mate?" "Well, brother Lu, I told you as if you were a brother. I like girls who are well dressed and clean. The color of the soul fire is not important, but her bones must be white and smooth enough, and her joints must be there should be no dirt in the seams, the spine should be straight, the pelvis should be symmetrical, and the temporal bones should be slightly flat. It would be better if the curvature of the ribs is more graceful, it will be very hot. So, discussing women with this guy is a complete waste of time. Pursuing hot in, skinny. It's completely cross-species communication, and everyone's aesthetics are not on the same channel." Asked with a smirk. "Brother Lu, do you feel your heart pounding?" "Childish." Lu Xuan's face was expressionless. The elf walked up to the podium and introduced himself politely. "Her name is Wei, and she came to human society as an exchange student 2 years ago. A few days ago, she took the initiative to contact the elf ambassador to the People's Federation, completed the formalities, and transferred from Titan City to Jinghai No. 1 Middle School." Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Titan City is a level 6 self-circulating city. There are only 4 cities of that level in the entire Human Federation. The economy, science and technology, and productivity are highly developed, and all resources are allocated according to demand. Jinghai is a secondary self-circulating city. Only the elite citizens of the inner city special zone have escaped poverty, accounting for 3% of the total population. The remaining 97% of civilians in the outer cities still have a hard life. If Lu Xuan had a legal household registration in Titan City, he would be able to laugh out of his dreams. What is the concept of distribution on demand? This elf didn't want to stay in that kind of paradise, so he transferred to a poor place like Jinghai City. "Student Wei, please use the empty desk first." The old classmate pointed to the last row of desks by the window in the classroom and said to her, "I will adjust your seat after a while." The elf nodded and walked towards the back carrying his school bag. The expression on her pretty face was cold, like an orchid carved in ice, and she didn't seem to be deliberately sullen to pretend to be cold. It was probably due to her personality. Coincidentally, the elf's seat was right behind Lu Xun and everyone was in the front and back rows. "Hello, classmate Wire, my name is you can just call me Dagu." The skeleton opened and closed its mouth, soul fire jumped in its eye sockets, and took the initiative to say hello. "Please take good care of me, big bone classmate from the Necron clan." She politely shook the other person's bone palm, but did not dislike it. In fact, historically, the elves and the undead had a deep feud. The elves love nature and respect the laws of life. The Necrons, on the contrary, believe that death is the beginning of life and undead magic is the essence of the universe. The two tribes hate each other and regard each other as heretics. Later, during the global war after the Third Celestial Convergence, through the mediation of the People's Federation, the two races finally put aside their differences and shook hands to make peace. After the baptism of the Fourth and Fifth Wars, the elves and the undead have already become solid allies. From questioning to understanding and accepting each other, history has witnessed everything. Facts have proved that the fundamental contradictions and conflicts related to racial beliefs may not be solved by biological wisdom. However, the external pressure of life and death can prompt both parties to put aside their prejudices and speak unanimously to the outside world. Under the pressure of survival, under the pressure of genocide and genocide, there is nothing that cannot be reconciled. Lu Xun looked at the elves and undead shaking hands in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He also extended his hand to Wire, shook it politely, and introduced himself, Lu Xun. "If you need any help, just come to us." Wu slapped his sternum loudly and said proudly, "I am the #1 classmate in my grade. If you want to copy your homework, just come to me." If you remove the 3 words, deskmate, the sentence will be very valuable and powerful. But adding these 3 words makes it look stupid. "Okay, thank you, Mr. What's even more outrageous is that this elf actually nodded very seriously and said sincerely, "In the subject of mathematics, I do need to copy homework. However, my grades in linguistics and New World geography are very good. I can lend you my homework in the future. You don't need to borrow your homework from me." Said confidently, "I don't need it." Ware was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, I understand." Seeing that she understood, Wu turned around with satisfaction and told Lu Xun that she understood. But Lu Xun felt that she actually didn't understand. She just mistakenly thought that her deskmate who was #1 in grade must also have good grades. Little did she know that when Lu Xun didn't do her homework, copying her's math homework would have disastrous consequences. After the short interlude, class continued. There was a skeleton sitting on Lu Xun's right, and an elf sitting behind him. 3 different races gathered in this small corner. The experience was a bit strange, and he couldn't help but think about it. Ware must be very good at magic just like Yes, magic. Since the convergence of the celestial spheres, things in this fantasy story have really appeared on the blue star. It's a pity that humans cannot control magic elements and cannot apply what they have learned. Lu Xun didn't believe in evil at first, so he coaxed her to teach him some magic tricks, but he couldn't learn even the simplest ritual magic. However, he has an all-knowing right hand, and should be able to control magic elements after integrating the genes of races from other worlds. The future is promising. Before I knew it, all the classes in the morning were over and it was lunch break. Wu excitedly invited Lu Xun to take a bath in the hot spring. Lu Xun really couldn't imagine the hell of soaking in a hot spring with a bunch of bones, so he refused. "Go on your own, I have to leave school for a few days." Brother Lu, didn't you just come back? Why are you leaving again?" Was dumbfounded. Did Laoban agree? "Well, my old class allows me to take only 2 morning classes a week, provided that my academic performance does not decline." He went to Zhang Lei's office in the morning just to talk about this matter. Zhang Lei is a reasonable class teacher. He admires Lu Xun as a good student and understands Lu Xun's family background. As the only poor student in Jinghai #1 middle school, Lu Xun's situation was indeed a bit special, so Laoban agreed. In fact, aristocratic schools generally do not recruit civilian students from outer cities. There is a special reason why Lu Xun can become an exception. His parents had sacrificed their lives for the underground development of Jinghai City. After his parents left, his uncle and aunt took Lu Xun home and raised him as their own child. But my uncle also encountered an accident during a plane rift exploration operation organized by Jinghai's high-level officials 3 years ago, and became disabled. Not just an ordinary disabled person, but an extremely disabled person. Several elders have made huge sacrifices for the development of this city. Not long ago, Jinghai Chung passed the People's Federation review and was successfully promoted from the lowest first-class self-circulating city to the second class. It's a small level, but it costs generations. At that time, the city was full of celebrations and it was very lively. But many of the heroes were absent from the celebration banquet. They fell down before dawn and slept forever. As a civilian, Lu Xun was able to be admitted to No. 1 middle school under special conditions, and was exempted from extremely high tuition fees and received poverty subsidies. This was actually due to his uncle's work injury compensation. However, he is still short of money. What is missing is not a small amount, but a huge sum of money. Even many elite families living in the inner city special areas cannot easily come up with huge sums of money. Therefore, Lu Xun always seems to be out of tune with his peers. While his classmates were studying, he was making money. While his classmates were shopping, he was making money. While his classmates were having love, he was still making money. Lu Xun said that Wu and the others were childish and immature. They all lived heartlessly, just like children. But in his heart he actually envied them somewhat. In the 3 years of high school, other people's youth is colorful. And he spent 3 years on the operating table of a black clinic, and his youth was only the color of blood. Brother Lu, if you are short of money, tell me. Middleton's embassy in the People's Federation will allocate more than 8,000 yuan to me for living expenses every month. I have nowhere to spend it. Wu couldn't help but pull Lu Xun to the corner and whispered. I have saved more than 40,000 yuan, and I will give it all to you. From now on, I will give you 6,000 yuan every month until the end of my semester abroad. Stop doing odd jobs. It's hard and tiring and you can't make much money. You're a middle school student, so don't live so hard. Come on, Brother Lu, come take a hot spring bath with me. Hearing this, Lu Xun gave it a meaningful look. This kid actually wanted to give 3/4 of the study abroad funds given to him by the embassy to his deskmate. If their clan finds out, the skeleton will be dismantled for you. The Necrons give you funds to buy learning materials, hire tutors, and do experiments to learn knowledge. They are counting on you to bring human knowledge back to help the Necrons develop and build. Lu Xun said to him, I'm not asking you to use it to support your deskmate. You can keep the money for yourself, I don't need it. I understand all the principles, but I'm not really good at studying. Wu couldn't help but feel dejected, and all the fire in his eyes was gone. When it first came to Jinghai No. 1 middle school a year ago, it was at the bottom of its grade. A year later, it is still at the bottom of its grade. It felt that the clan was really blind, so it would choose this piece of waste to come to the People's Federation for further study. We have been exposed to the basics of mathematics, physics and chemistry since kindergarten. You have only studied for 1 year and you want to catch up. Don't deny yourself easily. Mathematics is not as scary as you think. Take your time and everything will be fine. Lu Xun patted it on the shoulder to show encouragement. Then he waved his hand, said, bye, turned around and left with his bag on his back. Looked a little disappointed as his good friend's back gradually moved away until he disappeared from sight. It suddenly remembered something, and the soul fire in its eyes surged, and it hurriedly chased after it, shouting as it ran. Shit, Brother Lu, if you leave, who did I copy my homework from? What will happen to Wire's homework? Unfortunately, Lu Xun slipped away without looking back. Liu remained in a daze. It once again recalled the horror of being dominated by math teacher Zhou Yang. I couldn't help but shudder. In the first 2 weeks of school, his math class was spent in penalty stands. I finally waited for the savior to come, but the savior fluttered in front of my eyes and then flew away. In an instant, he no longer even thought about bathing in hot springs. In the entire Class 4, Wu only has a good friend named Lu Xuan. The relationship between other students and it is really average, and it is too embarrassed to go to others to borrow homework and copy it. How can it survive without Brother Lu? Jinghai City consists of 3 parts: the inner city, the outer city, and the underground city. Among them, the inner city and the outer city are residential areas, commercial areas, entertainment areas, collectively referred to as living areas. The inner city is the so-called elite zone. The inner and outer urban areas are not isolated and can travel freely. But if civilians from outer cities want to enter the special zone to settle down, they must obtain a pass. The prerequisite for obtaining a pass is to become an elite citizen. What specifically constitutes an elite citizen? According to Lu Xuan's understanding, it is based on the value an individual creates for society. Jinghai Chung will set a value standard line to distinguish elites from non-elites. This standard is not set by humans. There is a supercomputer in Jinghaicheng, and the system administrator is an artificial intelligence called Lingxi, which can also be called 0C. It's determined. Doctors, construction workers, magicians, breeders, city hunters, city defense troops, taxi drivers. No matter what profession you are in, as long as you can create value for Jinghai City and the value reaches that standard, you can be certified by 0C for the elite. After becoming an elite, you can work and live in the inner city, and future generations will also have the right to live in the special zone until they reach adulthood. It only took a few years for some people to achieve a class jump. But some people work hard all their lives and end up being civilians. Using artificial intelligence to manage the promotion pathways of millions of people across an entire city is cruel. Human value has been specifically quantified, which is actually scary. If someone says you are worthless, you can still yell, "Don't bully the old and the poor." But 0C thinks you are a waste, and you can't refute it at all, because the data is directly thrown in your face, and you just can't create much value for society. Take Lu Xuan's uncle for example. According to the 0C judgment, he is estimated to be a waste of air even if he is alive, a scum that has no need to exist and is a drag on mankind. Moreover, it only seems fair. Because the educational resources available to ordinary people cannot compare with those of elites in inner cities. Children of elites have a high probability of becoming elites. As for the descendants of common people, it is difficult for them to leap over the Dragon Gate. But there is also a benefit to AI managing cities. It can make absolutely rational judgments, formulate the route that is most conducive to urban development, maximize the use of all resources in a city, reserve talents, and make good use of every inch of land. From a macro perspective, artificial intelligence has indeed lifted more and more people out of poverty, and technology has indeed advanced rapidly. Free cities are becoming more prosperous day by day, and human races are becoming increasingly prosperous. Moreover, OC is only system management. It has no decision-making power when it comes to major matters and can only provide solutions. All in all, the pros currently outweigh the cons. As long as AI doesn't rebel, it will be a good partner of mankind. Lu Xuan walked through the bustling streets, crossed the tall city wall, and returned to the outer city. He immediately felt a strong sense of gap. The low houses, garbage everywhere, and wild dogs rolling in the mud are in sharp contrast to the appearance of the inner city. One wall, two worlds. Lu Xuan belongs to the outside group. The material life and public security conditions are completely different from those in the inner city. Lu Xuan looked back at the tall city wall, then looked away and continued moving forward without any nostalgia. One day, he will take his uncle, aunt and cousin to move to the inner city and settle down. This was his determination many years ago, and it remains undiminished and his ambition remains unchanged. He did not go home, but changed direction and headed towards the entrance of the dungeon. The inner and outer cities are nothing more than living areas. The underground city is the core and lifeblood of a self-circulating city. What is a self-circulating city? As the name suggests, the resources created by the operation of a city alone are enough to supply the living needs of the entire city's population. Even if the city gate is closed for 1,000 years, people's lives will not be affected. When a foreign enemy invades, the city's defense system can ensure that most crises are resolved. Even in the event of a world-ending disaster, the entire surface population can be evacuated to the underground city within a few hours and turned into a fully enclosed underground shelter. This is the standard for a first-level self-circulating city. A city that can independently become a paradise. Jinghai City on the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. The dungeon is the real entity. There is a base with more than 300 floors below Jinghai City. Steel plants, farms, livestock farms, paper mills, breweries, power plants, all the resources needed for human life originate from underground cities. The underground world with more than 300 floors is the result of the development of more than 10 generations of people in Jinghai. This behemoth underground is like the heart of the city, continuously transporting blood to the surface and maintaining the lives of millions of citizens. The existence of the self-circulating city is to cope with the next intersection of the heaven and earth and the next war of hundreds of races. In order to survive, every race racked their brains and exhausted all their abilities. Because no one knows whether he will be the next to die. Lu Xun queued in front of one of the elevators for more than 10 minutes, and finally it was his turn. Please come forward, place your hands on the touch screen, and look straight ahead. The electronic sound prompt sounded. Lu Xun provided his palmprint and iris, and his identity was verified through scanning. Hello, Mr. Lu, have you skipped class again? This is not a good habit. The school has approved it, don't be nagging. Are you going to be an apprentice at the Lin Sheng slaughterhouse on level 174 today? Yes, Lu Xun said calmly, I am a middle school student. The law stipulates that I cannot sign a formal work contract. What am I going to do if I am not an apprentice? You set the rules, 0C. This is to make students pay attention to their studies. You have great potential for growth. Don't delay your great future because of small profits in front of you. It is often difficult to cultivate high-end talents. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to cultivate people. Human civilization, the history proves. This artificial intelligence talks so much. You're still excited to criticize you, right? Lu Xun had black streaks all over his head. As soon as the elevator door opened, he rushed in and finally got rid of this annoying guy. Jinghai City has more than 1,000 elevator shafts leading to the underground city, and the deepest area is 10 kilometers underground. As you can imagine, taking an elevator is also a test of patience. Lu Xun found a seat and sat down. He took out a Bluetooth headset from his pocket and put it on. He turned on the music function of the communicator and listened to music while closing his eyes to relax. The soothing melody made him relax. One after another, citizens passed the test and entered the elevator. There were men and women, dressed in different ways, almost all adults, office workers from all walks of life. Many of them have more or less prosthetic bodies implanted in their bodies. Machinery is integrated with flesh and blood, and the metal structure is exposed on the surface of the skin. After modifying the body, work efficiency can be greatly improved. In the secondary self-circulating city, 80% of manual labor in human society has been replaced by machines and AI, and productivity has improved rapidly. But AI cannot completely replace humans. A lot of work still has to be done by people. Only level 4 or above self-circulating cities can achieve fully automatic production. The development of cities needs to be tailored to local conditions and tailor-made development strategies based on geographical location, surrounding environment, fractured resources and other factors. The development potential of Jinghaicheng is actually quite average. It's already good to be promoted to level 2. Level 3 is probably the upper limit of the city's development, and it would be very difficult to go any higher. After reaching level 3, there will be no class barriers between elites and civilians, because rich resources allow everyone to live an elite life. But the gap between each level of Loop City is huge. It took Jinghai more than 200 years to rise from 1 to 2. Want to reach level 3? Let's borrow another 500 years from heaven. No matter how beautiful the future is, people today will not be able to enjoy it. All they can do is implant prosthetics, modify their bodies, improve their ability to create value, enhance their competitiveness, and strive to join the elite class. Therefore, Lu Xun, who was wearing a school uniform and without any prosthetic parts on his body, seemed a bit awkward in the crowd. Many citizens couldn't help but look at the young man with their eyes, tall and thin, with broad shoulders and slender limbs. There is still a trace of childishness in her delicate facial features, which makes her look full of vitality. Is this the school uniform of number 1 middle school? Why do aristocratic students go to the outer city to take the elevator? No classes on Monday. Everyone found it quite novel. Lu Xun didn't pay attention to the looks of others and just listened to the song. After more than 100 people were gathered in the elevator, it finally started and slid deep into the ground. It's like catching the subway to work, but with a little more weightlessness. At each level of the underground base, the elevator will stop and the door will open. People kept leaving and joining along the way. 30 minutes later, finally reached the -174th floor. Lu Xun walked out of the elevator door, and a huge and vast base came into view. It covers an area larger than the inner city on the surface, and lights illuminate every area. In this level of base, there are 3 livestock farms, 7 slaughterhouses, as well as many food processing plants, tanneries, fertilizer plants. So as soon as you go out, you can smell a slightly disgusting smell in the air. But Lu Xun had already gotten used to it. He took the base bus and took another 10 minutes to finally reach his destination, Linsheng Slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse covers an area about the size of 2 football fields and consists of several factories and warehouses. The cleaning, processing, inspection and refrigeration of livestock are all completed here. Hey, why are you here, Xiao Lu? You're skipping class again, right? The security guard at the door was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was surprised to see Lu Xun arriving. This kid just returned to school yesterday and is here again today. Well, good afternoon, Uncle Li. Is Old Octopus here? Lu Xun greeted and asked. The order should be checked in the cold storage, right? Go take a look. Okay, see you later. Lu Xun nodded, walked into the slaughterhouse, and went straight to a warehouse in the southeast. After arriving at the place, he didn't knock on the door in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the ground on the right, where there was a pot of meat. This is the secret code, which means, open for business, safe. If there is a pot of cactus on display, it means, the business is temporarily closed because of the wind. The slaughterhouse is just a disguise. Lu Xun's nominal, apprentice, identity is also a disguise. This is actually a prosthetic hospital operated without a license, also known as a black clinic. It's just that the Old Octopus disguised himself so perfectly that nearly 1,000 employees of the slaughterhouse didn't know the truth. There are only 2 prosthetic doctors in this small clinic. In addition to Old Octopus, there is also Lu Xun himself. Only they and some old customers can understand the secret codes hidden in the flower pots. Lu Xun never showed up to receive medical treatment. Every time, I change my clothes, put on my mask and sunglasses, and then I go to the customers. Therefore, only Old Octopus in the world knows his true identity. After all, it is against the regulations to open a rogue clinic, let alone a prosthetic hospital. Once caught, you will face huge fines, or even criminal liability in serious cases. So you can never be too cautious. Bang bang, Lu Xun knocked on the door. Not long after, there were footsteps approaching from behind the door. The other party already knew the identity of the visitor through surveillance, so he opened the door with confidence. The little fool is finally here, I'm almost dying of anxiety. The old voice was slightly hoarse, and an old man over 60 years old appeared in front of him. He had a large bald patch on his head, with only some messy gray hair on his temples and surrounding areas. The left and right eyeballs were replaced with electronic eyes of different models, one large and one small, one red and one green. The ears were also replaced with cat-like mechanical prostheses. In addition, the hands and feet are all mechanical, with a cold metallic sheen. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the 6 mechanical arms on his back, some thick and some thin, retractable and foldable, with different shapes, like 6 octopus tentacles. This old man is Lin Sheng, nicknamed the Octopus Butcher. A former master prosthetist. In a very serious medical accident, Old Octopus had his license revoked, fined him all his money, and was deprived of his right to reside in the special administrative region. He is also Lu Xun's mentor. But for some reasons, there is no master-disciple relationship between the two, only a relationship of interest. You haven't modified that nano wing yet. Today is the deadline, boy. The old octopus eagerly dragged Lu Xun inside and said in an anxious and irritable tone, "This is an old customer. We can't lose our credibility. You don't need to teach me how to do things." Lu Xun glanced at him coldly and threw his school bag to him. "If it weren't for the sake of money, I wouldn't do this disgusting job. Just to modify this crappy prosthetic body." He skipped 2 weeks of classes and didn't even go to the opening ceremony. A centaur, holding the hippopotamus mechanical wing, asked Lu Xun to help install it on it. Is he crazy? Different races have different physical structures. Therefore, the same model of prosthetic products cannot be used by multiple ethnic groups. When purchasing a prosthetic body, you have to tell the seller which race you belong to, provide detailed data on the body, and even more detailed, you have to specify which blood branch of the race. After all, the elves are also divided into night elves, blood elves, green elves and so on. Mechanical wings customized for the hippos and installed on centaurs. Although you both bring a horse, it's completely cross-species. Lu Xun refused at the time, saying he couldn't do it. The old octopus begged him for many days, but he remained unmoved. In the end, the reason why I took it was because the other party added money. Lu Xun used his omniscient right hand to analyze the body of the centaur, and then spent 2 weeks to modify the prosthetic wing into a model suitable for the centaur. Don't be so resentful. I know it's really difficult for you to do this, but isn't it better to make money? The old octopus opened his school bag, put his robotic arm in and took out it. He quickly took out a fist-sized nano-metal ball. After activation, the sphere slowly unfolds and flows like fine sand. In the blink of an eye, the original shape appears, transforming into a pair of mechanical wings with a wingspan of more than 8 meters, which is very cool. Nanomaterials are not commonly used in prosthetic manufacturing. Although they are easy to store and have cool effects, their practicality is very average. Only wing prostheses are used more. The pair of mechanical wings in front of him were different in many ways from the last time he saw them. It was obvious that they had been greatly modified by Lu Xun. "Haha, I knew you had this ability." The old octopus's eyes shone, he couldn't help laughing, and he praised Lu Xun. "I have to remind you something, that centaur lied." Lu Xun's tone suddenly became serious. "Hear the words." The old octopus also stopped smiling and became serious. "Liar. Centaur said it purchased the prosthetic body from a legitimate channel, but bought the wrong model when placing the order, and the other party refused to return it, so it came to us. Has a problem. It's a big problem." Lu Xun frowned. "This is a second-hand prosthetic body, produced 10 years ago. It was probably ripped from the corpse of a hippopotamus, and it was probably involved in a murder case. Hey, why are you so worried? You are a coward." The old octopus curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Couldn't it be given by a hippo friend? Or picked up on the street? We run a rogue clinic, why do we care so much?" "You are too unreliable," Lu Xun said in a deep voice. "I've said it more than once, you can easily get into trouble if you don't dare to welcome any customers or take any orders. You have to spend your money with your life." This is also a disagreement between the two. The old octopus is so greedy for money that he sometimes ignores risks in order to make money. Even if he is a wanted criminal with a lot of crimes, as long as the other party gives enough money, he dares to open the door and welcome guests. Just like this centaur guest. If there is really a murder case against the other party and he reports the illegal clinic after being arrested, then the old octopus is so stubborn that he may even drag Lu Xun into the water and face punishments such as fines and expulsion from school. But the old octopus insisted on doing this business. First he coaxed and deceived him, and then he lured him with benefits, which annoyed Lu Xun for many days. In addition, Lu Xun was indeed short of money, so in the end he had no choice but to agree to risk his fortune with him. "We run a rogue clinic. It's good to have clients. How dare you be picky?" The old octopus snorted angrily. "I'm not even afraid, so what are you afraid of?" "Nonsense." Lu Xun glared and said, "You old guy has half of your body buried in the ground, so of course you have a reason not to be afraid. I am so young and have a great future, how can you compare with me?" Puff. The old octopus was so angry that he blew his beard and stared, almost vomiting blood. This brat's attitude towards his mentor has changed so much. When we first met 3 years ago, this kid called him master and treated him with respect. Half a year later, Lu Xun started teaching. Old Octopus had nothing to teach him, so his title changed from Master to Old Man. Another year passed, and Old Octopus' status in the clinic declined again, becoming Lu Xun's assistant in the operating room. The names changed again, such as, Old Octopus, hand me the bone saw, Old Octopus, give me the scissors, Old Octopus, please go out, don't be an eyesore here. Of course, this is not actually Lu Xun's fault. He did respect his master at first. But as they get along day by day, the old guy's image in his heart collapses little by little. This is a stinky old man who is mercenary, greedy, stingy, dishonest, and extremely selfish. The other party never regarded Lu Xun as his disciple, he just used him, all for profit. Is your resentment against me getting bigger and bigger? The old octopus put his hands behind his back and said with a smile. You're right, youth is capital. You have a great future, and you don't have much time left to stay with me. You can't keep those who should leave. But in the limited time we can still get along, we should quarrel less and make more money. You need money more than I do, don't you? Hear the words. Lu Xun was silent for a few seconds. Then, he looked at the other party indifferently and said, Anyway, you're in the dark and I'm in the dark. I can get away at any time. If you send it, I'll find another partner. You contact the customer, I will prepare for the operation first. After that, the two passed by each other. Everyone goes about their own work. Jurjurji. The whistling sounds of various cutting machines, electric drills, and electric saws rang out in the operating room. Lu Xun was wearing a dark green surgical gown, a mask and goggles, his eyes were as calm as ice. The blade tore through the skin, fascia and muscles, and the bones were sawed open one by one. Blood foam and bone fragments spattered, staining the surrounding curtains red, and arterial blood spurted to the ceiling. The bright red blood gurgled on the operating table and flowed to the ground, gathering like a stream. The old octopus stood aside as an assistant, with 6 robotic arms plus his left and right hands holding various surgical tools. When Lu Xun needed it, he could hand it over to the surgeon in charge as soon as possible. This major surgery lasted a full 8 hours. During this period, the centaur woke up several times and let out shrill screams, but was soon anesthetized and fell asleep again. When Lu Xun walked out of the operating room, it was almost early morning. He took off his blood-stained surgical clothes and gloves and went to the bathroom to wash his face, his eyes full of exhaustion. 7 missed calls. Lu Xun glanced at the communication device on his wrist. He put his phone on mute during the surgery and didn't notice the call. My aunt made 3 calls and my cousin made 4 calls. He quickly called home. The phone only rang for half a tone before being quickly connected. The other party seemed to have been watching the communication device and was still awake at this hour. Hello, Auntie, I just finished my work and will go back later. Huh, there's no need to heat up the food. I'll have some late-night snacks outside. Okay, then I'll go back early. You can just heat it up and put it on the table. No need. Wait for me. I understand. You should go to bed early. You have to take Xiaoyu to school tomorrow morning. Quote. End communication. Lu Xun showed a helpless expression. His aunt insisted on giving him hot food, saying it was not safe to stay out at night. Can't beat her. However, it is indeed not safe at night in the outer city. Street gangsters and gangsters appear frequently, and drag racing gangs often bombard the streets. We even occasionally encounter big scenes where evil forces are fighting. After washing my face, I felt much more awake. Lu Xun put on his wig, sunglasses, and mask again and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as I came out, I saw the 2-meter-tall centaur warrior from a distance. It has a human shape from the waist up, and a tall horse body with 4 legs from the waist down. The horse's back was covered in blood, but the hideous wounds had been closed. After the surgery, a pair of lifelike wing tattoos appeared on the horse's back, which only need to be activated to unfold the mechanical wings. Just after a major surgery that damaged his muscles and bones, he was able to walk on the ground and jump around. This is due to the advancement of technology. As long as you don't do particularly strenuous exercise and take painkillers on time, it won't affect your daily life. It will take some time to fully recover. Implanting civilian-grade prosthetics does not have many side effects. The old octopus nodded and bowed before sending the guests away. Then he walked towards Lu Xun and handed him an account sheet. According to the previous agreement, after deducting the cost of the money earned from this business, you will get 80% and I will get 20%. Check it and I will settle the settlement for you if there is no problem. Lu Xun took it and looked at it once, then nodded. Most of the time the two are evenly divided. The old octopus is responsible for the customer base, and provides the place, tools, and medicine needed for the operation, as well as acting as an assistant. Lu Xun is purely the chief surgeon. But this time there was something special. Lu Xun spent a lot of effort to complete the transformation of the prosthetic body, which was a huge contribution. So he takes 80%. The old octopus was also very happy. He immediately took out a wad of banknotes and started counting them one by one in front of him. Transferring money is actually more convenient, and the money arrives in your account in a second, but it is very unsafe and easily exposed. In the black industry, it is still more reliable to use cash. 98,600 yuan, I'll give you the whole amount, so that you don't have to look bad in front of me every day. The old octopus cursed and slapped $100,000 in cash into Lu Xun's hand. Lu Xun weighed the thick stack of banknotes, couldn't help but smile, and put the money into his pocket. But the old octopus began to sneer. I was still shouting about quitting it before, but when I split the money, I smiled so brightly. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Do you understand now? The stronger the wind and waves, the easier it is for the boat to capsize. Lu Xun raised his index finger, shook it, and said to him, we are in the same boat, but you are the one rowing the boat, and I don't have an oar in my hand. Old octopus, I have no objection to you going out to sea to fish on a stormy day, but please let me get off the boat first next time. I don't want to play with you, do you understand? He thought that the old octopus would argue with him like before, and would not accept anyone. But what was more surprising was that the old octopus did not talk back this time. The old man looked at Lu Xun steadily with his electronic eyes and remained silent. He stared at Lu Xun for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly he spoke and asked coldly, Xiao Lu, if you only need to go out to sea once in the most stormy weather to catch all the fish in the sea, do you still want to get off the boat? What do you mean? Lu Xun felt alert in his heart. The old octopus is in a very strange state now, and his expression is vaguely crazy. It's like a gambler who has put all his chips on the line and is ready to make a desperate move. Come with me first, let me show you something. The old octopus did not answer Lu Xun's question directly. Instead, after leaving behind a sentence, he turned around and left with his hands behind his back. What are you doing? I have to go home for dinner, so don't be secretive. Lu Xun followed him and turned left and right until he came to a secret room, and couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Click. The old octopus opened a secret compartment on the floor of the secret room, and 8 robotic arms worked together to lift out a very heavy and huge safe. The safe is nearly as tall as a person. After opening it, there were stacks of neatly stacked banknotes inside, amounting to nearly 10 million. The land rent in the underground city is exorbitantly expensive, not to mention the wages for workers, taxes, water and electricity bills, garbage disposal fees and other expenses. This slaughterhouse doesn't make any money at all, and sometimes it even has to pay back the money. It is purely a tool used to cover up black clinics. Black clinics are the source of huge profits. It is simply unbelievable that ordinary people in the outer city can have tens of millions in savings. All the old octopus's savings for most of his life have been here. Although this person was terrible, in some aspects, even Lu Xun had to admire him. Just like the old octopus's perseverance in saving money. An old bachelor in his 60s. But he is addicted to money as much as his life. He has a demonic obsession with money and is willing to risk his life just to make money. Don't spend the money you make, just keep saving, saving, saving. The ultimate hoarder. At first, Lu Xun thought he was saving it for his grandchildren and other younger generations. Because the old octopus has a pendant that he cherishes very much, and there is a picture of a little boy in it. Lu Xun often saw him opening the pendant and staring at the photo in a daze. Apparently that was someone important to him. Lu Xun asked old octopus the identity of the boy. But the other party said that the boy in the photo died more than 30 years ago. As for the relationship between the child and him, he did not say. Later I learned that the old octopus no longer had any relatives in this world. Then he could only be saving pension money for himself. He wants to save enough money to be worry-free for the rest of his life, wash his hands in a golden basin, and spend his remaining years in peace. But it's too greedy. 10 million is not enough to provide for your retirement. After making so much money, he is not willing to stop, which can be described as greedy for profit. What, do you want to show off your little treasury to me? Lu Xun teased. No, I want to show you this. The old octopus took out a silver-white object from the bottom compartment and handed it over. Lu Xun took it and looked through it in his hand. This thing has a bone sheen, an ivory-like touch, and an obvious metal structure, making it heavy to hold. This is a prosthetic body. Why does it look so weird? Lu Xun couldn't help but be surprised. He had never seen this type of prosthetic body before. He can memorize all the styles and models of civilian-grade prosthetics on the market. But for a moment he couldn't recognize the thing in his hand. Its shape resembles a vertebrae. To be precise, it was a section of the cervical vertebrae, but it was too thick and obviously not a human cervical vertebrae. Interesting, is it a prosthetic body created with a special biological bone fusion machine? When will the new product appear? Lu Xun pretended to be talking to the old octopus. In fact, the right hand quietly launched the analysis. Parsing, 5%, 20%, 38%. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 58. Included. Biological illustration X1 incomplete, non-biological illustration X1 incomplete. Illustrated book Red Ghost Special. Picture book completeness. 0.45%. Branch, Red Ghost. Life level. Special. Location. Cervical vertebrae. Magic element attribute. Fire. Racial magical powers. Natal talents. Year of death of the creature. Illustrated book War Ghost Type 8 military grade prosthetic body. Picture book completeness. 4.8%. The proportion of each material component. The operating principle, involving technology, affect performance, other functions, side effects. Super ghost gene detected. The genetic compatibility is 99.84%, reaching the perfect compatibility standard. The completeness of the illustrated book is 0.25%, which does not meet the minimum projection conditions. Lu Xun's eyes widened. The compatibility between the ghost gene and myself reaches 99.84%. This is exactly the matching gene he has been looking for 13 years. Although it is just a cervical vertebrae, it does not reach 10% of the completeness of the illustration. But the direction is right. As long as the completeness of the illustration is replenished, characteristic points can be consumed for projection. Integrate perfect genes and achieve super evolution. It turns out that the ghost clan is the bond of my destiny. Single quote. Lu Xun's face was filled with shock and joy. But then, after he calmed down, a strong chill rose up from his back. He realized a very serious and fatal problem. This is not an ordinary ghost cervical vertebrae, but a military-grade prosthetic body made from bone as an embryo, using dozens of precious materials, and combined with top human science and technology. It's not just ordinary military grade, but it is a top product that has been updated to the 8th generation. He suddenly threw the cervical vertebrae in his hand out, like a hot potato. Old man, do you want to kill me? Lu Xun picked up his school bag and turned around to leave. If you get tired of living, you can find a tree to hang yourself. Don't take me with you. My family is still waiting for me to go back for dinner. I don't want to die yet. If we say that all the previous orders are just big or small waves. So this time, they will face the tsunami. A small two-person fishing boat may be able to withstand wind and waves, but it will be difficult to survive in the face of a tsunami, and it will most likely be torn to pieces. Wait, listen to me first. The old octopus carefully picked up the prosthetic body, then hurriedly chased it out, grabbed Lu Xun's arm, and explained. I know this is exaggerated, and my initial reaction was the same as yours, but do you know why I took this business? This is a taboo, a red line that cannot be touched for any reason. Lu Xun looked serious and threw away his hand. They are also prosthetics, and military grade and civilian grade are completely different concepts. By analogy with previous lives, civilian grade prosthetics are sickles, hoes, hammers, steel forks. Although they are also lethal and can be used as weapons to kill people, they are still essentially ordinary tools. Even the top civilian-grade prosthetics can only be considered strong bows, sharp crossbows, or small-caliber firearms. What is the concept of military grade? It's vehicle-mounted machine guns, cannons, bombers, and tanks. It is a weapon made for the purpose of killing efficiently. The most inferior military-grade prosthetics are extremely powerful. Even in a regular, legally operating prosthetic hospital, it is impossible to have military-grade prosthetics unless it is a military hospital. Every military-grade prosthetic body in Jinghaicheng has a detailed number. Because they contain the core secrets of urban defense technology, they cannot be easily lost among the people. The vast majority of prosthetics doctors will never have the opportunity to touch a military-grade prosthetic body once in their lifetime. War Ghost Type 8 inches should be a complete spine with 24 vertebrae, including 7 cervical vertebrae, 12 thoracic vertebrae, and 5 lumbar vertebrae. The guest only gave the old octopus 1 cervical vertebra. It means that the other party is just testing. First explore their depth and see if they have the ability to take on this job. So it probably hasn't been decided yet and there is still a chance to refuse. You should push this order, old octopus. Lu Xuan sighed and said to him, listen to my advice, the water here is too deep, you can't control it. Pushed? Are you kidding? Do you know how much the other party offered? The old octopus's eyes were wild. 80 million. How many? Lu Xuan was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he heard wrongly. 80 million base. The old octopus added with a trembling voice. The other party is in a hurry. If we can complete the operation within 4 days, he will give another 20 million, which is 100 million. Each of us can share 50 million. Lu Xuan was silent. One operation costs 100 million. There is an unwritten charging rule in the field of prosthetic doctors, that is, the surgical implantation fee is approximately 10% to 20% of the value of the prosthesis itself. What is the concept of a surgery fee of 100 million? That's outrageous. It's true. The other party promised to pay the money first and then perform the surgery. He added because he was afraid that Lu Xuan wouldn't believe it. Money moves people's hearts. The old octopus is always greedy for money, how can he stand the stimulation of such wealth? No wonder he has been feeling a little crazy today and has become a little crazy. After all, even Lu Xuan himself was moved and had the urge to give it a try. He installed nano wings on the centaur, and the operation lasted from day to early morning. After working so hard, I made 100,000. This is still under the condition that he splits 80% of the profit. Hundreds or even thousands of such surgeries would have to be performed to meet this order. Even if you completely put aside considerations of money. The remaining 23 red ghost vertebrae that have not yet been analyzed also have a huge temptation for Lu Xuan. As long as this ghost spine is completely analyzed, the corresponding illustration can reach more than 10% completeness. At that time, you can integrate the ghost gene and embark on the road to becoming a strong person. Lu Xuan is even more interested in prosthetics than money. Compared with the dream of becoming a big muscle tyrant and shredding mechas with your hands. Although the temptation was huge, Lu Xuan quickly calmed down after the excitement and did not get carried away by the benefits. Because behind the sky-high surgical fees, there are huge risks. This is a mind-blowing deal. And as long as you sort it out a little, you will find that this whole thing is very strange. Military-grade prosthetics, which should be strictly controlled, appear among civilians. The owner of the prosthetic body has a net worth of hundreds of millions. He is definitely not an ordinary person, but he comes to a black clinic for help. This person was also in a hurry and required the implantation surgery to be completed within 4 days, as if he was in a hurry and sought medical treatment. Because most of the prosthetic doctors who open black clinics are only at the civilian level and have little knowledge of the military field. This is equivalent to asking a person who only knows how to modify tractors to modify a fighter jet. The possibility of surgery failure is very, very high, and there is a high probability that you will die on the operating table. He knew it and still dared to come. If this man is not crazy, then he is desperate. He had no choice. The more Lu Xuan thought about it, the more he frowned. Things are full of strangeness and confusion, and there is danger in the confusion. The cervical vertebra in front of you is a time bomb. Even if it can appear here, it means that the bomb has started to count down the seconds. Either throw it away or hide far away. One more look and you'll explode. Although I don't have to struggle with money, there is no need to struggle with life. Single quote. It's a pity to miss this opportunity to make up for the illustrated book, but I already know the direction of gene fusion, so I can look for the ghost remains by myself. Single quote. Lu Xun thought to himself. He turned to look at the old octopus and said, "The temptation is indeed great, but the risk is a bit beyond my acceptance range, so I can't do it. You must return this cervical vertebra to others as soon as possible, otherwise we will easily be involved, and we will not be able to retreat even if we want to. Don't think about eating until you're exhausted in one meal. Eat smaller meals more frequently and take your time. Is it too risky to do it?" The old octopus was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became excited. He grabbed Lu Xuan's shoulders with great excitement and said, "Do you mean you can really do this surgery? Ha ha ha, I guess a military-grade prosthetic body won't be a problem for you. You brat is really capable. That's great. If you finish this job, you'll get 50 million per person." Lu Xuan's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He looked up and down at the old octopus and said in shock, "You are a real octopus, right? Are we communicating across species? I said this business has gone bad and the prosthetic body will be returned to others. Don't you understand? Hey, why are you shouting so loudly? I understand what you mean. I'm just worried about the risks. Don't worry, let me analyze it for you." The old octopus said indifferently, "It is precisely because of the risks that you should undergo this operation." Lu Xun frowned, not understanding what he meant. "This is a black clinic, practicing medicine without a license. Every time you perform an operation, you take a risk." The old octopus said seriously, "How can you walk by the river without getting your shoes wet? No matter how small the risk is once, if you do it 1,000 times, it will add up to a lot. Although you have hidden your identity very well and are very cautious in doing things, and you have not made any mistakes in the past 3 years. But can you guarantee that you will not make mistakes in the future? As long as you have not taken action, you cannot guarantee it. We might as well just go for the big ticket and then call it a day." Lu Xun was shocked again. Because it is hard to believe that the word, "stop," would come out of the old octopus's mouth. It stands to reason that given the greedy nature of this old man, his pursuit of money will never end. Didn't expect that he actually knew how to be satisfied. It seems that the old octopus thinks that his 10 million, plus the 50 million he received after completing this job, is enough for his retirement. Tisk, tisk, it seems you are not hopeless. Lu Xun asked curiously, "Are you really willing to close this clinic?" "There is no way, the other party gave us too much." The old octopus chuckled, "When we finish this job, we will never be short of money." "I haven't agreed yet." Lu Xun shook his head. "Even if you stop immediately after doing it, the risk is still high. No matter how much money you make, you have to live to spend it. You are so timid. In fact, it is me who takes the real risk, not you. The risk you need to take is much smaller than mine." The old octopus glanced at him with contempt and said, "No one in the slaughterhouse, including the customers in the clinic, knows about your second identity and has never seen your face. I am the only one in the world who knows it. But I am different. The guests all know my name is Lin Sheng. Do they know what I look like and where I live? Even many of my colleagues know me. Even if something happens, I will be the first to die." "This is true." Lu Xun nodded in agreement. The reason why he wanted to cooperate with Old Octopus to make money instead of working alone was mainly due to safety issues. With Old Octopus standing in front of him, responsible for finding customers, purchasing prosthetics, and wholesale medicines, which required frequent appearances, it was easier for Lu Xun to hide his identity. If something happened, Old Octopus would be doomed, but Lu Xun would have a way out. "Don't hesitate, my ancestor. If you hesitate any longer, you will miss it." The Old Octopus slapped his thigh repeatedly and shouted urgently, "I must give you a reply within tomorrow, otherwise I will go to another clinic for 100 million. It's not like you don't know how rushed the customer is. Then let's wait until tomorrow. It's really noisy." Lu Xun said with an impatient expression, "I'm going home first. I worked on an operation from day to night, and your stupid thing dragged it into the early morning. I didn't even take a bite of food. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. I haven't eaten yet. The old octopus' electronic eyes widened with disbelief on his face. A big order of 100 million is placed in front of you, but you are thinking about eating. The wealth in the sky are right in front of you and within your reach. But Lu Xuan's attitude was ambiguous and perfunctory, which made him very painful. I'm going home anyway. Lu Xuan picked up the bag and said calmly, if you are really impatient, you can modify it yourself. After saying that, he turned around and pushed the door open, and Shiren left. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the corridor. Joe, if I have that ability, why would I bother you for a long time? I won't tell you this at all. Wouldn't it be nice for me to quietly enjoy 100 million to myself? Why should I give you 50 million? The old octopus kicked the wall hard to vent his anger, and let out an impotent rage in the air. I was so angry that I had high blood pressure. Implanting military-grade prosthetics is not that simple. It doesn't mean that you just need to pull out the customer's spine and then insert the War Ghost Type 8 inches into it and connect it where it should be connected. The real situation is too complicated. The difference between military-grade prosthetics and civilian-grade prosthetics is that the former is deliberately designed to be difficult to install, and many key points are designed to be hidden. First of all, you must have a manual to understand the internal structure of the prosthetic body, the operating principles of each module and system, and the location of each access point. Secondly, it is not only the prosthesis itself that needs to be implanted in the body, but also other auxiliary materials that need to be bonded as a stent. Finally, a specific surgical plan must be formulated based on the patient's physical condition. There is no instruction manual for the old octopus, and the customer said there is none. A completely unfamiliar prosthetic body that you can't even understand. Do you want him to get a headgear? We've come this far, just the last step, it's obviously a God-given opportunity. Lao Zhong fell down on the chair, and the 6 mechanical arms fell down weakly, drooping to the ground. With a gloomy expression on his face, he stretched out his hand to touch the metal pendant hanging around his neck, and murmured to himself like a demon. I can earn 50 million yuan per order. This may be the only opportunity I have in this life. Squeak. Lu Xuan opened the door gently and walked in quietly. He kept his steps light and tried not to disturb his family's rest. Suddenly, the lights flicked on. Lu Xuan was caught staring at a beautiful woman. Ah, Aunt, are you still awake? It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. He scratched his head and laughed. This person is his Aunt Zhang Jingfei, the most gentle and virtuous woman in the world. After the food was heated, I put it on the table. After it cooled down, I didn't see you coming back, so I heated it up again. She poked her nephew's chest with her finger, deliberately sullen her face, and said with a hint of anger, although you are young, you can't stay up late frequently, your body will collapse. Yeah, I'll pay attention. Lu Xuan nodded and explained, I had a major surgery today, and I had some conversations with people after the surgery, so I went home late. Hearing this, a flash of distress and self-blame flashed in my aunt's eyes. If it weren't for her lack of ability, why would she let a minor child become the backbone of the family? The monthly medical expenses of more than 200,000 yuan deprived my nephew of his youth. A middle school student is busier and harder than most adults. Since the age of 14, my nephew has become a social beast. This weight is not something he should bear at his age. In fact, she had cruelly thought about removing her husband's oxygen tube many times to free him and make it less difficult for her and her nephew. The monthly expenses of 200,000 yuan are beyond the reach of some elite families. As a civilian family, it would be wisest to extubate the patient directly. But considering my daughter, I couldn't do it after all. She was sad in her heart, but she controlled her emotions well and did not show it on her face. Instead, she smiled gently and said softly to her nephew, "You must be very hungry, don't stand there stupidly, go over and eat quickly." Okay, Lu Xuan had actually smelled the fragrance a long time ago and was already salivating. My aunt's cooking skills are not impressive, she can always make simple ingredients delicious. He walked quickly to the dining table and sat down. There are 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Sweet and sour pork ribs, fried pork with green pepper, tomato and egg soup, and cold cucumber. There are also a few plates of small pickles. He filled a bowl of rice and began to devour it. So delicious. Especially this tomato and egg soup, it is extremely delicious and moderately salty. After one gulp, I feel like my bones are all crispy. This dish will never make you tired of it from snack to meal. Eat slowly, don't choke. When my aunt saw that he looked ugly when eating, she couldn't help but joked, "Your sister is dreaming, and no one will compete with you." That's hard to say. Xiao Yu's nose is sharper than a dog's. What if she wakes up when she smells the fragrance? Lu Xuan said with a smile. Auntie couldn't help but smile. That girl Xiao Yu was really greedy. You go and have a rest. I'll clean up after myself. Lu Xuan said to her while eating, you still have to get up early. It won't be long now. It's okay. I'll take care of it. Auntie waved her hand. See this. He said no more and ate quietly. After eating and drinking, Lu Xuan wanted to help wash the dishes, but his aunt kicked him out of the kitchen on the grounds that, this is my territory, don't overstep it. Okay, you decide your territory. By the way, aunt, this is for you. Lu Xuan laughed playfully, and while his aunt was washing the dishes, he quickly stuffed the things into the pockets of her jacket. I'm so sleepy, go to bed, good night. After saying that, he disappeared. You brat, I really loved you in vain when I was a kid, and you're actually playing tricks on me. The aunt reluctantly took off the towel to dry the water stains and foam on her hands, and reached into her pocket. She was stunned immediately and her eyes became complicated. After a long time, she sighed quietly. He remained silent and continued to wash the dishes. The door opens. The strong smell of medicine mixed with the stench of rotting corpses hit your face. The smell of this smell is so intoxicating that it cannot be described in words. But Lu Xuan has long been used to it. There are pieces of equipment placed in the house. On a fully mechanical hospital bed, there lay a man who looked like a mummy, with tubes connected to his body. The body was wrapped like a rice dumpling with bandages, and dark pus soaked into the bandages and seeped out. If the device display showed that he still had a heartbeat, no one would believe that this was a living person. He is the source of the stench. Xie Junhai, Lu Xuan's biological uncle. A man who had treated him very well. Now it has become like this, people are not human, ghosts are not ghosts. Xie Junhai is an excellent neural network engineer. Originally, with his ability, it was not difficult to be promoted to the elite before the age of 40. It's a pity that God is not kind to us. A few years ago, he responded to the call and joined a crack opening operation organized by Jinghaicheng's high-level officials. The official land reclamation team was very large in size and had a luxurious lineup. Equipped with high-end mechas, power armor, and various heavy weapons. As a logistics technician who did not need to fight, Xie Junhai did not expect that he would end up like this. When I went there were more than 600 people, and the motorcade was like a long queue. Only a quarter came back. Cracks are a natural phenomenon that science still cannot explain today. They are different spaces that appear as the celestial spheres converge, and are formed by a mixture of various strange sights and phenomena. There are all kinds of extremely precious resources from other worlds in the rift, and they are full of many magical things. It is precisely thanks to these things that human technology has been able to advance by leaps and bounds, breaking through the upper limit again and again. New materials, new energy, new life forms, bring a new future. The development potential of a self-circulating city needs to be evaluated based on many factors, but fisher resources must be the decisive factor because it directly determines the upper limit of development. If a city wants to develop, exploring the cracks is an inevitable step. The problem is that the rift is not a free gift, it contains great horrors. People need to pave the way with their lives and their bones. Xie Junhai was bitten by an evil creature called Medusa in the crevice. The mysterious toxin spreads throughout the body tissues rapidly fester, cells rapidly dissolve, bones liquefy, and skin falls off piece by piece. If the medical staff hadn't taken action in time, he would have turned into a puddle of blood on the spot. Although he barely managed to save his life, nerves in large areas of his body were necrotic. Xie Junhai became a useless person, and all the muscles in his body lost contact with him. He was unable to eat, excrete, breathe, speak on his own, he couldn't even blink. Need to rely on machinery and equipment to survive. Medusa's poison has no antidote. It can only be inhibited with drugs to slow down the rate of cell dissolution. Once you stop taking the medicine, it will still turn into a puddle. Lu Xun had never seen such a miserable person in his previous life. The key is that this person is still his uncle, or adoptive father. There is only one way to save Xie Junhai. That's prosthetic modification. And it's not about implanting one or two concepts. Instead, all other body parts except part of the brain were replaced with artificial prostheses. His body, except for his brain, has been completely integrated with Medusa's toxin, like a tarsal maggot, inseparable. He can only survive as a complete human being. Lu Xun once settled an account. The cheapest complete modification costs more than 60 million yuan. But for this family, the monthly hanging fee of 200,000 yuan cannot be afforded. So Lu Xun went to a black clinic when he was 14 years old. His original plan was to save his uncle's life first. Let's talk about it after 60 million, there will always be hope in life. Of course, the golden finger of the all-knowing right hand also gave him the courage and confidence to take charge of the family. Didi. Suddenly, the instrument beeped twice, and the electronic screen next to it suddenly lit up. This device is connected to my uncle's brain and can automatically capture brain waves. A line of italic characters was slowly typed on the screen. Is it Xiao Lu? Tisk, it's really you. Please help me clean the camera. It's dusty and I can't see clearly. It's me, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Lu Xun said awfully. It's okay, it's nothing. What I don't need most is rest, haha. There are some things I want to talk to you about, but I don't know where to start. Lu Xun reached out and wiped the camera for him, looking slightly hesitant. You can talk as much as you want, we are a family. If you are willing to speak, I am willing to listen. Lu Xun was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Uncle, are you tired? Huh, how could I be tired? I just lie down and do nothing every day. When you're bored, just listen to music and read e-books. It's a good way to relax, right? This sentence popped up on the monitor, with the emoticon of proud at the end. In fact, Lu Xun wanted to ask him if he was tired from living. Feeling tired, can you still persist? As long as you're not tired. Lu Xun nodded and said with a smile, just wait, at most 4 years, you can get a brand new body and stand up again. In fact, the monthly hanging fee of 200,000 is not bad. After all, prosthetic doctors are a hugely profitable industry. And the better the technology, the more you earn. Lu Xun's pressure was not too great, and he even had enough time to take care of his aunt and Xiao Yu. But if you want to completely cure your uncle, you need to undergo a complete transformation, otherwise he will always be a useless person who can only show his existence through the subtitles on the monitor. Earn 60 million in 4 years. It's hard to imagine that this was said by a civilian middle school student. But Lu Xun has this confidence. Because he is almost an adult. As an adult, there are too many areas for him to display his skills. With the help of a golden finger like the all-knowing right hand, it would be easy for him to make money. Prosthetic doctor, appraiser, mecha pilot, mechanic, you can do whatever you want, you can do them all. Even just relying on the value Lu Xun created for society, the whole family can be promoted to the elite class and move to the inner city. 4 years. I see. Don't worry, the doctor said that as long as I keep taking the medicine, I can live for at least 10 years. I can afford to wait for 4 years, ha ha ha. Well, the hope is great and very close. As long as you know this, our whole family is with you, don't give up. Lu Xun stood up from his chair, waved his hand to the camera and said, you continue rest, good night, uncle. Good night. The monitor went off and was turned off by Xie Junhai on his own initiative. Lu Xun walked out of the ward and gently closed the door. After he left, it was a dark room. The monitor suddenly lit up again, and text that seemed to be murmuring to himself appeared. And you, are you tired? The morning light breaks. Lu Xun had a strange dream. He dreamed that he had become Sun Wukong, being crushed beneath the 5 elements mountain, with no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. The heavy mountains made it difficult for him to breathe. After Yu woke up, she realized that what was pressing on her was not the 5 elements mountain at all, but a huge living person. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met a pair of beautiful eyes. A Lolita with 2 ponytails was carrying a small school bag, lying on the bed with her arms folded, her chin resting on her arms, her little head tilted and staring at Lu Xuan. Brother, are you awake? What did you say? Brother, you are so good looking. She laughed playfully, her eyes narrowed into beautiful crescent moons. It's just that your sleeping appearance is too ugly, even worse than your eating appearance. Xie Manu, what's wrong with you? Lu Xuan yawned sleepily, stretched out his hand to push her face away with a look of disgust, and muttered. Get out of here, you're asking for a beating so early in the morning, right? You actually want to hit me. She turned her head back with a look of disbelief on her face. You actually want to hit such a cute sister? Oh my god, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. If you're disturbing someone's dream, who can I beat you up? Get up and drive away. I'll go back to sleep first, I have to go out later. You are such a busy person. You can't see me during the day or at night. I was afraid that you would miss me too much, so I came here to see you. Xie Manu pouted dissatisfiedly and said, I'm going to school. If you want to see your sister, you have to hurry up. You won't be able to see me soon, so don't regret it. It's obviously you who wants to see me, right? Lu Xuan said he didn't want to talk to her and turned his head to the right. She then moved her face in the same direction, forcing him to look. He turned to the left again, and Xie Manu followed suit again. Lu Xuan sneered and immediately used his special move, lying face down and retracting his head under the pillow. Ah, Xie Manu was so angry that she gritted her silver teeth. She simply parted her legs and rode on his back, using her pink fists like crazy. Smelly little Lu, stupid little Lu, what's wrong with looking at me? I don't know. Does it look good? Look. Ah! She exclaimed, and was suddenly overturned by the powerful horse at her crotch. Lu Xuan suddenly got angry and successfully captured Manu Beast with a quilt, wrapping her into a mummy. How arrogant you are! Lu Xuan smiled evilly, grabbed both sides of her cheeks with both hands and pulled her out, making a pig face. Do you know you were wrong? I was wrong, Xie Manu said softly. Do you dare to do it next time? She thought for a while and said very sincerely, dare. How stubborn and untamed. Lu Xuan's eyes widened and he directly tortured her, tickling the soles of her feet. For a while, there were screams and begging for mercy. Clean up the stinky sister as much as possible. It wasn't until her aunt came to break up the fight that she was successfully rescued. Ooh, Mom, my brother bullied me again. Xie Manu complained first, pretending to be aggrieved. He pulled my face and scratched the soles of my feet. It's too much. You know clearly that Xiao Lu is angry, but you still dare to offend him. You're asking for it. Auntie glared at her angrily, then looked up at her nephew and said softly, you can rest for a while, I'll take Xiao Yu away. Go to school. Well, be careful on the road. Lu Xuan waved his hand. HMPH. Goodbye, bad brother. Xie Manu made a face. The mother and daughter left and closed the door before leaving. Lu Xuan couldn't help but shook his head. He shook off the quilt again, got in, and prepared to sleep again. Xie Manu is 2 years younger than him. She is 15 this year and a freshman in high school. It's just that she studied in Jinghai No. 9 middle school in the outer city, which is not an aristocratic school. In the past 10 years, No. 1 middle school seems to have admitted a civilian student under the exception. That was Lu Xuan. He was only 4 years old when he first traveled through time. At that time, his parents were gone and his uncle's family adopted him. So he and Xie Manu grew up together. She is very clingy, especially her brother. But in recent years, Lu Xuan had too many things to do. He often left early and came back late, and he never saw anyone on weekends. As a result, the brother and sister live under the same roof but spend less time together and more time apart. Xie Manu also knew that it was not good to disturb her brother's sleep, but she wanted to talk to Lu Xuan so much. If she doesn't come this morning, it will be another day without her brother. Smelly girl, grow up quickly. When you grow up, you won't be so clingy. Lu Xuan muttered with his eyes closed. He changed his sleeping position and soon fell asleep. The other side, Xie Manu left her brother's bedroom and followed her to her father's ward. Dad, good morning, I'm going to school. She smiled at the camera. Text pops up on the screen. Be careful on the road, where is your brother Xiao Lu? That big lazy pig is still sleeping. He dared to bully my lovely sister just now. Dad, tell me, is he going too far? She put her hands on her hips and complained angrily. Isn't this just excessive? It's simply too much. I'll help you teach him a lesson next time. Yeah, she nodded one after another in approval. Dad is loyal. While talking, my mother's urging came from outside the house. Xie Manu, you are going to be late for school. Xie Manu suddenly pouted. Haha, you go first. Dad. She glanced at the door cautiously and whispered in a low voice, your idol, Kong Zihan, has released a new album. It just came out yesterday. It's said to be great. What the hell? I saved some personal money behind my mother's back. Seeing how generous you are, I will buy you one out of compassion. Xie Manu said proudly. I'll bring it back to you after school. Hearing this, Xie Junhai suddenly fell silent. No subtitles appear on the display either. Give me a reaction. Xie Manu's eyes widened. No need to buy it, Kong Zihan has passed away. I have long since turned away from her fans and stopped listening to her songs. Ah, she was dumbfounded immediately. Didn't we agree that when you recover, we would go to her concert together? Let your brother Xiao Lu accompany you. Anyway, I am no longer a fan. Dad, you actually betrayed Kong Tiano, what a scumbag. Xie Manu looked contemptuous. Forget it, the new album is not cheap, and I am not willing to spend money. Humph. I'm going to school, bye. Bye. Xie Manu walked out of the ward and gently closed the door. Dad has promised to help me teach my stinky brother a lesson. She showed off to her mother outside the door. You favor brother, and Dad also favors me. Didn't you expect that? Hee. Zhang Jingfei smiled, stretched out her hand to gently caress her daughter's cheek, her eyes full of doting. Go downstairs first, Xiao Yu, and wait for me in the parking lot. I'll be there later. Xie Manu didn't think much, nodded, and walked out of the house with her school bag on her back. After watching her daughter leave, the smile on Zhang Jingfei's face slowly disappeared. Crunch. She opened the door and walked into Xie Junhai's ward. The couple were silent. After looking into the camera for a few seconds, she saw two words appear on the monitor. Pull it out. Last night, Lu Xuan tossed and turned. He spent the whole night thinking about the 50 million and the complete spine of the special ghost clan. Even in my dreams, I dreamed that I had become a strong man with big muscles, sweeping across all directions and wiping out the enemies. It was a pity that I was awakened by Xie Manu. The wages of avarice is death. He decided it was worth a try. What the old octopus said makes sense. Instead of taking 1,000 small risks, it is better to take big risks and achieve success in one battle. When you're done, stop, give up your identity as a black doctor, and start a new life. But his reason told him, hold on tight, develop steadily, and don't waste time. The old octopus is too greedy and aggressive, and is unreliable. Lu Xuan was not only angry about getting up. There is also the bad habit of staying in bed. But even though I said I was sleeping in the cage, I only slept lightly for about 10 minutes, and then I woke up due to peeing. I'm so sleepy. He turned over and got out of bed, muttering to himself, Xie Manu. He rubbed his messy hair. Lu Zunjuo pulled on his slippers and walked out of the bedroom in his pajamas, then yawned and staggered towards the bathroom. When passing by his uncle's ward, he seemed to hear someone speaking. At first, he thought he hadn't woken up, but after stopping and listening for a few seconds, Lu Xuan was sure that he hadn't heard anything. Who's in there? Single quote. He looked puzzled and walked over gently. Approaching the half-open door, he saw a familiar figure through the small crack. It turns out to be my aunt. Single quote. Lu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to reach out and push it away. I really can't do it, don't force me, Junhai. A voice with choking and sobbing reached his ears. Lu Xuan's half-stretched hand suddenly stopped. In the ward, Zhang Jingfei's eyes were red and tears were streaming down her face. On the display screen, paragraphs of text slowly appeared. We colluded with the doctors to lie to the children and said that I could live for more than 10 years, but the paper could not contain the fire, and I could no longer hide it. You should have known 3 years ago that this moment would eventually come. I live in pain, without human dignity, and life is worse than death. It was Xiao Yu, Xiao Lu, and you who gave me the faith to persevere. I also want to watch my children grow up, go to college, get married, and have children. But that is impossible. I can only accompany you until this point. But the doctor said that as long as you keep taking the medicine, you should still have a few months to live. Zhang Jingfei wiped away her tears and choked up while sniffing. Why did you suddenly decide to leave early? Xie Junhai was silent for a few seconds. Then, he entered text on the monitor through his brain. Xiao Lu came to talk to me last night. He asked me if I was tired. Of course I am tired. I have thought countless times about giving up this life that is worse than death and getting relief. A minor child goes to school and works at the same time. He leaves early and comes back late every day, which is exhausting. After finally finishing what I was doing, I dragged my exhausted body home, ravenous with hunger, but instead asked me, this useless person, if I was tired. Do you know how guilty, self-blame, and heartache I felt at that time? I am really a beastly uncle and a beastly adoptive father. So I decided to leave early. Anyway, the lie was about to be exposed. There was no point in living for another 4 months. Let Xiao Lu relax. Is that so? Zhang Jingfei nodded and understood her husband. Her mood gradually stabilized and she regained some sense. That's really not possible. We were the ones who adopted Xiao Lu, but it turned out that he was protecting this family. He has long since repaid us the debt of raising us for 13 years. Instead, we owe him unfinished love, debt. You might as well leave early. As long as you understand. I am not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. I have long wanted to be freed. 3 years ago, more than 200 people in the Rift Reclamation Group were poisoned by Medusa, and only 2 are still alive. The other one should be dying soon, right? I should have died long ago. But I am lucky enough to have a good nephew. I have been able to accompany you through these 3 years, and I am already very satisfied. I am not short of these few months. Die early and be born early, haha. Xie Junhai is actually quite optimistic. If you only considered Xiao Lu, then you really should have died long ago. Zhang Jingfei said with a tearful voice. He is so busy every day that he can't even make a hot meal. I feel so distressed every time. I have thought about letting you die many times. Then why are you still hesitating? Xie Jundong asked her. Because Xiao Yu, she needs you to live. Zhang Jingfei said. Your daughter has been saving her pocket money for so long just to buy you a new album by Kong Zihan. She looks forward to her father getting well every day. You died suddenly. How much of a shock did she have to bear? I lied to the children that you would live for many years. How can I explain it? Hearing this, Xie Jundong fell silent. After a long time, he continued to use his brain to post subtitles. Sooner or later she will have to face the pain of losing her father early. This is the growth she is destined to experience. Don't be so stupid as to tell the children that you pulled out the tube, just because my condition worsened and I left. You are stupid. Zhang Jingfei suddenly became angry. Our father named you, Junhai. Are you really going to open up wasteland in the cracks just to revitalize Jinghai City? I tried to persuade you many times back then not to be the leader, but you didn't listen. People make up a few slogans at random and get your blood pumping. Do you think you are a hero? You are just cannon fodder. You are not overestimating your abilities. Harm, okay, what's the point of bringing up old things again? It's already this time and you still want to quarrel with me. Xiao Yu has been waiting downstairs for several minutes. Pull it out quickly and send her to school. Don't be irritated. I really can't grind anymore. Zhang Jingfei tremblingly reached out to the oxygen supply tube, but she found that, murdering her husband, was a bit difficult. Still unable to make a move. You are helping me to escape, helping Xiao Lu to escape. This is not killing, you are just doing the right thing. You should do this, and you must do this. Xie Junhai frantically clicked on the subtitles to provide psychological support to his wife and encourage her to take action. Come, ha. Zhang Jingfei took a deep breath, raised her heart, and reached out to hold the oxygen tube. Yes, that's it, unplug it. Let me die. Boom. The door was pushed open. I disagree. There was a sudden loud shout. A figure strode in and strangled her hand with an extremely strong attitude. Xiao Lu. She panicked and was about to explain, your uncle. I know he's living in pain, and I understand. But it can't be taken away, at least not yet. Lu Xuan shook his head. He stared at his aunt's eyes that were red and swollen from crying, and said resolutely, let him live. After saying that, he turned his eyes, looked at the camera again, and said in a decisive voice, "Even if death comes, I can't take you away, I said so." Lin Sheng Slaughterhouse. The old octopus was lying limply on the chair, its 8 tentacles hanging down powerlessly. It's still the secret room from last night, the chair from last night, and the posture from last night. He couldn't eat or sleep, so he sat there all night. Dee. Suddenly, the communication device rang. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the dull mechanical eyes burst out with unprecedented light. He jumped up from the chair and answered the phone as quickly as possible. "Boy, have you figured it out? How about it? Do it or not? Do it. Let me remind you first. Those who refuse this wealth will be punished by God." He spoke quickly and anxiously. A few seconds later, Lu Xuan's voice came out. "Let's make 3 chapters first. Ha ha ha, don't say 3 chapters, as long as you are willing to accompany me to complete this business, we can agree to 300 chapters. The old octopus laughed heartily, and the hanging star was finally lowered. "Don't be so full of words. You may not be able to accept my 3 chapters. Lu Zundao said, I told you on the phone that it's not safe. Let's have an interview. I'll go over now. Hee, I'll be waiting for you, come quickly." The old octopus's face was filled with joy and excitement. The 6 mechanical arms behind him all swayed. After hanging up the phone, he hummed a little tune and walked towards the kitchen, feeling happier than ever. "Now not only can I eat, but I can also eat 3 large bowls in a row." Chapter 11. Lu Xuan walked out of the house and went downstairs. But he ran into Xie Manu, who was climbing the stairs carrying a school bag. "Brother," she was a little surprised, "as a bed rider, you actually appeared in the stairwell in the early morning. Tisk tisk, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Where's my mother? I've been waiting downstairs for more than 10 minutes, but she's not there yet. Come down. I'm a sleeper, so you're a naughty one." Lu Xuan reached out and grabbed her cheek as punishment, and then said, "Andy forgot where she put her bag. She won't be able to find it for a while. I'm about to go out and take you to school on the way." Ah, Xie Manu was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. She quickly came up and hugged her brother's arm, and said positively, "That's a good relationship. Let's take a taxi." Lu Xuan felt the full touch on his arm and couldn't help but look at her meaningfully. Time flies. The little brat who was once a crybaby is now about to grow up to be an adult. Think back to the scene that just happened. If Lu Xuan hadn't been awakened by a splash of urine, he would have happened upon his aunt and uncle plotting to extubate the tube. When he sleeps until noon, when he wakes up, he will find that the matter is a foregone conclusion. Her aunt became a single mother, and Xiaoyu lost her father. Fortunately, my aunt is an adult and has long been used to seeing these separations of life and death. But can 15-year-old Xiaoyu bear the weight of losing a loved one? Not necessarily. Although she has grown up a lot, it is not enough. Lu Xuan touched her head. "Grow up a little more, girl. Brother, you are only 2 years older than me. We are both high school students. Don't always look at me like an elder looks at a junior." She glared with almond-shaped eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "You are also a child." The brother and sister walked out of the community side by side. We took a taxi on the side of the road and headed to Jinghai No. 9 Middle School, where Xiaoyu studied. Along the way, she kept chattering and seemed to have endless chatter. The brother and sister talked and arrived at their destination not long after. "Brother, are you going to visit our school?" "Another day, I still have things to do." Okay." She reluctantly let go of her brother's arm, waved her hand and said goodbye. "Then I'll go in, bye." Lu Xuan watched Xie Manu enter the school. Then he turned to the driver and said, "Go to the underground city entrance number 785 and pay the fee together." "Okay," the driver replied. The car started and drove slowly. He was the only one left in the back seat. His face was very calm, thoughts were rushing in his mind, and he was sorting out the context of the plan bit by bit. "The reason why we didn't agree to do business last night. It's not because Lu Xuan doesn't want to make money, but considering the risks and consequences, it would be wiser to give up." Even though he was really excited. Even if the other party didn't pay him a penny, Lu Xuan had enough reasons to undergo the operation. Wore Ghost Type 8 military-grade prosthetic body, a complete special-grade ghost spine. The temptation for him was greater than money. Although only Old Octopus knows my identity in the whole world. Single quote. But this means that as long as the Old Octopus betrays me, I will be finished. Single quote. You cannot place your own safety on others. If you can't get the Old Octopus, this deal must not be done. Single quote. Lu Xun was thinking in his heart. How to deal with Old Octopus? The simplest and most efficient way, kill him. But Lu Xun is not that crazy, and the extreme method of killing and silencing is not the only way to solve the problem. He thought of a very safe way. Young man, we've turned this corner. Where do you want to get off? Suddenly, a huge crocodile head looked back at Lu Xun in the back row. The driver turned out to be an immigrant from the Red Crocodile tribe. This race is so rare. Because I was too absorbed in thinking. Lu Xun realized that he was almost reaching his destination. He hasn't included the map of the Red Crocodile clan yet. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Yes, go from here, over there. Lu Xun leaned forward and naturally put his right hand on the driver's shoulder, pretending to point out the route. This is the entrance, drive forward, master. Okay, stop at the telephone pole in front, right. Got it. The driver of the Red Crocodile tribe had no idea that his body had been exposed by the thief behind him. In just a few dozen seconds, Lu Xun used his omniscient right hand to analyze every inch of flesh and blood tissue on its body. Even what did the other person have for breakfast? How many roundworms are there in your stomach? What does hemorrhoids look like? He knew it all. There are no secrets. He wants to understand this body better than its owner. The biological illustrated collection was successfully included. Characteristic points plus 45. Illustrated book Crocodile Tribe Inferior is 100% complete. Branch, Red Crocodile Clan. Life level, poor. Racial talent, not awakened. Natal talent, none. Biological age, 39. Inferior Red Crocodile gene detected. Gene compatibility is 42.78%, and the projection conditions are not met. Analyzing a complete low-level life form, the characteristic points obtained are actually not as good as a cervical vertebra joint of a super-level creature. After Blue Star has experienced 5 celestial spheres converging, tens of thousands of intelligent races from different worlds have appeared. It's just that 99% of the races have become extinct. For example, the once powerful dragon clan has turned into ancient fossils. It can be seen how lucky humans, as the natives of Blue Star, are to survive until the end. There are probably more than 100 races from other worlds still active in the world today. Except for humans, every race has its own realm division, but realms at the same life level have hundreds of names, which is very confusing. Therefore, for the sake of convenience, the Human Federation directly simplified the messy realm names for the hundreds of races into inferior, low, medium, high, special, lord, king, etc. Inferior life forms are 4 levels worse than the special ones. Each level is a huge gap in life levels. Naturally, the number of characteristic points obtained through analysis is much less. Lu Xun retracted his hand naturally. Boy, we're here. It glanced at the meter, and its huge crocodile head looked back, showing a smile that it thought was honest but also ferocious. 42 yuan. Lu Xun handed him a 50-50 note. No need to change. It was stunned and quickly took the money. Thank you. By the way, you should take the time to go to the prosthetic hospital for a lung replacement. The situation is a bit serious. The young man said something incomprehensible, then opened the car and left. The crocodile's face was suddenly filled with question marks. The first reaction is that the other party is talking nonsense. However, it looked at the banknotes in its hand, and then at the retreating figure outside the window. A hesitant look appeared in the crocodile's eyes. It seems that I haven't had a physical examination in several years. Analyzing other people's bodies without consent. I gave him a super detailed physical examination. This is a disgraceful way of obtaining trait points. So Lu Xun told the driver the truth about his lung condition as a small compensation. In fact, he also has principles when it comes to analyzing living creatures. Only when receiving customers at Old Octopus's clinic will they be analyzed regardless of their gender. Other times, if Lu Xun wanted to analyze a living, humanoid or humanoid, highly intelligent race with clear gender distinctions, he would often choose men to start with. It's so disrespectful to analyze women. This is 100 times more extreme than directly spying on someone taking a bath, seeing everything inside and out. If I directly fuse the special gene, it may consume a huge amount of characteristic points. Single quote. I have been saving for 13 years, but I don't know how much I have. Single quote. Lu Xun concentrated his thoughts on his right hand while walking towards the entrance of the dungeon. Information feedback was immediately received in my mind. Total number of illustrations collected, 248,451. Note 1. Biological illustrations account for 12.6%, and non-biological illustrations account for 87.4%. Note 2. Complete illustrations account for 64.2%, and incomplete illustrations account for 35.8%. Available characteristic points, 75,040 points. 75,000. After 13 years of accumulation, I wonder if I can soar into the sky. Lu Xun murmured, stepped up and walked into the elevator. It was during the rush hour, and the elevator entrance was crowded with people queuing up. Although there are nearly 1,000 underground city entrances in the inner and outer cities of Jinghai City, there are more than 6 million people in the city. Therefore, during peak hours, the elevator entrance is still quite crowded. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, Lu Xun successfully squeezed into the elevator, arrived at the -174F base, and took a bus to Lin Sheng Slaughterhouse. Got to the place quickly. As usual, he said hello to Uncle Li, the security guard at the door, and then walked in. There are nearly 1,000 workers in the entire slaughterhouse. Lu Xun's nominal identity is apprentice, but in fact he is an underage illegal worker without a contract. But he has never been to the slaughtering workshop or processing workshop, and many people have never seen him. But this is not surprising. After all, for food safety, slaughterhouse employees must wear one-piece white overalls, wearing masks, goggles, gloves and work caps. They must be covered tightly and there must be disinfection procedures when entering and exiting the venue. Everyone wears the same uniform. It is estimated that even employees in the same workshop cannot recognize their colleagues around them. They all rely on their voices to distinguish them. Therefore, no one has ever doubted the identity of Lu Xun, the apprentice. After entering the venue, he went to the cold storage in a familiar way. Enter the clinic through the secret door. Haha, are you here? Come in quickly and close the door. The old octopus came up to him with a smile and said, I have already contacted the guest and he is on his way. Come on, sit down and drink tea first and wait. Would you like something to eat? Have you already promised him to take the order? Lu Xun frowned and his face darkened. Didn't I say we have to talk first? You have to agree to my conditions before you can do this surgery. Who told you to do it well? Advocated. The origin of this customer is not simple. He illegally possesses top-notch military-grade prosthetics and casually charges 100 million for surgery. You accepted it first and then declined it. It will offend people. Hey, I promised you everything I said, so what else are you talking about? The old octopus smiled indifferently, stretched out the mechanical arm and patted his shoulder, half-jokingly. Even if you want my life, you can do it. After the operation, you can stab me to death in the operating room, ha ha ha. What a scoundrel, indeed a desperado. You agreed to everything you said, right? Lu Xun stared into his eyes and confirmed again. Yes, I said so. Okay, then there's no need to discuss it. I'll give you the order directly. Lu Xun stretched out a finger with a calm expression. First, within an hour after the operation, I will dismantle the entire clinic and destroy all surgical equipment and tools. I will also burn the entire slaughterhouse on fire, pretending to be an accidental fire. Since he wants to stop and retreat, he must destroy all the tools for committing crimes and erase the traces of the existence of the Black Clinic. 1 hour. Are you in such a hurry? The old octopus couldn't help but frown. He was just about to make an opinion when he remembered what he had said before and couldn't help but nod. Okay. Second, you buy a long-distance flight across the clan. After that, I need you to take the money and leave Jinghai City forever, and promise not to come back. Lu Xun raised his second finger. This request is really too much. This is forcing the old octopus to move. Let him leave Jinghaicheng and live somewhere else. It is best to just leave the People's Federation and immigrate to live with other races. For example, the elves, the undead, the fox men, the ice wolves, these races are allies of humans. You don't trust me. The old octopus couldn't help but frown, not to mention whether something will happen to me. Even if I am unlucky and fall into the hands of others, I will never betray you to my death. It's not about trust. Lu Xun shook his head and said, don't forget, there are veritaserum, hypnosis, spiritualism, memory extractors, mental manipulation, charm. There are too many magic and technological means in this world. You may not betray me, but your mouth may not be your decision. It's a good thing you were arrested. Public security interrogations pay attention to procedural justice and basically won't coerce or induce confessions. But if you fall into the hands of gangsters, I will be exposed. So you have to go, and you have to go far, far away. Quote, if the old man doesn't move, in order to ensure safety, Lu Xun will have to leave Jinghaicheng with his uncle, aunt and Xiaoyu and move to live with other races. Each self-circulation city of the People's Federation is very independent. It is not easy to change the household registration. The review is very strict and demanding. Jinghai is a second-level city. If citizens want to move to a third-level city, they must first pass Jinghai City's annual registration transfer assessment. Only elite citizens can participate in this assessment, and only the elite among the elite can obtain a pass to the third-level city. Although there is no assessment required to go from a second-level city to the lowest first-level city, there is an identity review process. Civilians can also participate. They only need to submit an application. After passing the identity verification, they can basically go. But the problem is that old octopus is a prosthetic doctor who has caused major medical accidents, his medical license has been revoked, and his resume is stained. In addition, he is 60 years old. No matter how short of people a first-class city is, there is no way it would want such a scum of society with a bad record, right? Unless it relies on smuggling, it is impossible for the old octopus to move to other human cities to settle. I can only go to foreigners. I've thought about it for you. Lu Xun said to him directly. Go to the elf tribe, where renminbi is also accepted. Moreover, the elf tribe has superior natural scenery and an excellent environment, which is very suitable for you to live a retirement life. From the time when the heaven and earth first met, the elves have formed a blood alliance with humans. The two races have forged a friendship that shares weal and woe, and this friendship has passed the test of 5 world-destroying wars, spanning nearly 30,000 years. This is an absolutely unbreakable iron alliance. Although elves rarely leave their hometown. But elf Laoti very much welcomes human immigrants. If the old octopus went to the elves with money, his life would most likely be fine, but after all, he would be in a foreign land and would need to stay away from his homeland. Lu Xun thought he would refuse, but even if he wanted to accept, he would have to think for a long time. But unexpectedly, the old octopus just frowned and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go. He was slightly startled and reminded. Not only do we have to leave, but we also have to catch tonight's flight, and we can't come back to Jinghaicheng again. No problem, I'll book the flight now. The old octopus paused and said, but I have too many things in my house, and I can't move them out in a short time. I don't want to throw them all away. After you finish this job, you won't be short of money. What else do you need? Lu Xun said impatiently, just buy it again after you move to your new home. What a pity, I'm a very nostalgic person. The old octopus muttered, and then said, let's do this, kid, after I leave by plane, you can help me mail some of my belongings to some of my acquaintances. Quote, this is not too much to ask. Lu Xun thought about it and agreed. When the time comes, there will be no risk in mailing it anonymously. Burning down the slaughterhouse and booking a flight, when those two things were done, he raised a third finger. In the last chapter of the 3 chapters of the agreement, regarding profit sharing, I want to take 60%, which is 60 million. This won't work. The old octopus suddenly became excited. You want my money more than you want my life. Without me, there would be no such deal, and I am entitled to 50%. The last time he performed surgery on Centaur, the two of them split the bill between 80 and 20. He gave 30% of the profit to Lu Xun, and took away tens of thousands of yuan less. But this time is different, This is the last vote before Jinpen washes his hands. Let Yicheng earn a huge sum of 10 million less. No one wants to leave it alone. Lu Xun frowned. Suddenly I feel that there is a saying that is really wise, talking about money hurts feelings, talking about feelings hurts money. The old octopus loves money as much as his life, so if he is told to take 10 million less, he will probably regard Lu Xun as the enemy who killed his father. He thought for a moment and said, I'm not greedy, I just want 60 million for urgent needs. Didn't you say you agreed to any conditions? Logically speaking, even if I don't give you a penny, you have to agree, right? The old octopus couldn't help but rolled his eyes. The premise of what he said was that Lu Xun would not touch his money. After all, the two of them had formed the habit of splitting half and half over the years. But he also knew that he was in the wrong, so he turned his eyes and thought of a way. Don't worry, wait for me to make a call. The old octopus turned on the communication device in front of Lu Xun, contacted a person, and started a conversation. Hey, where was the takeout I ordered delivered? In the elevator, 10 chicken legs were delivered within half an hour. I seem to have made a mistake in ordering. I ordered one missing chicken drumstick. Can you help me deliver it? Lu Xun, who was standing next to him, was confused. It took him a few seconds to realize that the two parties were discussing in slang. In order to prevent sensitive words such as military grade and 100 million from attracting Zero C's attention, the two soon reached an agreement. The old octopus hung up the communication, turned around and said to Lu Xun with a proud face, that's it. As long as the operation can be completed within today, he will add another 10 million. I guess that this guy is willing to buy time with money. Lu Xun was a little surprised. Is this okay? You are such an old fritter. Hey, get ready for the surgery. Lu Xun walked into the locker room carrying a bag. He skillfully opened the bag and took out a set of surgical clothes, as well as wigs, masks and other disguise props. Not long after, he finished changing his clothes. On the other side, Old Octopus also received a call and heard that the takeaway had been delivered to the gate of the slaughterhouse. He hurriedly went out to greet him, and finally saw the guest with his own eyes. This is a very burly man, with broad shoulders and a broad body, a sturdy back, and a very tall stature, nearly 2 meters tall. He was wearing a black suit and actually had a mask on his face, with only his eyes exposed. After confirming his identity, the old octopus led the guest into the slaughterhouse. Not long after, the two came to the secret clinic. Can you really finish it today? The guest asked in a deep voice. While speaking, he handed the plastic bag in his hand to the old octopus. I have people outside this slaughterhouse. Let me remind you that if the operation fails and I die, someone will take back the money. No matter how much you eat, you will have to spit it out. Don't worry, you won't fail. The old octopus took the plastic bag and opened it eagerly, his eyes widened immediately. The bag contained 11 solid black strips. They are regular in shape, like black gold bars. Each strip is engraved with the words, 1000 grams. UGN. His electronic eyes flashed red and green, and his 10 mechanical fingers were trembling with excitement. This is a type of currency, a special currency for investment and reserves, and it is also a rare material in many fields such as prosthesis production, mecha manufacturing, electronics, aerospace. And not only in the People's Federation, but across all races in the world, black gold is a hard currency. Because it is not only tough in texture, but also has excellent conductivity to magic, it can be used to make high-end weapons and staffs. However, because Wujin is so precious, it can only be generated in cracks, and many people have never seen the real thing. The old octopus knew the goods, he had seen them several times when he was young. The price of black gold has skyrocketed recently. The value of each gram of black gold has exceeded 10,000. The customer said solemnly, you don't need to give me change, but if I die on the operating table, my people will break in. Come, recycle them. He once again reminded himself that there are people outside, and he didn't know if he was bluffing or if he was really prepared. But the old octopus was not a vegetarian. He pointed at his electronic eye and reminded the other party with a smile. My eyes have a brainwave alarm function, and it only takes 0.02 seconds for the message to be sent. If the operation is successful, your person will still break in. The implication: let's do business well and don't think about taking advantage of others, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. I don't have time to talk to you. The guest said in a low voice. When will the operation start? It's been several minutes since I came in. Don't worry, can you have some common sense? Many civilian-grade prosthetic surgeries take 10 days and a half just to prepare the surgical plan. This is military-grade, little brother. Even if you go to a military hospital, you won't be able to start work so quickly. Quote. The old octopus said rather speechlessly, just wait for my companion to come over. As if in a hurry to reincarnate. A few minutes later, the door to the waiting room was pushed open, and a man wearing a mask and long hair shawl walked in. Is this your companion? The guest's eyes behind the mask glanced at the visitor. Yes, he has the final say as to when the operation will begin. The old octopus stood up, picked up the plastic bag and walked to Lu Xuan. He whispered, I have tested it, it is black gold, and the purity is no problem. Lu Xuan nodded, turned to look at the guest, and said in a neutral voice processed by a voice changer, give me the remaining prosthetic parts. The other party nodded, lifted the dark box he brought and placed it on the table. After Didi entered the password, the box opened, revealing the contents. A whole ferocious spine, nearly 1 meter long, came into view. It is composed of vertebrae discs, intervertebral joints, and intervertebral ligaments. Not only is it much longer than the human spine, it's also unusually thick. There are many complex metal structures attached to the surface of the prosthetic body, and the bones and machinery are subtly combined, giving it a strange beauty. Human science and technology progress relies heavily on materials science. And materials naturally include biological materials. With intense eyes, Lu Xuan took out the cervical vertebra that had been analyzed before and gently inserted it through the gap in the prosthetic body. With just a click sound, the prosthetic body automatically splices together and becomes a whole. He suppressed his restless heart and tried to pretend to be calm. He took off the glove on his right hand naturally, then slowly reached into the box and grabbed an entire prosthetic spine. Analysis. Single quote. 1%. 0.5%. 0.10%. 0.100% in analysis. Analysis completed. Characteristic points plus 1350. No new illustrations have been generated, and the completeness of the existing illustrations has been improved. Illustrated book Red Ghost Special. Picture book completeness. 13.2%. Branch, Red Ghost. Life level. Special. Location. Spine. Magic element attribute. Fire. Racial magical powers. Natal talents. Year of death of the creature. Super ghost gene detected. The genetic compatibility is 99.84%, reaching the perfect compatibility standard. The completeness of the illustration is 13.2%, which meets the projection conditions. Do you want to start projection? Whether. No. Single quote. There are still people watching on the side, so this is not the time to fuse genes. How's it going? Are you sure? The old octopus asked from the side. The guest's eyes were also staring at him. Lu Xuan looked at the two of them, nodded and said, it is indeed much more complicated than the civilian-grade prosthetic body. I am almost 40% sure. But I have to study the prosthetic body carefully. Give me some time. In fact, there is no need to study any more. He has already analyzed all the secrets of this War Ghost Type 8 inches prosthetic body. As long as the customer's body is fine, he is 100% sure that the implant will be successful. But in order not to expose the existence of the omniscient right hand, he had to hide his clumsiness. 40% sure. Are you so confident? There was a look of surprise in the guest's eyes. He has visited many black clinics in the past few days and most of the prosthetic doctors dare not say they are sure. Even if there were, they would only dare to repay 10% or 20% at most. Lu Xuan said it was 40%, which surprised him. Although there is a 60% probability of dying on the operating table, compared with other clinics, the risk has been greatly reduced. You do your research first, and I'll take him for a full physical examination. I'll send you the results later. The old octopus was also very happy. Because the two had worked together for 3 years and performed hundreds of surgeries together, he gradually figured out some rules. If Lu Xuan didn't want to do it, he would just say he wasn't sure and refuse it outright. Whenever he said he was sure, no matter what percentage it was, the operation was successful in the end. So, the old octopus was very sure, this wave is stable. After an hour, the old octopus came back with dozens of pages of inspection results. Lu Xun pretended to read it again. Then he put down the folder, stretched out his right hand towards the burly masked man, and said, "The last step is to put your hand on the table. I need to feel the pulse." "Check your pulse." The masked man was stunned. He has had dozens of prosthetic implant surgeries before, but this was the first time he needed to check his pulse. "Don't you understand this?" The old octopus hugged the mechanical arm and said to him very proudly. "My companion has a unique secret skill. By taking the pulse, he can find out the hidden conditions of the body that cannot be detected by instruments, thus improving the success rate of the operation. It is said to be a mysterious traditional Chinese medicine inheritance from super ancient times." Quote. Although he didn't understand the secret of Lu Xun's pulse-taking skills, that was the fact. "I remember one time, the patient's physical examination results were obviously normal, but Lu Xun was sure that the client was not in good health and could not withstand the surgery, and the physical examination results were wrong." The old octopus didn't believe it at first, but after readjusting the equipment and doing another checkup, he actually found out that the customer had a serious heart problem and that the operation would lead to death. Later, we experienced several similar incidents. Therefore, he had no doubts about Lu Xun's special skill of sensing the pulse. "Is it really that magical?" The masked man was doubtful and slowly put one arm flat on the table, palm facing up. Lu Xun started to feel the pulse, with a calm expression, pretending to be presentable. Analysis. Single quote. 10%, 25%, 38%, during analysis. Analysis completed. Included. Biological illustration X7, non-biological illustration X23. Characteristic points plus 1225. Illustrated book human low. Illustrated book completeness is 72.8%. Life level, low. Number of reinforcements, 9. Age, 32. Illustrated book iron lung type 3. Civilian. Illustrated manual mantis arm blade type 4. Military. Illustrated book fire shoulder cannon type 3. Military. Illustrated book monitoring network drive type 1. Military. Illustrated book pain editor. Military. Lu Xun couldn't help but cursed in his heart. You don't know if you don't analyze it, and you will be shocked when you explain it. I was almost scared to the point that my hands were shaking. This guy has received 9 strengthening injections, and his life level has been raised to a low level. But the real combat power is definitely more than this level. A total of 23 prosthetics were implanted in his body, and nearly 30% of his body tissue was replaced mechanically, so the illustrations were incomplete. The most important thing is that nearly half of these 23 prosthetics are military-grade prosthetics. In a real fight, I'm afraid even the foreigners at the advanced life level wouldn't be able to defeat this super-modified man. Lu Xun's scalp was numb. He realized the identity of this guy almost instantly. He was most likely a professional soldier. Because according to the analysis results, there is only one person's DNA on these prostheses, and none of them are secondhand. If it were those prosthetic bandits, arms smuggling organizations, alien predators, evil gangs, it would be almost impossible to get so many brand new military-grade prosthetics. Even if those people can get the goods, the source of the goods is shady and they basically dig it from the dead. For a moment, Lu Xun finally understood what it felt like to be a thief meeting a soldier. Why would a dignified professional soldier come to a black clinic to install a prosthetic body? Have you been blacklisted by the military hospital? Or are you here for fishing and law enforcement? I've had 9 strengthening shots, more than 10 military-grade ones. For such a fierce man, the security guards in the underground city are probably no match at all and will be killed by him. But what made Lu Xun feel strange? After analyzing a low-level creature, plus 23 military and civilian-grade prosthetics, the characteristic points obtained were actually not as many as those obtained by analyzing a War Ghost Type 8. Is War Ghost Type 8 inches so powerful? It is also military-grade, but its power far exceeds others. How is it? Can the operation begin? The masked man urged impatiently. Lu Xuan's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "Are you in a dangerous situation now? You are in such a hurry. This is not what you should ask." There was a fierce look in the other party's eyes, and his tone became very rude. "I spend the money, you do the work, don't ask anything else." "Well, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Lu Xuan smiled and confirmed again. "Are you sure you want to have this surgery in our clinic? This is not a military hospital. You will probably die." The old octopus next to him felt very strange and puzzled. He also felt that Lu Xuan was a little weird after taking his pulse and talked too much. Did this kid discover something? Is the client physically unable to bear the surgery? Panic arose in old octopus' heart, worried that Lu Xuan would refuse this business again. "I've already paid, and you still ask. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't come." The masked man banged the table and said in a deep voice, "Let's start the operation." Yes, don't ask, let's get started." The old octopus winked at Lu Xuan crazily. Lu Xuan looked at him indifferently for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Okay, I already know the operation plan. I will prepare the things for the operation first. You will come to the operating room in 10 minutes. After that, he stood up and left the room. "Hey, guest, please come with me. I'll take you to the dressing room to change clothes," the old octopus said very positively. He didn't come here to fish, but because he couldn't go to the military hospital and had to risk his life to come to a black clinic to install a prosthetic body. Single quote. His situation is very bad. It seems that his enemies will come to kill him in the next second. But is there really anyone in Jinghai City who is tired of living and dares to chase and kill a city defense guard? Single quote. It is still in active duty. If it is a retired soldier, the military-grade prosthetic body will be recycled, the number will be cancelled, dismantled into a pile of parts, remade, and then reassembled and numbered. Single quote. Lu Xuan was thinking while preparing the tools, medicines, plasma bags needed for surgery, and some general auxiliary materials for prosthetic implantation. He already had a rough guess about the identity of the masked man. This is a wanted city defense soldier. You committed something very serious in the military, so you fled out of fear of the crime. Did he steal or rob that awesome, war ghost type 8 inches ghost spine? Tisk, it's really hard to get the hundreds of millions of surgical fees. Single quote. Lu Xuan couldn't help but smacked his lips and sighed in his heart. Risks and benefits go hand in hand. But now that we have reached this point, it is no longer possible to give up the surgery. Moreover, he can now project and fuse super ghost genes. As soon as the operation was over, he immediately found a private place to start evolving. War ghost type 8 inches is just a spine, but it's that strong. What he projects and fuses is genes. He can break through the limits of human beings from the source of life level, and he will definitely not be weaker than the prosthetic body. Lu Xuan quickly prepared the operating room. Then I saw the old octopus walking in with the masked man. He was naked. On the stalwart body, huge muscles were knotted and piled up, and the blood was flowing. His body was extremely fit, and there seemed to be violent power dormant under his skin. Just standing there, he gave people a sense of oppression like a wild behemoth. There are scars all over the chest, back, and limbs, some big and some small, some old and some new. The arms, back of the head, shoulders, knees, ankles, there are mechanical structures exposed in many parts of the body, emitting a cold metallic luster, and the flesh and machinery are perfectly combined. When the masked man was wearing clothes, he didn't feel it was obvious, but he simply felt that he was getting bigger. Now that I take it off, the super visual impact comes to my face. Lu Xuan looked down at his small arms and legs, and then at his explosive muscles, burly and majestic body, and beast-like temperament. He couldn't help but feel deeply envious. Grandma, this is his ideal figure. This is what a man is. It's a pity that he is only 1.75 meters tall. Just because of his tall stature, he is destined to be inferior to others. Unless the projection can grow taller after merging the genes of various races. As the assistant to Lu Xuan, the chief surgeon, Old Octopus naturally also serves as an anesthesiologist. He stepped forward with a syringe filled with anesthetics, but was stopped from approaching by a big hand like a cattail leaf fan. I won't take anesthesia. The masked man lay on the operating table and coldly urged Lu Xuan on the other side. just do the surgery, speed. The old octopus was stunned. His first reaction was that this guest was crazy. A major surgery of this magnitude, without anesthesia, relying on force. Absurd. However, Lu Xun looked calm and picked up the scalpel. Puff. A knife was inserted from the back of the head, like cutting clothes, and it was cut all the way to the buttocks. The skin, fascia, and muscle layers were broken open by the blade, revealing a whole large white spine underneath. A huge amount of red blood rushed out, and the blood foam sprayed more than half a meter high. The blood flowed like a stream, flowing from the operating table to the floor. The old octopus was completely stunned. He stayed on the spot with the anesthetic syringe in his mechanical hand. He never expected that Lu Xun would take action directly without any hesitation. He quickly looked at the masked man on the operating table. However, he found that the other party did not respond at all. Instead, he glanced at him sideways and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? It's your business." "No. Little brother, do you really feel no pain?" The old octopus felt a little crazy. In fact, people really can't feel it. Although the pain editor, a military-grade prosthetic body, does not have any intuitive power, it can reduce the pain or simply block it according to the combat situation, so as to achieve zero pain. This is much more reliable than general anesthesia, and you can still stay awake. Why are you standing there? Do you still want me to shout? Spreader. Lu Xun's face was as calm as ice. He stretched out his palms towards him and said sternly, "Can you do it? If you can't do it, go out. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." He takes the operation very seriously, because the surgeon is responsible for the life on the operating table and cannot tolerate any sloppiness. The old octopus reacted after being yelled at by him, and quickly controlled one of the mechanical arms to pass the spreader over. Chi-chi. Lu Xun used the expander to spread the masked man's back to both sides, causing more blood to flow. This time, without him shouting, the old octopus automatically handed over the diversion device and drained the blood puddles on his back to avoid blocking his vision. The fuser. Lu Xun stared intently at the operating table. As soon as he stretched his hand to the side, an electric knife appeared in his palm. Use an electric knife to coagulate large amounts of bleeding points. Hemostatic forceps were also used to block the blood vessels and activate blood flow. Time passed by minute by minute. Many bags of plasma were transfused. When the masked man woke up after a long sleep, he heard the sound of ding 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 in his ears, as noisy as a construction site. It turned out that Lu Xun was swinging the bone hammer and hitting the top of the osteotome, trying to break his bones. But after hitting it more than a dozen times, Lu Xun threw away the hammer and chisel with black lines all over his head. Because he found that his strength was limited, it was difficult to cut through this guy's rib roots, let alone the thicker intervertebral joints. Is it just a low-level life level, but the physical body is so superhuman? That's outrageous. Your bones are so hard. How many strengthening injections did you get? The old octopus was also shocked. It is understandable that the non-human race has a strong body. After all, it is his racial talent. But he had never seen such a fierce human being. I can only use 4 words to evaluate. It looks like a human but not human. Don't push me, just use the bone saw. Lu Xun said calmly, use the saw if you can't stop chiseling. If that doesn't work, use the laser knife. As a prosthetist, how many bones can't be fixed? Joke. Seeing that the two of them were still busy and that the operation would not be over for a while, the masked man simply closed his eyes again and decided to sleep again. Lu Xun took a deep breath and felt a little tired, so he raised his head and straightened up. Immediately, a mechanical arm stretched out and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Then continued to bend down and perform the surgery. After a few minutes, the first vertebrae was divided and taken out. The surgery really begins at this time. Because it was only at this moment that the implantation of the prosthetic body was officially entered. Lu Xun took off the last section of War Ghost Type 8. Then carefully place it into the gap. First fix it, then use various auxiliary materials to combine the prosthetic body with the physical body and integrate it into one. This step was very difficult. Even Lu Xun raised his heart, held his breath, concentrated on it, and did not dare to make any mistakes. Very violent energy surges in the prosthetic body. In this section alone, there are nearly 100 connection points that need to be handled carefully. If you get one wrong, the operation will fail. With the help of various high-tech instruments and equipment, Lu Xun finally carefully completed the implantation of the first prosthetic vertebrae after 20 minutes. There are still 23 more to come. As expected of a military-grade prosthetic body, its complexity is completely different from that of a civilian grade one. The old octopus couldn't help but sigh, but at this rate, I may not be able to catch up with my flight. No, Lu Xun shook his head lightly, I will speed up next. Don't worry, I hope you can catch up more than you do. Haha, you guys are smart enough to book a flight in advance and run away. On the operating table, the masked man joked, but I'd like to remind you, if you want to run, run as far away as possible and completely leave the area under the jurisdiction of the Human Federation. Otherwise, you haven't run away. Just mind your own business. Lu Xun wiped the bone powder and blood on the bone saw blade and said calmly, lie down, don't move if you don't want to die. Chi chi chi. The surgery continues. 10 hours later. Lu Xun and Old Octopus walked out of the operating room with unsteady steps. The two looked at each other and saw the exhaustion on the other's face. But in addition to exhaustion, there is also excitement and joy that cannot be concealed. Did it really succeed? The old octopus asked in a low voice. Did it explode as soon as the prosthetic body was activated? No, Lu Xun shook his head and said firmly, this prosthetic body is too high level. If there is even the slightest mistake in the implantation, he will die on the operating table. On the other hand, as long as you can walk off the operating table alive, it means the implantation is successful. Ha ha ha, that's great, you really didn't disappoint me. The old octopus smiled so hard that his mouth twisted. We successfully 110 million won, let's go and share the money. Just then, the masked man also got dressed and walked out. He looked at the two of them, then his eyes fell on Lu Xun, and said in a deep voice. Thank you, friend. I never thought I would meet such a skilled prosthetic doctor in a black clinic. You were really amazing. Originally at the end of his rope, he no longer had any hope in life. I almost walked into the operating room with a certain death mentality. I didn't expect it to actually work. Thank you. Lu Xun looked calmly and asked, if you really want to thank me, can you tell me who is chasing you? Compared with before, the masked man's attitude was much better this time. His eyes were sincere and he said, there's no point even if you know. Just remember. First, they will definitely find this place within 48 hours. Second, they will not leave anyone alive. Anyone who has anything to do with me will be driven out and killed. Third, unless you can cut ties with this clinic and are confident that your identity will not be traced, run away quickly and as far away as possible to survive. Quote. This is a very serious warning. There are only 2 people in the clinic. Old Octopus must have lost touch with him. Too many people knew about his identity as a prosthetic doctor. Lu Xun was able to tell the truth, and it was impossible for anyone to doubt that a 17-year-old middle school student had prosthetic body modification skills that far surpassed those of a master. But the premise is that the old octopus doesn't get caught. The masked man said a few simple words and then left. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. The old octopus gave the 6 pieces of black gold to Lu Xun and said with a smile, ahem, you really guessed them all. Lu Xun put it away in his school bag, then looked at him with contempt and said, I just prepared for the worst in advance. When the risk comes, I won't be at a loss. He is more confident now than before. Because the super ghost gene can already be fused. How strong can you become if you use all the characteristic points you have saved for 13 years at once? Lu Xun didn't even dare to think about it. Start work quickly and follow the original plan. After all, Lu Xun had stayed here for 3 years, and there were traces of his activities in the clinic, such as fingerprints, footprints, and DNA on his hair. Therefore, the clinic must be completely destroyed before leaving. Even the slaughterhouse outside has to be burned down. The tools are all here. The old octopus came out from the grocery store pushing a cart. He had put on protective clothing and a gas mask. Although the 6 tentacles on the back are not nanoprosthetics, they can be folded and contracted. After wearing the protective suit, they look slightly hunched. He pointed to the jars of dark green liquid in his pocket and reminded seriously. Everything else is easy to say, but this thing is extremely corrosive, so be careful when using it. This is called demon scale sulfonic acid, which is an extremely strong acid synthesized from the gastric acid of the alien creature demon scale snake combined with human chemical technology. As we all know, fluorantobonic acid is 200 billion times more acidic than pure sulfuric acid. But compared with magic sulfonic acid, fluorantobonic acid is just a younger brother. The moment a chicken is thrown in, all the water in the body will evaporate, and the bones and flesh will melt into black powder. It is the #1 magic weapon for destroying corpses and eliminating traces. Only containers made of special materials can contain such strictly controlled super dangerous goods. Yeah, I'll be careful. Lu Xuan put on a gas mask and protective clothing. Then he lifted a jar of magic scale sulfonic acid with force. Walk to the clinic restroom. Spray it against the wall. There was a loud, chi-chi sound for a while, and a large amount of dark yellow toxic gas evaporated. The tiles and the concrete layer were corroded and peeled off, turning into a dark slurry. Then came the urinal, toilet, sink. In just a few minutes, the entire toilet was melted. Boy, please don't damage the load-bearing wall. The old octopus, wearing a gas mask, came over and reminded again, I don't want to be buried alive. I'm not as stupid as you. Lu Xuan urged, work quickly, don't be lazy. The operating room is the place with the most incriminating evidence and receives special attention. The two of them worked together to melt all the surgical instruments together with the operating table, including surgical gowns, medical gloves, towels for wiping sweat. They were all destroyed. Not only did they dig 3 feet into the ground, but the thickness of the ceiling was also reduced by several centimeters. Dark yellow poisonous fog enveloped every corner. There are also changing rooms, medicine storage rooms, reception rooms, and testing rooms, all of which are corroded with strong acid and become pitted. The clinic is built at the back of the refrigerated warehouse, covering an area of about 100 square meters, which is not very large. It only took the 2 men half an hour to completely destroy the entire clinic. The first step is completed. Leave the clinic and come to the cold storage warehouse. The old octopus controlled the tentacles and came over with 8 barrels of gasoline. The next step is to burn it, right? Yes, set a fire, sound the alarm, and get out of here with the people taking refuge. Lu Xuan took the bucket of gasoline and said to him, take off the protective clothing and gas mask and burn them too. Don't leave any traces. The masked man said that it would take about 2 days for the enemy to track down here. But Lu Xuan felt that he couldn't have the idea of, there is still enough time. Now that I have obtained the super ghost gene in 60 million yuan, I can make a lot of money, but I have to live to enjoy it. So race against time. They poured gasoline on the cold storage floor. Then he retreated to the door, took off his protective clothing and gas mask, and threw them inside one by one. Ouch, shit, the old octopus suddenly exclaimed. Lu Xuan, who was holding a lighter, quickly turned his head, frowned and asked, what's wrong? Don't click yet, wait. The old octopus said as he rushed in and rummaged for protective clothing. In Lu Xuan's confused eyes, he pulled out a pendant soaked in gasoline. The old octopus wiped the oil stains on it anxiously, opened the pendant, and confirmed that the photos inside were safe. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and put the pendant into his pocket with great pity. When he was taking off his protective clothing just now, he accidentally tore off the pendant around his neck and threw it into the warehouse filled with gasoline. Ha, you are really nostalgic. I still can't let go of an old friend who has been dead for more than 30 years. Lu Xuan teased him. We have been together for 3 years at least. You won't hang my handsome photo around your neck in the future, right? Bah, the old octopus curled his lips disdainfully. You are just a tool I use to make money. Now that you have quit, you have lost your meaning to me. It is better for us to forget each other in the world. Ha, each other. Lu Xuan was not angry, because to him, old octopus was nothing more than a tool to assist in making profit. Everyone is taking advantage of each other. They gather because of interests and disperse because of interests. Come out quickly. Believe it or not, I will burn you too. It will be more beneficial to me if I kill you so that no one in the world knows my identity. Lu Xuan opened the metal cover with his thumb and lit the lighter with a click. The old octopus was so frightened that he ran out quickly. The two retreated to a safe distance. Lu Xun threw the lighter into the refrigerator. Hula. The raging fire exploded instantly, swallowing everything around it. The two turned around and ran, and then heard a violent explosion from behind, and a strong wave of air hit them and knocked them upside down. Is it so fierce? Nonsense, you didn't even look at how much gasoline you poured in. Lu Xun rolled his eyes at him, stood up and patted the ashes on his body. Don't worry, I just confirmed that there is no one around the refrigerator, and it won't be affected. Innocent. He opened his luggage bag and took out 2 sets of slaughterhouse workshop work uniforms, masks, goggles, and work caps. Throw one of the sets to the old octopus. Put away the robotic arm on your back, quickly put on your work clothes, and leave with the crowd. Lin Sheng Slaughterhouse. Fire alarms blared across the sky. The slaughtering workshop, processing workshop, cleaning workshop, uniformed employees ran out of each warehouse. Is it on fire? It seems to be over there at the cold storage, quite far away. The fire is likely to spread, so take shelter first. The crowd left the slaughterhouse in an orderly manner and came to the open space outside. In just a few dozen seconds, an aircraft rushed from the sky. Members of the security guard were maintaining order and evacuating the surrounding people. People at the scene said that the fire was in a cold storage. At this time, there was almost no one in that area. The security team breathed a sigh of relief. Generally, intentional arson cases are carried out in crowded places. Now it seems that there is a high probability that the accidental fire was caused by fuel leakage. However, the specific reason cannot be known until the fire is extinguished and the harmful gases dissipate and an on-site investigation is conducted. The fire robot hasn't arrived yet. It would take a long time to put out such a big fire. I don't know who the unlucky owner of the slaughterhouse is. All kinds of livestock meat worth hundreds of thousands were burned to the ground. This will make you faint from crying. As everyone knows, the owner of the venue has already left here with 60 million people smiling. No surveillance area. An old man and a young man wearing masks talked in lowered voices. I finally understand. The reason why you set the fire is to cut off the possibility of me returning to Jinghaicheng. The old octopus slapped his forehead, and then he suddenly woke up. It will definitely be found out in 2 days that it was arson. The owner of the venue cannot be contacted and there are no remains. I will become the first suspect. If I had taken a flight overnight on the day of the fire, it would have been like admitting to the crime of arson. In this case, not only the secret forces are chasing him, but his legal identity on the surface is also gone. It is impossible to ever return to Jinghaicheng. Unexpectedly, this kid also stabbed him in the back. He is young, but the city is so deep. Although you promised me never to come back, what if you regret it one day? Who knows if you want to hide from the limelight for a while and then sneak back quietly. Lu Xun did not deny it. He glanced at him lightly and said, I can't trust you, so I have to make sure you won't regret it. We have agreed, don't try to cheat. The old octopus was immediately speechless. He actually really thought about it. But now Lu Xun has killed his little thoughts. Do you want to spend that 60 million alive? Lu Xun continued with a smile, you'd better catch this flight, because this is your only chance in this life. After leaving a warning to the old octopus, Lu Xun turned around and left, returning to the slaughterhouse not far away. The fire is still burning. There were more and more onlookers, and many people came to join in the fun. Like nearly 1,000 other employees in the factory, as a witness, he had to accept routine questioning by the security team and cooperate with the investigation. Lu Xun's answer was similar to the others. He said that he was working in the processing workshop at the time. After the explosion, someone ran in and said there was a fire and asked to evacuate. He stopped working and left in an orderly manner with everyone. Because I was afraid, I ran a little further. Anyway, the work clothes cover him tightly from head to toe. Everyone relies on their voices to identify the people around him. No one knows whether he is in the workshop or not, so he will not arouse suspicion. He also took the initiative to show his student ID card and said that he was a middle school student doing part-time jobs. It's easy to get fooled. After leaving their contact information, the law enforcement team members let Lu Xun leave. According to the agreement just made, Old Octopus went home first to simply pack his luggage, while Lu Xun stayed behind to cooperate with inquiries. After both parties disguised themselves, they met outside the airport. Lu Xun was not afraid that he would run away. After all, the opponent will soon be targeted by both black and white groups at the same time, and there is no way out except leaving Jinghai City. Where can I run? But to be on the safe side, he had to watch the Old Octopus walk into the airport, get on the plane, and even watch the plane take off in person. Otherwise, don't worry. 30 minutes later, Lu Xun arrived outside the Baiman Airport in Jinghai City. And he had already disguised himself in advance, not only wearing new clothes, but also wearing a wig, mask and sunglasses. At the agreed place, the Old Octopus who had also completed the disguise was found based on code recognition. Are you too careful? I almost didn't recognize it. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. Lu Xun looked at the time and whispered, it will take off in 20 minutes. If you dare to miss your flight, I will kill you. It's okay, I can't make a mistake. The Old Octopus didn't care and dragged his suitcase forward. There are surveillance cameras outside. Please stay away from me. Do you even need to say this? The two pretended to be complete strangers, blended into the crowd, and walked towards the airport. He walked in front. Lu Xun followed far behind. Keep a long distance. After entering the airport, he was sent all the way to the boarding gate. Lu Xun watched helplessly as Old Octopus checked in, walked into the boarding channel, and boarded the huge airliner. He took out a pair of binoculars from his bag, changed the angle, and looked through the binoculars. From a distance, I could clearly see the Old Octopus on the plane waving to me through the window. What a stupid hand, unnecessary movements. Lu Xun complained softly and raised his middle finger at him. The plane door is closed. The engine located in the belly of the fuselage spewed out violent flames, and the huge power supported the fuselage and slowly lifted vertically into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the plane roared louder, suddenly accelerated, and soared into the sky. The speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, accelerated to Mach 10 within 2 seconds, and disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. Lu Xun then put down the telescope. An expression of relief finally appeared on his face. As a result, the last person in the world who knew his identity disappeared, and will never appear again. This vote is really exciting. Lu Xun weighed the 6 kilograms of woojin in his bag and couldn't help but smile, a perfect ending. My uncle's life was saved. The completeness of the illustrated book also meets the projection requirements. Black clinics, military prosthetics, and active city defense soldiers being hunted down, these things have nothing to do with him and will become a forgotten past. However, now is not the time to go home with 60 million. Let's fuse the super ghost gene first, I can't wait for a second. His eyes were fiery and he was filled with great anticipation. 20 minutes later, a hotel near Baiman Airport. In an ordinary suite, Lu Xun closed all the curtains. He took a deep breath and communicated with his right hand. Information feedback was immediately received in my mind. Super red ghost gene, racial talent, seeking blood and chasing souls. Natural magical powers, mountain shaking power, heaven burning wrath, ghost and god transformation. Type of magic element, fire. After projection, genes will be fused to generate characteristics. Projection or not, weather, yes, there was nothing to hesitate. Lu Xun directly chose projection. Buzz. The right hand trembled uncontrollably, emitting a red light and sending out a mysterious energy, which was directed to the body, limbs and bones, infiltrating every corner and every cell. This crimson energy surged like magma flowing through the meridians. It was so hot that it seemed to be burning Lu Xun into ashes. This caused Lu Xun to be struck by tremendous pain and couldn't help but cry out in agony. Every muscle in the body was tearing apart, and then quickly healed itself, over and over again, thousands of times every second. He gritted his teeth, got down on all fours, arched his back, and was shaking violently. He banged his fists on the floor desperately, trying to divert his attention and relieve the pain by venting his strength. But it didn't work at all. This red energy went straight to the origin of Lu Xun's life, transforming it from the foundation, and even penetrated into the soul and affected the spirit. Not only every cell in the body is screaming in pain, but even the soul is screaming. Only half a minute after the fusion started, Lu Xun's clothes were soaked with sweat. Sweat, blood and some unknown black dirt are mixed together and, sizzling, discharged from every pore on the skin. No, I can't stand it anymore. Single quote. I'm going to die from pain. Lu Xun couldn't help but have these thoughts. He was dizzy from the pain and on the verge of fainting. But once the projection begins, it cannot be interrupted. He had a hunch that if he couldn't withstand the impact with his willpower and fainted early, the projection would probably lose control and fail. What are the consequences of projection failure? He didn't know, and he definitely didn't want to know. Come on. Lu Xun let out a low roar, hunched his back and lay on the ground, punching the ground hard one after another, venting wildly. The muscles on his back were squirming like fine waves, and the ripples were very exaggerated, as if all the flesh and bones under the skin had melted. His face was so ferocious that he almost broke his teeth. This evolution lasted for more than 20 minutes. When the pain left like the ebbing seawater and everything ceased, Lu Xun's tense nerves and solid will suddenly relaxed and collapsed. He finally rolled his eyes and passed out with happiness. An hour later, Lu Xun woke up again. He slowly straightened up his upper body, turned his head and saw 2 pits more than 10 centimeters deep on the floor. The tiles were smashed and the concrete was broken. Did I hit it with my fist? Single quote. Is my hand okay? Single quote. He was startled, quickly raised his hands in front of his eyes, and immediately froze. On the 2 thick forearms, the tight muscle lines are clear. Not only the wrist bones have become thicker, but even the fists have become much larger. Not only was there no injury, but the skin was fair and smooth without any blemishes. He punched the air, and a crisp, pop, sound was immediately heard in his ears. The punch was full of explosive power. It seems the fusion is complete. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously reached out to touch the top of his head. I discovered that I didn't have horns. I touched my mouth again, but no fangs appeared. He still maintains human physical characteristics. But I feel like there is a switch deep in my consciousness. As long as he wants, he can transform into another form at any time. There is much more to this instinctive awareness. For example, in addition to transformation, he feels that he can also control fire and unleash some special skills. This is the same concept as, you are born with hands and you are born with hands. In addition, there was another thing that shocked Lu Xun. That is, after the gene fusion, his illustration library has undergone many changes. The tens of thousands of biological illustrations that have been included in the past have all changed in compatibility with his genes. Blue Star's native species, such as elephants, chickens, ducks, giraffes, etc., have lowered their compatibility. But the other nearly 100 races from other worlds have all improved. For example, the genetic compatibility of the previous red crocodile tribe changed from 42.78% to 45%. This means that Lu Xun will have more and more genes that can be perfectly integrated in the future, and there will be unlimited possibilities in the future. He held his left hand with his right hand. Analysis. Analyzing. 0.3%, 0.8%, 0.15%, 0.100%. Analysis completed. Race. Life level, low. Age, 17. Current life form. Special skills. Hunting for blood and soul, red flame body, mountain shaking power. Biological characteristics. Strength LV1, hardness LV1, shock LV1, vitality LV1, burning LV1. Talent. Form switch right pointing arrow. Available characteristic points. 65,048 points. Why are there so many characteristic points left? Lu Xun looked puzzled. After taking a closer look, he suddenly realized. Projection fusion only cost about 10,000, and the remaining characteristic points can still be used to evolve again and improve the life level. After all, these are the characteristic points he has accumulated for 13 years. How could it be possible to use it up just after reaching a low level? It can continue to rise to intermediate and even advanced. But he immediately recalled the pain that was worse than death just now. He couldn't help but show a hint of timidity in his eyes. I'm not a coward, I just want to take it slow and do it slowly. Lu Xun's throat was rolling hard, and he muttered to himself, stop for an hour. I need to take a breath. It really hurts. It was as if every cell and piece of tissue in the body had been chopped up and reorganized. If there is such a torture as being put in a frying pan in hell, then the pain Lu Xun experienced just now would be of the same level. He suddenly envied the masked man for having a prosthetic artifact like the pain editor. Can directly eliminate pain. Although he is not very afraid of pain, he still has to wait for a while before doing the next one, otherwise he will really be unable to bear it. What does race mean? Lu Xun was a little dissatisfied. Can't you see that I am a human being? This all-knowing right hand is nothing more than that. The next moment, the race column really followed his will and turned into the race name, human. Current life form. Let's call it normalcy. Single quote. As for what the other form is called, I'll switch to see the effect first. Single quote. Lu Xun thought to himself and stood up from the ground. He smelled a stench, and his clothes were soaked with blood, sweat, and all kinds of dark dirt. They were very dirty. So he walked into the bathroom and took off all his clothes. When he came to the mirror and took a look, Lu Xun almost didn't recognize that the person opposite was him. The face is still the same, but the facial lines are much sharper and harder, and the trace of youthfulness that still remained has disappeared. The most exaggerated thing is the change in body shape. Originally, he had small arms and legs, with collarbones and ribs clearly visible, and there was not much meat on his whole body. But on his current body, the muscles are plump and well proportioned, and they are distributed all over the body. The shoulders are wide and the body is broad, the arms are strong, the pectoralis major is bulging, the 8-pack abdominal muscles are neatly arranged, and the latissimus dorsi muscles under both ribs can be seen from the front. The neck has become a little thicker and looks very strong. Lu Xun turned around and looked at his back in the mirror again. The back muscles are also well developed. Above the tight gluteal muscles, the erector spinae muscles are bulging and look like a rugby ball. The teres major and minor muscles on both sides of the shoulder armor are also clearly visible. The latissimus dorsi muscles are as developed as a pair of bat wings. The muscles of the physical body are not too big, but are well proportioned, coordinated, toned, and just the right size. It is full of power and at the same time has an ornamental beauty. The height has also grown a little, visually estimated to be over 1.85 meters. Lu Xun nodded with great satisfaction and commented narcissistically, a first-line male model figure. He suddenly felt that the pain he had just experienced was nothing. Doesn't it hurt for ordinary people to exercise? Muscles become stronger by tearing and healing over and over again. But there are still so many people who are addicted to fitness. Because while feeling the pain, you can also feel that you are getting stronger. There will be a sense of accomplishment, pain and joy. Switch to another form and see. Lu Xun took a deep breath and touched the switch deep in his consciousness. Buzz. In an instant, his body was shaken. The dimensions of the muscles throughout his body have increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his height has also increased little by little. In the blink of an eye, he became a 2-meter-tall muscular monster with bulging and stacked muscles all over his body, layers of folds on his brushed fascia, and surging blood. The whole person has been enlarged. At the same time, blood-colored lines appeared on the surface of the skin, and mysterious lines with an ancient atmosphere appeared on the waist, abdomen, chest, back, neck. Ah, my head feels so itchy, I feel like something is growing. As soon as the thought came to an end, Lu Xun saw 2 red horns suddenly growing out of his thick black hair above his forehead in the mirror. The fangs also appeared faintly from both sides of the lips. The color of his eyes changes from black to blood red, which is breathtaking. Even his appearance has changed, becoming extremely sinister and vicious. Lu Xun's original appearance could no longer be seen at all. The changes in his back also alarmed him. The fascia under the latissimus dorsi is stretched exaggeratedly. Layers of folds stacked up by tendons form a mouth-like shape. The teres major and minor muscles on both sides of the shoulder armor are overdeveloped, and 2 recesses appear after drawing, like a pair of eyes. Rather than calling it a Christmas tree on the back, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a ghost face. Isn't this too exaggerated? Lu Xun looked at the muscular beast in the mirror and couldn't help but be stunned. He felt like he had endless power all over his body. He could cause devastating damage with every move he made, and could even tear apart armor with his bare hands. Let's call this form the ghost body. Analyze yourself again and get information feedback in your mind. Race. Human can be renamed freely. Life level, medium. Current life form, ghost body. Special skills, hunting for blood and soul, red flame body, mountain shaking power. Biological characteristics, strength LV3, hardness LV3, shock LV2, vitality LV4, burning LV3. Talent, form switching right pointing arrow normal. Available characteristic points, 65,048 points. After the transformation, the level of life directly increased by a notch. To put it in a more fantasy way, his strength has improved to a great level. The specific manifestation is that each biological characteristic has been upgraded by several levels. I am fused with the special level ghost gene, which means that I will not have any bottlenecks before I am promoted to the special level. As long as I have enough characteristic points, the ghost body can be upgraded to the special level. Lu Xuan was a little excited. The masked man had 9 strengthening injections, but he was nothing more than a low-level life. It's just that they have a bunch of awesome military prosthetics, so their combat effectiveness far exceeds the life level. Although Lu Xuan did not have a prosthetic body implanted, he still has more than 60,000 characteristic points. He decided to evolve every hour until he ran out of trait points. As long as I can get stronger, what's the point of a little pain? Crash. He switched to normal, the ghost horns and fangs disappeared, and returned to his original appearance. His height quickly dropped to 1.85 meters, and the explosive muscles in his body also quickly shrank, becoming well-proportioned and moderate. After turning on the spray, I took a comfortable hot bath. Then I washed the clothes again. Wet clothes were put on. Red flame body. As Lu Xuan thought, fire attribute magic elements immediately surged in from all around. He controlled his body temperature and slowly grew taller. His skin gradually became red and hot, and stopped after reaching a certain level. Sizzling. Water vapor evaporates. In just half a minute, the clothes were dry. The ghosts fight with their bodies. They don't study magic, but they still know a little bit. This red ghost has a racial magical power called Wrath of the Burning Sky, which is also the only place where it needs to use magic elements. After fusing the genes, the special skill, Red Flame Body, obtained by Lu Xuan was derived from Wrath of the Burning Sky. He didn't know whether this was considered an optimization or a degradation. Kai Gui's magical power, Seeking Blood and Chasing Souls, has also become a special skill, Hunting Blood and Souls. Shaking Mountain power has not changed much. It can be seen from this that he did not actually become a ghost. Rather, it is a brand new life form that is compatible with the characteristics of humans and ghosts. By the way, the old octopus asked me to send things to people for him. Lu Xuan slapped his forehead and then remembered that there was one more thing he had not done. He opened his backpack. Inside are 6 heavy pieces of black gold. There was also a note and a bunch of keys tucked beside Wu Jin. This was what old octopus handed to Lu Xuan outside the airport. The key is naturally the key to the old octopus's home. There was a long list on the note. Old furniture, a black sofa set, mailing address, Mutton Restaurant, Heben Street, District 13. Recipient, Boss Lee. Contact information, *****, comma, old furniture, massage chair. Mailing address, Room 1509, Building 3, Sunshine Home, District 42. Recipient, Zhang Dongsheng. Contact information, *****, comma, Nima, you are reluctant to throw away even an old chopping board and want to give it away. Is the old octopus crazy? Lu Xuan couldn't help but complain. This guy made a list of all the old furniture, furnishings, appliances, and several pet cats in his house. Ask Lu Xuan to send it to his acquaintances and friends. It's understandable to give a cat as a gift, but who wants those rags? Fortunately, technology is now advanced, and express delivery companies have specialized delivery aircraft and loading and unloading robots. Old Octopus had already informed the express company in advance. He doesn't need to do it himself. Just go over and open the door and wait for the courier company to arrive. They can pack everything and send it in 10 minutes. Let's end it as soon as possible and put an end to everything. Lu Xuan got up helplessly, put his bag on his back and went downstairs. I went to the front desk of the hotel on the first floor and negotiated with the staff. I accidentally damaged the floor and lost some money. Then he put on a disguise, took a taxi, and set off towards Old Octopus's house. A single-family 3-story building in a relatively remote location. It is surrounded by walls and there is a small courtyard inside. This is the ancestral home of the Old Octopus family. It has been passed down for several generations. Unfortunately, it has no chance to be passed down. Lu Xun took out the key, opened the large iron door on the outside, and walked in. Passing through the small courtyard and arriving in front of the main building, he inserted the key into the keyhole again and twisted it slightly. Click. The door opened. Lu Xun walked out of the house. The next moment, his nose smelled the smell of blood, and his face changed slightly. After looking around quickly, he saw 2 cats, one blue and one black, in a corner not far away. To be precise, it's the body of a cat. They seemed to have been dismembered with sharp weapons, their deaths were horrific, and their blood stained the carpet red. Who killed Old Octopus's cat? Crazy. Single quote. No, this is not the main source of the smell of blood. Single quote. Lu Xun's pupils shrank violently and he suddenly looked up. Upstairs. Someone got there first and got here before him. If they were a security team member investigating a fire in a slaughterhouse, they would not be likely to break into someone's home, let alone kill someone's cat. Single quote. The intruders are the mysterious force that is chasing the masked man. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lu Xun's first thought was to retreat. All traces of the Black Clinic have been erased, and Old Octopus also left Jinghai City by plane. He has completely gotten over this matter and doesn't want to get involved again. But the smell of blood coming from upstairs gave Lu Xun an extremely bad premonition. If he didn't go upstairs and take a look, he might regret it for the rest of his life. I hope it's not what I think. Lu Xun gritted his teeth, slowly put down his backpack, and then quietly walked upstairs. He searched for the smell of blood and went all the way to the 3rd floor. The door to a bedroom was open and dimly lit. There was blood flowing from inside to the door. Creak, creak. There was a strange noise, something was moving inside, and there was a harsh sound of twisting the metal cover. Then, Lu Xun smelled the pungent smell of gasoline. The other party is going to set fire to the house. Single quote. He realized this, so he rushed out boldly, with a vigorous posture, and broke into the room in a few steps. The scene in front of him shocked Lu Xun. A corpse fell to the ground, blood flowed all over the ground, and 8 mechanical tentacles were cut off by sharp weapons and scattered everywhere. There are no words to describe the horror in his heart at this moment. Because the deceased was clearly an old octopus. A mechanical robot stood next to the corpse. It had human-like limbs and torso, and a tapered head. At this moment, he was holding a barrel of gasoline in his hand, making preparations to dump it. After hearing the noise, it stopped, slowly turned its mechanical head, and looked at Lu Xun standing at the door with its green eyes. Quote. Witnesses discovered. Action exposed. Combat mode activated. Annihilate. Annihilate. As intermittent mechanical sounds sounded, the eyes on its conical head suddenly turned dangerous red. The next moment, the robot threw away the gasoline barrel, and 2 sharp blades more than 1 meter long popped out with a clang from its arms, with a cold look. The mechanical legs vibrated like springs and charged towards Lu Xun. Laugh. The sharp blade came through the air. The speed is extremely fast. At the moment of life and death, Lu Xun's breathing stopped and adrenaline was secreted crazily. It was too late to think about anything else. He subconsciously leaned back, and the sword flashed across his eyelashes, narrowly avoiding this terrifying attack. But the opponent seemed to have calculated his reaction. As soon as the knife was finished, the robot followed up with a sharp roundhouse kick, hitting Lu Xun in the abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, he was kicked 6 or 7 meters away. His body was like a kite with its string broken, and he was heavily smashed into the debris and buried under it. Annihilate. Annihilate. While repeating the instructions, the robot quickly approached the pile of debris, raised its sharp blade and was about to stab it out. Boom! Suddenly, a huge hand suddenly came out, like pinching an apple, its thick knuckles closed together, and grasped the robot's head. Die! The 2-meter-tall muscular beast roared, lifted the robot weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand, and smashed it onto the floor with a deafening roar. The concrete floor was deeply dented, many parts of the robot's structure were damaged, and electric sparks crackled. Lu Xun had transformed at some point. The explosive muscles all over his body were bulging, the fascia on his back was stretched, and the tendons were stacked to form a grimace. His tall body burst out of his clothes, leaving only one pair of pants intact. The red horn on the top of the head, the green face and the fangs, the feeling of oppression is extremely strong. After putting the robot down, he raised his big foot and stepped down hard. Boom! The floor finally couldn't bear it anymore and a large piece collapsed. Both the enemy and ourselves fell to the second floor, smashed through the second floor, and fell to the first floor. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and thick ash was flying. The robot was broken into two parts at the waist, and cables were exposed on the abdomen, and electric sparks were shooting out. Annihilate! Annihilate! It dragged its upper body with its left hand and crawled, and with its right arm, it swung the knife and slashed at Lu Xun's chest. Just a clanging sound was heard, and the majestic chest muscles actually caused its alloy sword to fly away. Where is Johnnyma? Die! Lu Xun roared angrily and punched it hard on the cone-shaped head. The alloy head immediately sank into the ground and deflated, making a heart-wrenching sound of metal twisting and whining. Boom! Another punch, and the head was instantly shattered. Metal shattered and various parts flew everywhere. The robot finally stopped moving. In order to prevent it from resurrecting, Lu Xun punched it several times, smashing its torso and arms into pieces. Forget it if you break into a house and kill someone, you won't even let the cat go. He looked at the two dismembered cats not far away, and simply smashed all the robot's hard drives, chips, motherboards and other components. Got the enemy. Lu Xun's anger subsided a little and he calmed down a little. At the same time, a huge question emerged in his mind. Why did the old octopus die here? He had already flown away, and Lu Xun used his binoculars to watch him go. Did I see it wrong? Isn't the deceased an old octopus? Single quote. Taking a chance, he decided to go upstairs and take another look. Lu Xun rushed to the third floor and entered the bedroom. The old man with gray beard fell to the ground, his tentacles were all cut off, and there was a big bloody hole in his chest at the heart, and he would be killed with one hit. It's really you. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and couldn't help but want to rush up and give him a kick. But everyone is dead, and there is no point in desecrating the body. He wanted to ask why the old octopus came back. How did you come back? Come back so soon? The planes have all flown away, and we won't be able to reach the elf clan until tomorrow. Did he parachute and float back in the middle of the journey? Old Octopus had no reason to return to Jinghai City. Because both Black and White are eyeing him, he has no other choice. But he happened to come back, and he was so dead. The corpse was placed in front of Lu Xun. Everything that happens here is unreasonable, illogical, and devoid of any logic. It burned out Lu Xun's CPU. That's outrageous. Huh. Lu Xun took a deep breath to stop his chaotic thoughts. He squatted down and inspected the old octopus's body, and his expression immediately became serious. The old octopus's head was cut open and a large piece of its brain was missing. Now things got serious. Lu Xun suddenly realized that the murderer who killed the old octopus was not the combat robot just now. After the other party killed and silenced him, why did he still cut off part of the old octopus's brain tissue? The reason is simple. It is to extract the memory of the old octopus during his lifetime. Now that science and technology are advanced, the technology to extract memories from brain tissue has long been available. According to what the masked man said, anyone who has anything to do with him will be driven out and killed. When the other party takes the brain back and investigates it, Lu Xun's identity will be exposed and he will be hunted down. What happened? What went wrong? Lu Xun's hands and feet were cold, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by invisible hands, feeling suffocated. He thought there was nothing wrong with his plan, but he never expected that things would develop to where they are now. The behavioral logic of the old octopus has exceeded the scope of human understanding. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, but you want to come back and die. Did you come back to trick me on purpose? Lu Xun couldn't understand, but was shocked. The first thing he thinks of now is to run away. Take the whole family to leave Jinghaicheng. But that was the last resort. My uncle's life depended on a bunch of machines to maintain his life. Breathing, pumping blood, excreting, they all depended on machines. He couldn't live without those machines. It was also impossible to contact the airline to arrange a special patient cabin at short notice. Choosing to run away means abandoning a family member. Calm down, don't rush yet. Single quote. Things may turn around. His heart was beating very fast, and he took several deep breaths before calming down. He squatted down and stretched out his right hand to touch the body. Analysis. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Xun opened his eyes, a joyful look on his face. The old octopus had not died for more than 20 minutes. After the murderer finished killing the people, he left the robot to take care of the funeral, while he took the brain tissue back first. The other party is still on his way back. He hasn't gone far yet, and he still has a chance to get his brain back. Even if the other party has returned to his lair, it will still take some time to extract the memory using instruments. In theory, there is still a chance to turn things around. It is not too late. But the problem now is, Lu Xun doesn't know who the murderer is. Where did it go? In the vast sea of people, where should he look? In critical moments, Lu Xun's thinking became extremely sharp. He quickly thought of a person, his deskmate from the Necro clan. Even though it looks like a skeleton, is proficient in more than 400 kinds of undead magic and is a famous genius boy among the undead tribe. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to be sent to the People's Federation to study abroad. Magic is something that goes against common sense. Some of these magics can predict the future and reveal things about ghosts and gods. Finding someone was too easy for Thinking of this, Lu Xun immediately raised his hand, preparing to contact But he found that his wrist was empty, and then he realized that the strap of the communication device had been broken during the transformation just now, and it fell to the ground. I remember it was here. He turned around, looked at the pile of debris with lightning eyes, and walked over quickly. Jinghai number 1 middle school, classroom of class 4, grade 3. Rear window seat. Was lying on the table boredly, with a vivid sad expression on his skull face, thinking about his homework. Suddenly the communication device at his wrist vibrated. It looked down and saw that it was Brother Lu calling. Was pleasantly surprised and quickly answered the phone. Just as he was about to say hello, he was stunned by what the other party said. Da Ji Yu, don't talk yet, listen to me. I'm in big trouble and I need you to use magic to help me find someone. I remember you told me about similar magic before, right? It was stunned for a moment, then raised its head very nervously and looked around. Then he lowered his voice and asked with concern, Brother Lu, what trouble have you encountered? An acquaintance of mine was killed and I need to find the murderer or something will happen to me. Time is tight and I don't have time to elaborate. Is it convenient for you to come over? The sooner the better, Lu Xun said solemnly. When heard that it was a matter of life and death, he couldn't help but panic. I have the magic to find people, but even if I go there, I can't help you, Brother Lu. It said, we foreign students have signed an agreement with the People's Federation. We are not allowed to use magic while studying abroad. We can only defend ourselves appropriately unless we encounter life-threatening situations. Lu Xun knew about this, had told him about it before. Foreign students all wear magic sensors, which look like a silver bracelet. Once magic is used, it will sense it and automatically alarm. If you take off the bracelet without permission, the police will be called. At that time, will not only be sent back to the Necrons, but he will also face very serious punishment after returning. The cost is too much for it to bear. But now its good friend is facing a life and death crisis. Wu Er's eyes were filled with soul fire, and he was hesitating whether to violate the taboo for his brother. But I heard Lu Xun say, you don't have to do it yourself. I can guide the fire attribute magic. You just need to teach me how to use magic. Isn't this hard for you? Was shocked. I can't understand why Lu Xun, as a human, can control magic elements. But now is not the time to say that. Now that he can use magic element himself, things become much simpler. I know a kind of ritual divination magic for finding murders. It's very simple. You only need to use the blood of the deceased to draw a ritual pattern, and with 3 spells, you can track the murderer. No additional casting materials are needed, and the magic element properties are also affected. There are no requirements. Said solemnly, but there are two necessary conditions. 1. The deceased died within 3 hours. 2. The murderer must be someone the caster has seen before, otherwise it cannot be traced and located. In the end, the divination results will only show a momentary picture, which is not clear. What about Brother Lu? If it really doesn't work, I'll go over to your place. In the bedroom. After Lu Xuan heard Wuer's words, he couldn't help but frown. This tracking magic is too low level. Although beginners can easily master it, the effect is extremely poor and the limitations are also great. Of the two preconditions, the former is easy to explain, but the latter is quite troublesome. How to find out what the murderer looks like? He subconsciously looked at the old octopus's body. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a way. I also have the ability to read memories. And I just got it, fresh and hot. Hope arose in Lu Xuan's heart, and he said, "Wait a minute," then he stretched out his finger to dip a little of the old octopus's blood, put it to his lips, licked it, and activated one of the 3 stunts. Hunt Blood and Soul. Chapter 21. The ghosts have the gift of learning the memories of the deceased from their blood. After the projection, Lu Xuan also inherited this skill and obtained special effects with similar effects. This is different from the memory retrieval technology. It belongs to metaphysics, and can communicate with the dead souls of the 9 netherworlds. Once activated at this moment, his consciousness seemed to be sucked into an unknown place. Buzz. The engine roared and the scenery outside the window flew by. Lu Xuan was on a plane, which was the previous flight from Jinghai City to the Elves. Is this the memory world of the old octopus? He thought to himself, and after looking around, his eyes quickly locked on the target. Beside the porthole, the old octopus was sitting on the seat, staring at the clouds outside the window in a daze. Lu Xuan walked over and waved his hand in front of his eyes, but the other party didn't notice. Not only him, but also the thousands of passengers on the plane didn't notice Lu Xuan. He is a bystander, watching a video, and can freely control the progress of the video. Lu Xuan directly selected fast forward. Buzz. In an instant, the changes in the surrounding things seemed to have doubled in speed, which was very strange. Until a radio announcement suddenly sounded on the plane. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been notified by the captain that due to a sudden illness of a passenger, the condition is serious and requires emergency medical treatment. The plane will return to the airport immediately. We apologize for the inconvenience. All the passengers had a look of astonishment on their faces. Lu Xuan couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. Finally, I know how the old octopus came back. Because the plane is returning. Maybe this is God's will. Lu Xuan sighed and turned to look at the old octopus. The other party was obviously shocked and did not expect such an accident to happen. But that's not right. Even if the plane returns, it will take off again soon. The old octopus only needs to wait in the waiting room. Why does he have to go home? Thinking of this, Lu Xuan fast-forwarded again and dragged back the progress bar of the memory video. Until the plane landed at Jinghaicheng North Gate Airport. This is the memory world of the old octopus, so Lu Xuan's actions cannot go beyond his field of vision. He followed the old octopus and returned to the waiting room from the departure passage. A few minutes later, the old octopus received a notification. The plane would take off again in an hour. The old man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he subconsciously touched his chest, then his expression changed and he stood up suddenly. He hurriedly touched all over his body, as if he was looking for something, and his expression became more and more anxious. I see. Lu Xuan couldn't help but hold his forehead, already anticipating what would happen next. The old octopus is looking for his pendant. That pendant has been with him for more than 30 years and he treasures it very much. Now it's gone. Where did it go? Lu Xuan remembered that when he burned down the slaughterhouse before, the old octopus accidentally threw out the pendant together with the protective clothing. After retrieving it, he wiped the pendant clean of gasoline and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. But now, his clothes have been changed. Maybe I was in a hurry to pack my luggage, catch a flight, and forget the pendant in my pocket when I was changing clothes. I left it at home. You can throw away such a precious thing twice in a row. You are too impetuous and careless in doing things. No wonder your license was revoked due to medical malpractice. It is not unfair at all. Throw it away and you will never change it. Lu Xuan couldn't help but think. Complained. The old octopus seemed to have remembered it. His expression became very exciting. He was worried and hesitant, and he was struggling in his heart. It will take off again in 57 minutes, there is still time. The masked man said that he would have 2 days. We would run away immediately after the operation. It is impossible for our identity to be revealed so quickly. Quote. There's a good chance that nothing will happen if you go home. He muttered to himself for a while, then dragged his suitcase and quickly left the waiting room and walked out of the airport. It is normal for anyone to think so. Even Lu Xuan himself thought that the enemy would not move so fast and there was still plenty of time. Who would have thought that it only took the enemy 2 or 3 hours to find the Black Clinic? Could it be that there was a fire in the slaughterhouse that attracted attention in advance? All in all, this tragedy occurred because the plan could not keep up with the changes. Single-family building. The old octopus returned home anxiously, rushed to the 3rd floor and entered the bedroom. Soon, he dug out an old coat in the closet and took out a pendant from his pocket. His old face showed joy. He put the pendant on his chest with great pity, and breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, strange footsteps sounded in my ears. A tall man in black and a combat robot walked into the room one after the other. Tisk tisk, what a surprise. The man in black walked over and said jokingly, I thought the prey had escaped and was about to go home, but I didn't expect you to come back again. Ha ha ha, how interesting. His appearance is highly recognizable. The left half of his face is made of dark silver metal structure, his eyes are mechanical eyes glowing with red light, and a large area of his neck and collarbone are prosthetic. This situation made the old octopus extremely frightened. Just a few chi-chi-chi sounds were heard, and the 6 mechanical arms behind him tore open his clothes and swung in the air like tentacles, making a defensive posture. You should know why I'm looking for you. You picked up a guest you shouldn't have picked up. The man with the mechanical face completely ignored the old octopus's self-defense move. His attitude was arrogant and his tone was full of disdain. A mere despicable ant dares to interfere with our actions. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The expression on the old octopus's face gradually became calmer from the fear at the beginning. He seemed to already know the outcome he was about to face. He simply shook his head and said solemnly, I won't say anything. It doesn't matter, I didn't want to question you. The other party sneered, you just need to contribute part of your brain. Then let's see if you have this ability. The old octopus roared angrily, and 6 mechanical arms roared out like wild dragons. When the man in black saw this, he turned his wrist and a metal handle appeared in his palm. Click. He triggered a certain switch, and a green laser blade suddenly extended from the front of the handle. The man in black waved his lightsaber at will, sparks flying in the air. Tisk tisk tisk. Amidst a series of trembling sounds, he cut off all 6 of the old octopus's mechanical arms in just a few strokes like a steel knife cutting butter. The fracture was neat, and the alloy on the edge was melted by the high temperature into red molten iron, which dripped onto the floor and made a sizzling sound. Lu Xuan on the side looked straight in his eyes. This is no ordinary laser. This lightsaber is a strongly magnetically confined plasma. It is a military-grade high-tech melee weapon, which is more rare than prosthetics of the same level. He had only seen lightsaber displays in military programs and at the Jinghaicheng military parade before. But now, the real thing is in front of you. What is the identity of the mastermind behind this incident? Can you even get your hands on a lightsaber? After only 1 second of fighting, the old octopus lost all its tentacles. The next moment, the lightsaber pierced his heart, burning a blood hole that was transparent from front to back. The old octopus fell in a pool of blood. The other party killed him as ruthlessly as a chicken. There was no need for him to die, but he lost his life for an ordinary pendant. The last vote before Jinpen washed his hands was lost. He worked hard to save a huge sum of 60 million. Nowadays, people are dying before even a penny of money is spent. But to Lu Xuan's surprise, before he died, the old octopus showed no trace of fear or regret on his face. The blood-stained pendant fell in front of his face, and the lid opened, revealing the photo inside. He looked at the little boy in the photo, with complex emotions such as relief in his eyes. Plus, there's a hint of apology. Lu Xuan guessed that this apology was for him. Because the old octopus also knew that he had dragged his apprentice into the water. In the past 3 years, old octopus rarely mentioned his past. In Lu Xuan's eyes, this old man was a weirdo. Many of the other party's actions are incomprehensible. He was really curious as to why a man who was greedy for money, cold-tempered, and selfish would be willing to risk his life for an inconspicuous pendant. Even at the last moment of his life, he never showed any regret. Instead, I held the pendant tightly, feeling relieved that my mission had been accomplished. This stimulated Lu Xuan's desire to explore. The memory world is very magical. It is a false time and space composed of thinking. The speed of thinking is very fast. If you spend several years in it, only a few seconds may pass in the real world. Therefore, he directly traced the video back more than 30 years. This year, old octopus worked at the largest prosthetic hospital in the inner city. No, he doesn't have a robotic arm implanted yet, nor does he have the nickname, Old Octopus. His name is Lin Shang, and he has become a chief surgeon at a young age. He has gained both fame and fortune, and is the envy of others. At a surgery seminar, the director convened everyone to discuss plans for a special surgery. The patient is a 4-year-old boy. Although the law stipulates that minors and middle school students are prohibited from implanting prosthetics or injecting booster shots, there is one exception. When a patient is in critical condition or has a physical disability and must rely on prosthetics to survive and carry out daily activities, modification surgery can be performed on an exception basis. The little boy suffered from congenital heart disease and his blood pumping function failed. He urgently needed a mechanical heart replacement. This job was too tricky, and after discussion with several leaders, it was finally decided to let Lin Shang be the surgeon. Is this the medical accident that caused Old Octopus to have his license revoked? Lu Xuan couldn't help but frown. He pushed back the progress. The night before surgery, Lin Shang has already drawn up a surgical plan and is confident that it will not fail. After recuperating his energy, he walked into the operating room with his head held high the next day. Unfortunately, something went wrong during the operation and the little boy died on the operating table. Originally this was just a normal medical accident, but for Lin Shang, it was a heavy blow. He could not accept his failure, let alone the death of the little boy. He thinks he is a murderer, falling into deep self-blame and guilt. But this is just the beginning. The patient's death was like a fuse, triggering a series of tragedies. First, the little boy's mother committed suicide by jumping off a building because she was overly sad and suffered from depression. Then there is the father of the child. He was deeply stimulated by the death of his wife and children one after another. He also became mentally disturbed and suffered from bipolar disorder. After beating a pedestrian for no reason one night, he was sentenced to jail and served 3 months in prison. He also committed suicide in prison. A failed operation killed a family of 3. This incident also became Lin Shang's inner demon and nightmare. 3 evil spirits will haunt him for the rest of his life, leaving him no peace. Moreover, the matter got so big that it made the news. Under the pressure of public opinion, the hospital had no choice but to revoke Lin Shang's medical qualification to quell public outrage. After his reputation was ruined, he was criticized by thousands of people, despised by thousands of people, and became a street rat wherever he went. Soon, Lin Shang also became depressed, severely depressed. Just when he was about to commit suicide, an accident happened. He received news that the little boy had a twin brother. This family is not dead yet. Lin Shang suddenly found the motivation to live. He asked a friend to adopt the orphan, worked hard, and sent all the money he earned to his friend to raise the child. Due to the guilt in his heart, he never dared to visit the child. He just paid silently and atoned for his sins. Time flies, and decades have passed. The orphan has grown up and has a happy family. Until 3 years ago, he responded to the call and joined the Rift exploration team in Jinghai City. He was infected by Medusa's toxin and became a cripple. The old octopus was so anxious that in order to make money and save people, he picked up the scalpel that he had not touched for a long time. Lu Xuan couldn't help but curse. He felt like his brain cells had died instantly. My uncle once said that many people were infected by Medusa toxin during the Rift exploration operation, and only 2 are still alive today. In addition to the uncle, the other patient turned out to be the orphan that old octopus asked his friends to adopt. Is this a coincidence? No, the old octopus knew everything, but he chose to hide it. Everything is connected. 3 years ago, Lu Xuan learned of the existence of the Black Clinic by chance. At that time, Lao Octopus's Black Clinic had just opened, and he needed a surgical assistant. Lu Xuan was only 14 years old at the time, still a young boy. He was kicked out when he first came to apprentice. The old octopus didn't want to accept a disciple at all. But Lu Xuan persisted and insisted on becoming a prosthetic doctor and making a lot of money. Old octopus had to ask him impatiently why. Lu Xuan told him about his uncle's situation. After a few seconds of silence, the other party unexpectedly agreed. Now it seems that the old octopus has thought of what happened to the orphan. Both of them participated in that operation, and both were infected by Medusa's toxin. Their lives were in danger and they needed to spend 200,000 per month to survive. Out of sympathy, he accepted Lu Xuan. This can also explain why the old octopus is so addicted to money. And when talking about profit sharing before, he refused to give up even 10%. Because Lu Xuan's uncle and old octopus's creditor both need 60 million life-saving money. Buzz. Consciousness returns. Lu Xuan returned to the bedroom. At his feet, the corpse of the old octopus was already cold, and dazzling blood was dripping all over the ground. His eyes were slightly complicated. The old octopus felt that he was a sinner. This became his obsession. For this reason, he spent the rest of his life to atone for his sins. He never married and lived a simple life. That pendant that never leaves his body is not the old octopus's favorite thing, but the life of the family of 3. He stares at the photo in the pendant every day, not to remember his old friend, but to remind himself, don't forget to atone for your sins in the rest of your life. Lu Xuan didn't know how to evaluate the old guy's tragic life. After all, everyone is dead, what else is there to say? He rummaged around the bedroom and soon found 5 pieces of black gold and more than 10 million in cash and a refrigerator. So, you didn't bring the money on the plane. Asking me to help you mail the old furniture to an acquaintance was just an excuse. In fact, it was the person you wanted to send it to. The person you wanted to atone for. Can't you just say it straight? You're so roundabout, are you really afraid that I'll steal your money? Lu Xuan looked at the corpse and couldn't help but sigh. You died cleanly, but you left a mess for me to clean up. Grandma. He said some angry words. Then he found a large travel bag and put all the cash and gold bars in the refrigerator into it. Take out the note and look at it. Old furniture. Refrigerator. Mailing address. Room 302, Building 5, Shuiyanjian, District 17. Recipient. Li Zongxian. Contact information. ******. There is no need to pay attention to other furniture. In the entire list, this refrigerator is the only one that needs to be sent. But Lu Xuan was not in the mood to help him take care of these things now. He himself is not out of danger yet. The top priority is to recover the old octopus's brain from the man in black. He dialed Er's phone. Hey brother Lu, how's the situation? If it doesn't work, I'll go find you. The worst case scenario is that I'll be deported. It doesn't matter, just send it all, buddy. I'll protect you. I have already met the murderer. Dagu, just find a safe place, project the hologram over to me, and teach me the rituals and spells. Okay, wait a moment, I'll teach you in a minute. It's great to have a Necron classmate at the same table. Not long after, a skeleton wrapped in a school uniform appeared in the bedroom through a holographic projection. Holy crap, where is this? Whose body is this? Brother Lu, why aren't you wearing clothes? No, you've grown taller. And your figure has become so great. Wow, these muscles. As soon as appeared, he began to bleat. It's no wonder it reacts this way, because the surrounding environment is indeed weird. There was a corpse next to him, blood all over the ground. There was a large hole on the ground, running from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. There were scrapped robots at the bottom. The traces of the battle at the scene were obvious. Lu Xuan was wearing a pair of tattered trousers and was shirtless, revealing his strong and well-proportioned muscles. Although he has quit the muscular monster mode of ghost body and returned to normal, his figure has also changed significantly from before, and his streamlined muscles are very ornamental. When did Brother Lu, who has small arms and legs, become a male model? Was surprised. It's urgent, stop chatting and teach me quickly, Lu Xuan said in a deep voice. It reacted, nodded quickly, and walked towards the old octopus's body. This magic is very, very simple, even a beginner can master it in one go. Wu squatted down, pointed at the ground, and said to Lu Xuan, first draw the magic circle with me, and pay attention to the position of my hands. It gestured with its skeletal fingers on the ground. Lu Xuan nodded, and followed the trajectory it demonstrated, using the old octopus's blood to draw a line. The next thing is this. Just like that, holographic projection pointed at the side, and just 5 minutes later, a very strange blood-red pattern was drawn. Okay, very good. It checked it over, nodded with satisfaction, and said, next, I'll teach you 3 spells. You don't have to worry about what they mean. Just read each syllable and copy it, just like copying homework. Start from the first sentence, cough, listen carefully. Yumo, Hassan. Lu Xuan nodded, this was really not difficult. Soon, he memorized all the pronunciation methods and order of the 3 mantras, and he could pronounce them correctly for 10 consecutive tests. Finally, control the magic element to light up the array diagram, recite the spell and cast the spell. Shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Brother Lu, can a human being really control the flow of magic elements? If it doesn't work, I'd better come over. As soon as it finished speaking, it saw that Lu Xuan's skin became more and more rosy, and the temperature rose sharply. Finally, it was red and translucent, emitting waves of heat. The invisible fire elements around him were pulled and gathered together, rushing to pour into the bloody pattern on the ground. Accompanied by Guao's obscure and mysterious chanting, the arrayed patterns were lit up piece by piece, and eventually a dazzling bloody light bloomed. Buzz. The surrounding void vibrated, and the ceremony seemed to be responded to by a great being in the dark. A picture emerged in Lu Xuan's mind. Under the moonlight, a man with a mechanical face was wearing black clothes and holding a black plastic bag in his hand. He shuttled through the crowd, turned the corner, opened an inconspicuous back door, and walked into a building. The scene suddenly stopped and the ceremony ended. I didn't expect you could really control magic. Wu Er's eyes were filled with soul fire. He looked at Lu Xuan up and down in surprise, and couldn't help but ask, how's it going, Brother Lu, have you found it? Not yet, let me think about it. Lu Xuan frowned and thought. Summarize the information. This street scene is from the inner city. The shadows of familiar buildings flashed on the road. It was the clock tower. Besides, there is the sound of the river. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he opened the panoramic map on the communication device. Soon I found a clock tower by the Zaiban River in the inner city. An alley in the southeast corner of the bell tower was the place where the man in black disappeared. I know where he is. Lu Xuan nodded to Wu Er and said, thank you, Dagong. I'll cover all your homework this semester. Holy shit, really, Brother Lu, I believe in you, don't lie to me. Was extremely happy. But soon it became worried and said uneasily, Brother Lu, you don't want to go there alone, do you? What should you do if you encounter danger? Or call the police? Lu Xuan shook his head. I know it well, so don't bother, lest I get you involved. That's it, just hang up. After that, the communication ended, and holographic projection disappeared into the bedroom. The security team can't solve this problem. He also thought about simply surrendering and seeking asylum. After all, it can be seen from the opponent's methods of doing things that the enemy is also a shady rat. He will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, even doing things like breaking into homes and assassinating civilians. He can be described as an outlaw maniac. But the matter involves military-grade prosthetics, combat robots, and military-grade weapons such as plasma lightsabers. Obviously it's not simple behind the scenes, the water is too deep. And once you choose to confess, you have to hand over the 60 million obtained from opening a black clinic, which means that your uncle will still die. Oh yes, old octopus also has to hand over the 60 million. Now there is only one way before him, to enter the enemy's lair and take back the brain tissue. But the enemy is too strong. The other party is just the tip of the iceberg that has been shown so far, which makes people feel heartbroken. How easy is it to get your brain back? If he rushes in rashly, Lu Xun will probably die an ugly death. Unless he can gain greater strength in a short time. And he has never even killed a chicken, but now he wants to fight with others. The situation unknowingly spiraled out of control and reached such a serious level that he had no choice. The man in black has returned to his lair with the brain of the old octopus. After a while, they will be able to extract the memory and put Lu Xun on the must-kill list. It reminds me that the two cats in the old octopus's house were dismembered and killed. This group of people is simply vicious. The other party wouldn't even let go of the cat, so how could he let Lu Xun's family go? I'm just a doctor, I just want to protect my family. I can't be ashamed of myself, and I haven't done anything wrong. It's all you who forced me. Lu Xun gritted his teeth, with a determined and ruthless look in his eyes. With his right hand of communication and omniscience, his eyes fell on the 65,000 characteristic points, and he made a decision without any hesitation. Give me more. Use it all, leave nothing behind. Buzz. In an instant, 65,000 characteristic points were cleared in one breath. Instead, an unprecedented surge of energy surged out from his right hand. It was like a torrential flood roaring into the body, sweeping into the limbs and bones, submerging every cell. Ah! Lu Xun roared angrily, enduring the severe pain, and lay on the ground beating the ground with his fists. He was hunched over, with a high bulge on his back, and his body quickly expanded and became huge. The majestic muscles are like steel poured into iron. The fascia is drawn from root to root, and the tendons are stacked layer by layer. He subconsciously entered the form of a ghost body, and as his muscles were torn and healed countless times, his body shape continued to grow, and the dimensions of his muscles and bones were also soaring. 2.1 meters, 2.2 meters, 2.3 meters. Until it turned into a ferocious giant ghost with a height of 2.5 meters. The level of life is rising steadily, breaking through to the advanced level, and then to the special level. He rose to 2 great realms in a row. The characteristic points I had saved for 13 years were finally squandered. Roar! Lu Xun looked up to the sky and roared, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye rolled out, causing the chandelier on the ceiling to sway. He has red horns on his head, 2 giant arms spread out, a majestic figure and a majestic posture. The huge muscles all over the body are like rocks. The veins are furious and the blood is pumping. There is violent power dormant under every inch of skin. Just the size of a fist is bigger than an adult's head. Biological characteristics. Strength LV6, hardness LV6, shock LV4, vitality LV5, burning LV4. Level 6 feet hardness. I don't know if it can withstand the cutting of a plasma lightsaber. Lu Xun let out a deep and rich voice like a beast. He took one last look at the old octopus's body, waved and said goodbye. Then he grabbed the travel bag containing the money, jumped to the first floor with a bang, and picked up his backpack. Carrying the huge sum of 120 million, he jumped on his knees, crashed through the concrete wall, and came outside. Lu Xun turned around, looked at the house, and slowly raised his right hand, his skin glowing red. Magic elements surged from all around, and circles of blazing flames circled along the arm, moved forward, and converged into a huge orange-red spiral fireball in the hand. With a flick of his hand, the fireball flew out with a hurrah, and fell into the house, igniting all explosive materials including gasoline. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion swept across all directions, flattening the entire building in an instant. Its power was no less than that of a 1,000-pound aerial bomb. The raging fire devoured everything. The stalwart figure gradually faded away in the firelight. District 9 of Jinghaicheng, Wansheng Security Company Headquarters Building, top floor. In a conference room, a middle-aged man in a suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, overlooking the night view of the city. Hearing the movement behind him, he did not look back, but asked in a calm tone, "How did things go?" "I was lucky. I caught the little mouse who ran the rogue clinic, and no one was left alive at the scene." The man with the mechanical face stepped forward and took out a glass container containing brain tissue from the bag. Immediately, staff members in white uniforms came to the side, took the brain, left the room, and headed to the laboratory, preparing to use special technological equipment to extract memories from it. He asked puzzledly, "Director Zhang, do we really need to waste time on these trivial matters? If this continues, the serious business assigned by the boss will be delayed." "Business?" The middle-aged man turned around, with the dignity of a superior on his face, glanced at his subordinates, and said coldly, "You still haven't figured out your position, Hongyan. Do you really think the boss expects us to catch that iron guard? After following me for so long, you still haven't learned to figure out what I mean. I'm very disappointed in you." Forehead. Hongyan was stunned and scratched his head in confusion. "You don't need us to arrest people. In this hunting operation, our main business is to deal with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals and be responsible for the aftermath. We will deal with anyone who has come into contact with the target to ensure that nothing is missed." Director Zhang said calmly, "By the way, use our tentacles in the dark to collect target information." Red Eyes asked tentatively, "So, the boss has also arranged other forces to hunt down the target?" Director Zhang did not answer directly, but he had obviously acquiesced. When many Iron Guards retire, they not only have to hand in their weapons, but also have their military-grade prosthetics recycled and replaced with civilian-grade ones. But that guy is not ordinary, he is a special elite among the Iron Guards. In layman's terms, it is the King of Soldiers. Just after he retired, he was called into a mysterious agent organization and continued to shine. He is an extremely dangerous person. The black and white factions in Jinghaicheng have tried their best to hunt him down for so long, forcing him into desperate situations many times, but he has been able to escape every time. It can be seen that it has not been taken down until now. And he left the Black Clinic alive, which means that the powerful military prosthetic body has been successfully implanted in his body, and his current strength will be even more terrifying. Hongyan and his company are in the security industry, in name, but in fact they are selling dogs over sheep's heads, and they are doing all kinds of shady things. Doing chores and cleaning are their strengths, but hard work like this is not something they can get involved with. The boss didn't expect them to be the main force, and had already matched the Iron Guard with an opponent of the same rank. Hongyan sighed. "Our boss is really a big shot with great hands and eyes." Director Zhang nodded, looked at the time, and then got down to business. "Are you sure there are no survivors? This matter cannot be taken carelessly. Don't worry about me doing the work. I even killed his cat," Hong Yan said triumphantly. "If I hadn't been in a hurry to come back to deliver the work, I would even dig out the earthworms in his yard one by one and split them vertically." "Where is the robot you brought out?" Director Zhang asked again. "That robot was originally a civilian housekeeping model, but they illegally converted it into a combat robot. If it falls into the hands of the security team, it will inevitably cause trouble. I asked him to stay at the crime scene to destroy evidence. He should be back after a while," Hongyan reported truthfully. "Yes." Director Zhang finally smiled, patted his shoulder and said, "Go to the laboratory to see if the memory has been extracted, and deal with all the relevant people. Don't worry, this matter has been done. The boss is serious, there is a reward." Hongyan nodded, turned around and was about to leave. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, the alarm went off throughout the building. "Oops, Director Zhang, there is an intruder." A staff member rushed in with an embarrassed look, panting, "There is an intruder." "What?" Director Yang's face changed color, and he quickly turned on the holographic projection monitor and switched to the screen on the first floor. A 2-meter-5-meter tall muscular beast entered the headquarters building, rampaged and exchanged fire with security personnel. The red horn on his head, the muscles all over his body were bulging and stacked, and the visual pressure was extremely strong. It was like a ghost and God came to the world, and he actually rushed the guards on the first floor under a hail of bullets and knocked them off their feet. Suddenly, his crimson eyes turned and looked here, as if he was looking at each other from a distance from Director Zhang and the others. The next moment, a water dispenser smashed through the air, destroying the camera, and the screen instantly went black. "This is the Ghost Clan." There was an incredible look on the red-eyed face. Hasn't the Ghost Clan been extinct long ago? Are there still living ghost clans in this world? No matter who he is, he dares to come here and act wild like me. I'm tired of living like this. Director Yang's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "Activate the hidden combat department and kill him." Hearing this, his red eyes showed a bloodthirsty expression. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a smile, "Got the order, comma." Boom. Lu Xuan's huge arm swept out, like swatting flies, and knocked away all the dozen guards in front of him. As if he was in a deserted place, he easily reached the 7th floor with his giant beast-like physique. Pushing and crushing all the way, there is no one under his command who can join forces. I didn't expect it to be so simple and the enemy is vulnerable. Single quote. Just as an idea came to Lu Xuan's mind, a dull and loud, boom, sound suddenly came from his ears. A metal projectile flew through the air at extremely high speed under the action of electromagnetic ejection, and instantly hit his shoulder. The flesh and blood on the skin was torn apart, accompanied by a terrifying impact. Even his majestic body like a mountain couldn't help but lean back and stagger a few steps. Lu Xuan glanced at Guankai's left shoulder, where the wound was bloody. Although the wound was not deep, his expression became serious. Even a full-power bullet could not break his skin before, but now it was injured. It's not easy to launch a kinetic weapon with this projectile. He turned to look at the elevator entrance. 7 enemies wearing exoskeleton-powered armor appeared there. They hold electromagnetic rail rifles and are covered in silver mechanical armor, exuding a cold metallic sheen. This fully enclosed individual combat armor weighs more than 2 tons, but they can still move freely after wearing it. This armor not only has strong protective properties, but can also move synchronously with people, supplemented by power amplification. Tisk tisk, the big man is quite capable, huh? One of them opened his visor and showed his red eyes and taunted, "Surrender, I promise to make you die happily." Powered armor, electromagnetic rail rifles, plus the previous plasma lightsabers, combat robots. How can an ordinary security company obtain so much military-grade equipment? Lu Xuan was not interested in these questions. He only knows that no matter who stands in front of him today, he will tear that person into pieces. Boom. He stepped on the sole of his foot, shattering the tiles on the ground, and his body brought up strong winds, and he rushed straight towards the enemy with unstoppable momentum. HMPH, he's stubborn, kill him. Red Eyes closed his visor and made a gesture, and everyone quickly raised their guns and focused fire. The electromagnetic rail rifle fired one after another, hitting the target one by one. Blood flowers bloomed all over the body. Lu Xuan ignored his injuries, crossed his arms to protect his head, rushed to the enemy in one breath, roared and punched his huge fist straight out. Boom. One person was hit, and the armor on his chest was dented by a few centimeters, but he was not blown away by the huge force. Instead, he seemed to be sucked by the fist and stuck to the edge of the fist. The next moment, Lu Xuan's muscles all over his body were tense and stretched, and circles of ripples, visible to the naked eye, converged on the front of his fist from his thick forearm, and then exploded. Mountain-shaking power. Boom, boom, boom. Ripples penetrated the interior of the armor. After 3 consecutive huge shocks, the entire armor suddenly disintegrated and exploded. The people inside also exploded into blood mist, and blood foam mixed with skin, flesh and bone residues scattered in all directions. What? When Hongyan and the others saw this, they were so frightened that they quickly backed away and quickly distanced themselves. Kill a piece of powered armor with one punch. What kind of monster is this? As everyone knows, what Lu Xuan used in this move was not brute force, but ripples that shook the mountain. The principle of this stunt, simply put, is to use the resonance between the organs, muscles, fascia, bones, blood vessels, and even every cell in the body to form a series of vibrations from the inside out. This power is terrifying. Triple ripples erupted, directly shattering the armor and the people. Seeing that the enemy had distanced themselves, he did not dare to engage in close combat. Is it useful? Anyone who stands in my way will die. Lu Xuan shouted angrily and punched again in the air, and circles of ripples swept out like ripples. Wherever the ripples passed, the air suddenly distorted, and even the surrounding walls had a layer of skin cut off. Buzz. The 6 people were hit by the ripples and lost their balance. Their bodies swayed and they were unable to stand firm. Lu Xuan seized the opportunity, kicked off the ground and rushed out. A tall body of 2.5 meters tall stood in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant arms danced wildly, huge fists struck down one after another with destructive force, making a deafening impact. Each piece of armor twisted and deformed like a can, and there were bursts of tooth-grinding metal whines. Kill, 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 kill. Under the influence and stimulation of the Ghost Clan's warlike genes and a huge amount of adrenaline, Lu Xuan's eyes were blood red, veins popped up on his forehead, and the blood in his body was bulging. He has completely unleashed his wild nature, and there is nothing else in his mind but fighting. Like a ghost and god, destroying all enemies. One piece of power armor after another was smashed to pieces by him. In the blink of an eye, only Hongyan was left alive. Hey, hey, he unfolded his visor, revealing a sinister smile like a desperado, and his eyes were both fierce and violent. You killed so many of my brothers. That's great. What muscles. Cutting them must be very relaxing, right? With that said, Red Eyes threw away the electromagnetic rail rifle, took out a metal handle from his waist with his right hand, and pressed the switch with his thumb. Buzz. Along with the roaring sound, the 1-meter-long plasma light blade stretched out, forming a straight green lightsaber. A faint burnt smell immediately emanated from the air. In what age are you still engaging in melee combat? Hong Yan said in a sinister tone, don't you like close combat? Come on, I'll accompany you. Lu Xuan glanced sideways at the super scary lightsaber, and then at him. He didn't choose to get closer, but suddenly raised his hand. Red flame, hula, magic elements gathered from all directions, and raging fire roared out, like a raging fire dragon. It penetrated through the opened visor entrance and swallowed up the Red Eyes in an instant. The screams only lasted for a second and then stopped, followed by bursts of the smell of burnt barbecue. The body with Red Eyes wrapped in power armor fell down. The lightsaber fell to the ground with a clang, and the plasma blade retracted. In what age are you still playing close combat? Lu Xuan curled his lips. Idiot. Ever since he entered this building, he had been resisting the urge to use the red flame body, a special skill that allows him to attack from a distance. Even when he was attacked by a hail of bullets, he still managed to resist with his physical body, deliberately paralyzing the enemy, making them think that he has no long-range attack means and is just a reckless man with brute strength. The wait is now. After all, he had seen the power of the plasma lightsaber in the old octopus's memory world. It is said that the most powerful lightsaber can even vaporize tungsten steel at the moment of contact. Even though he already has the hard trait of level 6, he is still wary of this high-tech weapon and is afraid of dying if he tries it. So he chose to deliberately hide his clumsiness and kill the enemy by taking advantage of the situation. The commotion is a bit loud and needs to end as soon as possible. Lu Xuan whispered, picked up the lightsaber and put it in his bag. Then continued to kill upstairs, looking for the old octopus's brain. Crunch. In a heart-wrenching sound, the alloy door of the laboratory was twisted into a twist. The surrounding walls also suffered from spider web-like cracks under the huge pressure. The beast-like man tore the door off the wall with his bare hands, and walked into the room with heavy steps. A pair of eyes full of fear focused on this burly body, and more than a dozen staff members huddled in the corner, keeping silent. Lu Xuan threw the door aside casually, looked around coldly with red eyes, and asked in a deep voice. Where's the brain? Don't make me ask a second time. Everyone's face was pale. Such a majestic body and a beast-like temperament gave people too much oppression. Especially now that Lu Xuan was covered in blood, with shocking wounds covering his body, which added to his intimidation. The devil muscle man is so terrifying. Over there. In the instrument. They all raised their hands and pointed to the same place. Lu Xuan looked away and looked over. A piece of bloody stuff was stored in an instrument used for memory retrieval. Astonishingly, it is part of the brain of an old octopus, including most of the pituitary gland, hippocampus and deep nuclei. At this time, the machine's extraction process has come to an end, and the memory picture of the old octopus is about to be peeled off. Boom! Lu Xuan showed no expression as he raised his hand and threw out an orange-red spiral fireball, easily destroying and incinerating the entire instrument. After doing this, he reached out to the crowd with his giant arms, held the waist of a female researcher with his bare hands, and brought her to his eyes. He opened and closed his bloody mouth with his fangs exposed, and asked, "Where is your leader? The most top." The woman was frightened and cried immediately, choking on her sobs. Don't eat me, please, don't eat me, woo-woo. Lu Xun gave her a strange look and said, I'm not a monster. How can I eat people? Can't you see that I'm a human? Can't you see? I can tell, of course you're human. She almost subconsciously told the truth, but fortunately she quickly changed her words and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. There is no doubt about this. Yes, quite honest. Lu Xun loosened his thick knuckles and put her down. Then he turned and left the laboratory. The figure with a huge, muscular grimace disappeared from sight, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This monster is so ignorant. That's right, how does he look like a human being? It's really scary. I was really afraid that he would eat me in one bite. It wasn't until Lu Xun was far away that they dared to complain in a low voice. On the top floor, the chairman's office. Lu Xun broke in through the door with a bang. His soul-catching red eyes immediately locked onto the middle-aged man inside. Boom boom boom. Zhang Dong fired 3 shots with trembling hands, and one of the electromagnetic projectiles hit the target. Lu Xun stood like a mountain, his body motionless. He glanced sideways at the bleeding hole on his left shoulder, then raised his head and focused his gaze on Director Zhang. Are you behind all this? He asked in a deep voice, raised his feet and stepped forward, slowly approaching the other party with his 2-meter-5-meter body. Director Zhang gritted his teeth and wanted to pull the trigger. The next moment, his whole body was lifted up in the air by a giant hand. The 5 fingers were like indestructible steel bars, tightly holding his body, preventing him from moving at all. Haha, you think I am the mastermind behind this? You are wrong, you have no idea what kind of existence you have offended. Knowing that he had no way to escape, Director Zhang became crazy and shouted. You are dead, no one can save you. Just wait, no matter how deep you hide, my boss will find you, and kill your whole family. You shouldn't have interfered with this matter at all. You offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Click. Lu Xun thought he was noisy, so he simply put his fingers together and pinched him gently, and the whole world fell silent. He reached out and dipped some of Zhang Dong's blood, put it to his lips, licked it, and activated blood hunting and soul hunting to communicate with the spirits of the dead. Soon he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the other party's memory. The wanted masked man before turned out not to be an active city defense guard, but a secret agent named Zhang Xinghai. For reasons unknown, he defected. Above Director Zhang, there is a mysterious boss. Director Zhang is not very clear about the specific identity of this boss. He only knows that the other person is a very big shot and has very terrifying energy in Jinghaicheng. He is just a dog kept by the boss, specialized in helping the owner handle some dirty work. Powered armor, plasma lightsabers, electromagnetic rail rifles, these equipment all come from that person. As for why the other party wanted to pursue Zhang Xinghai, Director Zhang didn't know and didn't dare to ask. Anyway, as a good dog, he will bite whoever his owner tells him to bite, without knowing the reason. Lu Xun was actually not interested in these either. He retrieved Zhang Dong's memory just to reconfirm the safety of his identity. The old octopus is dead and its brain has been incinerated. No one in the world will be able to find Lu Xun's head based on this clue. At this point, he has basically escaped from this vortex. Hula, the raging fire devoured Zhang Dong's body and burned it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Police sirens were heard in the distance. It won't be long before drones and police aircraft will surround the building. Lu Xun didn't delay any longer. He jumped directly, smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, and flew out. With its powerful momentum, it flew dozens of meters into the air and landed directly on the bell tower next door. Its bouncing power was quite astonishing. Then they flew over the eaves and walls one after another in the night, and disappeared into the shadows in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, in a luxuriously decorated room. A man in formal attire is sitting on the seat. His hair is meticulously combed and he is well dressed and exquisite. He is watching the video in front of him with interest. In the video, it is the battle process of Lu Xun wreaking havoc on the security company. Including the battle in which he single-handedly destroyed a power armor team with 1 against 7, it was also recorded by a hidden camera. Finally, I saw my good dog being crushed to death and his body being incinerated. There was no anger on the man's face. Instead, his demeanor was calm and his expression unchanged. "I've finished reading it, so what?" He looked at his subordinates standing respectfully in front of him and asked, "Where did this stupid guy come from?" Mr. Shu, the identity of the other party is unknown. He looks very much like a ghost, but his physical features are very different from the ghost's. There is a high probability that he is a human who has been injected with a special mutant medicine. An older subordinate analyzed in a low voice. "According to my assessment, he is already at the level of a special level 4 warrior, but the strange thing is that he is obviously not good at physical skills, and his fighting method is very rough." The subordinate's statement was quite euphemistic. Isn't Lu Xuan's physical skills just rough? There is simply no skill at all. Like a layman, he only knows how to throw the king's 8 punches randomly. Obviously he has not learned fighting techniques systematically. But his physical body is too strong, he is extremely powerful and invulnerable, and he just managed to penetrate the entire security company without any need for skills. "It's just a little mouse, it's insignificant," Mr. Shu said lightly. "I'll settle things with him slowly in the future." "Is there anything else?" "Well, Zhang Yiming is dead, and the security company was seized by the Public Security Bureau for concealing various military equipment. If the dog dies, raise another one. As for the leakage of ordnance, you don't have to worry about it. Let them investigate." Mr. Shu waved his hand impatiently and said with a gloomy expression, "In the future, don't ask me about such things as old sesame and rotten millet. Kill what should be killed and bury what should be buried. Do you still need my guidance?" After that, he stood up from his seat, straightened his appearance, turned around and walked towards the back. Then his face changed at the speed of light, and he put on a gentle smile that was as refreshing as spring breeze. He took the speech from the beautiful female assistant, walked out behind the scenes, and slowly stepped onto the podium facing the flashes of countless cameras and cheers. Under the dazzling spotlight, there was a sea of people, and tens of thousands of blazing eyes focused on him. "Congressman Shu, the pride of our District 3. This man is still as upright and kind as ever. The election is coming, we support you to become the new speaker. Come on." The citizens screamed, shouted, and enthusiastically dedicated their hearts to Congressman Shu. In the outer city, under a remote broken bridge. "Call." Lu Xuan gasped for breath, breathing heavily. His 2.5-meter tall body slowly shrunk, the bulging devil muscles became smaller as if they were leaking air, and the bones also retracted with a crackling sound. In the blink of an eye, he exited the ghost form and returned to normal. He glanced down at his body and gasped. There were hundreds of shocking wounds and bloody holes covering the torso and limbs. The wounds in many places were so deep that bones were visible, and blood was pouring out. This level of injury is enough to put any normal person in the ICU. But Lu Xuan's actions were not affected, and he even felt that his physical condition was still very good. After returning to normal, his life level temporarily dropped from special level to intermediate level, slipping down 2 major realms. Although the dimensions of his muscles have shrunk tremendously, his physical body is still strong. On the surface, it looks like a normal human body shape, but in fact, the muscles of the ordinary land have ultra-high density, and the hardness of the bones is comparable to that of superalloy. Characteristics: Strength LV3, Hardness LV3, Shock LV2, Burning LV2, Vitality LV3. Under normal conditions, there is still level 3 inches vitality, and the vitality is extremely strong. The impact of a mere fatal injury is negligible. It's just that the sight of being covered in blood is a bit scary. If they go home like this, Auntie and Xiaoyu will probably be scared to death. Wow! Lu Xuan fished out a huge waterproof travel bag from the river, opened it and inspected it. After confirming that all the 120 million in cash was still there, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This vote is so exciting. The old octopus is dead. Even Lu Xuan himself almost fell into it, but luckily he saved the situation at the last moment. The wages of avarice is death. Facts have proved that no matter how meticulous the plan is, there is still the possibility of accidents. If you look at the flying plane with your own eyes through a telescope, can you still return? It's so outrageous. This is the so-called fate. The wisest choice is not to take risks easily from the beginning. If Lu Xuan's family hadn't been in danger and urgently needed the 60 million life-saving money, he would never have done this business of losing his head. The ghost gene has a great influence on my character. Lu Xuan pursed his lips, recalling the previous bloody scenes in his mind, and his face couldn't help but turn a little pale. Just now, we had a killing spree in the headquarters building. The battle was hearty and the whole process was exciting. There is no fear or worry in the heart, no hesitation and kindness, only decisive killing and high-spirited fighting spirit. The violent factor imprinted in the DNA of the Ghost Clan made Lu Xuan also become cruel, brave, and vicious. Now that normalcy has returned, all kinds of emotions are flooding into my heart. Thinking of the painful wails of those people, the fear before death, and the bloody limbs. He couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. This was his first time killing someone, and he had killed a dozen more. Although those people are all outlaws who have done all kinds of bad things, they all deserve to die. But Lu Xuan still felt some physical discomfort. He stood under the broken bridge and took dozens of deep breaths before expelling those bloody images from his mind and adjusting his mood. Dee. The communication device in the travel bag rang. Lu Xuan picked it up and saw that there were dozens of missed calls and text messages. He stopped his aunt from murdering her husband early in the morning, and then went out without saying anything. It's already early in the morning, he hasn't returned home yet, and he can't be contacted. My aunt must be very anxious. My uncle has become like that. As the only man in the family, if something happens to Lu Xuan again, the family will be over. I'm fine, don't worry. I'll go home later. You go to bed early. He sent a text message back to his aunt. After throwing the communication device into the travel bag, Lu Xuan jumped into the river with a pop and washed all the blood from his body. Then he left the broken bridge with the money and rushed home, shirtless and bare-legged. There are many homeless people on the roadside in the outer city. Lu Xuan encountered many people on his way home. He took out a few banknotes, bought a set of old clothes from a middle-aged homeless man, and put them on to cover up the scars all over his body. Half an hour later, he successfully returned home. Crunch. Lu Xuan opened the door and walked in with his travel bag. The lights in the house were on. He closed the door gently and walked lightly into the living room. Then I saw my aunt curled up on the sofa with her knees in her arms, her head lowered. Apparently she had been waiting for her nephew to come home. She couldn't bear it anymore until the early morning and fell asleep without realizing it. The table was covered with dishes, but they were all cold. Lu Xuan's eyes were complicated and he couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 years, I have seen this scene countless times. But that's where it ends. From now on, everyone no longer needs to work so hard. Lu Xuan put down the travel bag, then went back to the room to get a blanket, and gently covered his aunt. Good night, sweet dreams. Single quote. He said silently in his heart. Click. Turn out the lights. Returned to his bedroom. After taking off all the blood-stained clothes, Lu Xuan pulled out a medical box from under the bed. Open the box and take out the medical needle and thread, alcohol, and cotton swabs. First, several hideous wounds on the lower limbs were sutured, then the arms, waist and abdomen, chest, shoulders, neck, forehead. Feeling the sour and refreshing taste of the needle and thread, chi passing through the flesh and blood, he couldn't help but gasp frequently. But compared to the pain of evolution, this is nothing. After sewing dozens of large and deep wounds, Lu Xuan stopped. I can't reach my back, and I'm too lazy to sew the minor injury. Forget it, let's leave it at that. He muttered something to himself. Simply put away the needle and thread, take out the bandage and wrap it around casually. Then climb into bed, get under the covers, and go straight to sleep. The vitality is so strong that one can be so willful. If he hadn't considered that bleeding would stain the sheets and bedding, Lu Xuan wouldn't even bother to treat the wound. Too many things happened today, and he was so sleepy that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next day, Zhang Jingfei woke up slowly, opened her eyes blearily, and stretched. Then she noticed the blanket covering her body and the clean dining table. Then she realized what she was doing and sat up from the sofa. Has Xiao Lu gone home? This kid didn't wake me up even when he came back. He must have not eaten last night. The first thing that came to her mind was her nephew, and she quickly stood up, ready to go to Lu Xuan's bedroom. Suddenly I tripped over something. She looked down and spotted a huge travel bag next to the sofa. The bag was wet and there seemed to be some blood. She hesitated and opened the bag slightly. The next moment, she was stunned, her heart was beating hard, her body couldn't help but tremble, she couldn't believe what she saw. In the bag was money, lots and lots of money. A whole travel bag full of bills. In addition to stacks of bundled cash, there are also pieces of black gold bars marked with 1,000 grams. Each gram of black gold is worth more than 10,000 yuan, and 11 kilograms are stuffed into the bag. How much does it cost? Hundreds of millions, right? Oh my gosh. She has never seen so much money in her life. Zhang Jingfei couldn't help but stopped breathing. Faced with so much money, the first thing that came to her mind was not that her husband had been saved, nor that her family life had gotten better, but what price had Xiaolu paid for this? This kind of windfall must be exchanged for life, right? Call out. She quickly closed the zipper of her travel bag, and then trotted toward her nephew's bedroom in great anxiety. I told you it's okay, it just looks scary, but it's actually just a skin injury. Lu Xuan comforted him in a helpless tone. Skin injury. Auntie's voice suddenly rose. She pointed to the wound on her nephew's back with a look of disbelief on her face. I can see the bones. Look, it's still moving. Do you think such a deep wound is a skin injury? You actually slept like this all night. No, I have to take you to the hospital. Call an ambulance now. Seeing that his aunt was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes, Lu Xuan had no choice but to patiently explain to her. Due to some reasons, my physical fitness has changed. This injury really doesn't matter. Just look at it if you don't believe it. After that, he stood up, showing off his height of over 1.8 meters and his well-proportioned and toned muscles. He bounced back to normal, his movements unimpeded at all. When my aunt saw that her nephew was jumping around and didn't look like anything was wrong at all, her anxious mood was relieved a little. Have you taken the booster injection? It's over, you will lose your qualification for the college entrance examination. She then started to worry about Lu Xuan's future. I didn't get any injections. Don't worry, I can pass the drug test, Lu Xuan said confidently. The reason why the law prohibits minors from injecting genetic enhancement drugs is because such drugs have serious side effects on the human body and can shorten lifespan. Especially for adolescents whose bodies are not fully developed, the damage is greater and irreversible. But Lu Xuan's projection process is essentially a perfect level of genetic fusion without the slightest trace of pharmaceutical ingredients, which is equivalent to pure natural evolution. Don't be afraid of drug tests at all. After being comforted by Lu Xuan one after another, her aunt gradually calmed down. She is not stupid, she knows that the windfall of more than 100 million in the living room cannot be seen. The source of the nephew's injuries is not simple, and it is easy to get into trouble if he goes to the hospital. Well, she sighed, rubbed Lu Xuan's head with great distress, and said softly. Get down and let me sew up the wound on your back. Lu Xuan said, and lay down obediently. While her aunt was stitching up his wound, she hesitated to speak. In fact, she had many questions to ask her nephew and wanted to know what happened last night. Where does the money come from? What caused the bruises all over his body? Has he done anything harmful? Etc. But she didn't ask in the end. He just said quietly, Silly boy, we are not worthy of you doing this. Although he has raised her for more than 10 years, she is not his biological child, so there is no need for him to do this. Lu Xuan remained silent. After a long time, he whispered. Don't worry, I have solved all the troubles. I partnered with another person to finish this job, but he is already dead. That money can buy 2 lives, one is my uncle's, the other. He briefly talked about the old octopus. Anyway, his family has known that he worked in a black clinic over the years, and it is not a secret. After hearing this, my aunt couldn't help but feel a little sad, and at the same time she felt a little scared. The old octopus died, and his nephew came home bruised and bruised. This is the price of 120 million. Lu Xuan didn't say the specific details. Even if it was a family member, the explanation would be enough. I didn't do anything morally wrong, and I can take the money with peace of mind. He smiled and said to his aunt, when my uncle is cured, our family's life will be back on track, and we won't have to live so hard anymore. I would rather work harder than take risks. Auntie poked Lu Xuan's head and raised her eyebrows. You have been precocious compared to your peers since you were a child, and I won't ask too many questions about you. But you have to promise me that you won't do this again in the future, even if it's for the sake of your family. Yes, Lu Xuan nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I won't worry you anymore. The two of them chatted one after another. Soon, his aunt finished sewing up the wounds on his back and bandaged them. Are you hungry? I'll go out to buy some food and come back to cook for you later. She warned seriously, don't go anywhere recently. Eat well, have a good rest, and heal your injuries first. At school, I will ask the class teacher for leave for you. Anyway, just stay at home and I will keep an eye on you. The tone didn't sound like a discussion, so Lu Xuan had no choice but to nod. Auntie left the bedroom and closed the door behind her. He was covered in bandages, lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, thoughts swirling in his mind. Although this time it was indeed thrilling, at least it was accomplished in one battle. After taking off the black doctor vest, he can return to normal life and stay away from those disputes. After that, I went to school normally, took the college entrance examination, and went to a prestigious school. A better life seems to be beckoning to him. Lu Xuan's ideal major is mecha manufacturing and repair. Of course, considering his path to becoming a strong man in the future, he can also major in archaeology. As an archaeologist, it was easier for Lu Xuan to collect biological illustrations, accumulate characteristic points, and continue to become stronger. Although the current world situation is relatively stable and there is no need to fight and kill, this incident made Lu Xuan clearly realize the dark side of society. It seems that the years are peaceful, but in fact, the clouds are treacherous, and Jinghai City is far from as peaceful and safe as it appears on the surface. In those invisible corners, there are shocking dangers everywhere. Therefore, he must continue to increase his strength and cannot be satisfied with the status quo. After fusing the red ghost gene before, the nearly 100 different world race illustrations he had collected have become more compatible with his genes. But after spending 65,000 characteristic points and stacking the ghost body to the special level, the fit has not changed at all. This shows that only by continuing to integrate new genes can the degree of compatibility be gradually improved. What's more, after evolving to a super life form, Lu Xuan felt that he had encountered a bottleneck. If you want to increase your ghost body, you need to consume a lot of characteristic points. Before reaching the special level, upgrading is easy and stress-free. After all, what Lu Xuan merged with was the special red ghost gene. He was copying his homework and retracing the path he had already taken. But after reaching the special level, there is no road ahead, and it takes multiple characteristic points to forcefully open it and continue moving forward. The price-performance ratio is really too low. So Lu Xuan's plan A is, save the characteristic points first. It will be much more efficient to upgrade after collecting the Lord-level red ghost genes. Of course, there is also plan B, looking for other races with a compatibility of 99% plus and integrating new genes. The more the merrier. The above two plans are not contradictory and can be carried out simultaneously. I have to find a way to earn trait points. Lu Xuan looked at the characteristic points whose balance showed 0, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. 13 years of accumulation, all spent overnight. In the future, it will be almost impossible to imagine rushing through 4 realms in one breath like this time. There is only one way to obtain characteristic points, analyzing new things and collecting new illustrations. It is a process that accumulates over time. Ever since he traveled across time when he was 4 years old, Lu Xuan had to touch every new thing he saw. To this day, he has analyzed almost all living and non-living things that come into contact with in daily life. Only books can steadily provide other characteristic points. Books are just carriers, the real value is the knowledge and information in books. However, the efficiency of obtaining feature points through reading is very low. According to Lu Xuan's calculations, he would have to analyze hundreds of unread books to obtain one characteristic point. If he relied solely on reading, he would probably have to wait for many years to break through to the Lord level. Take your time, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lu Xuan comforted himself. Then he remembered that he had harvested a trophy last night, and it seemed that he hadn't analyzed it yet. He immediately got out of bed and took out a pure black metal handle from the depths of the closet. It's that green plasma lightsaber. Analysis. Analysis completed. Included non-biological illustration X1. Characteristic points +268. Illustrated book 1 generation plasma cutting device. Completeness 100%. Material composition, internal structure, operating principle, year of manufacture, ultimate power. A flood of information floods into your mind. Lu Xun quickly learned all the secrets of this lightsaber. It is a first-generation lightsaber whose core is a precious crystal material built into the hilt. After pressing the button, the crystal will release a huge amount of plasma, and under the constraints of a strong magnetic field, form a narrow and blade-like plasma beam. This kind of crystal is called Mayan crystal. It is not a native product of Blue Star, but comes from another world and comes with the intersection of the celestial sphere. Of course, this raw material is occasionally produced in the cracks and is a rare resource. Baby. Lu Xun's eyes shone and he couldn't put it down, playing with the lightsaber. Even if it is just a first-generation lightsaber, it is of military grade and strictly controlled, and civilians have no chance to come into contact with it. The idea of giving it a try came to his mind, so he raised his right hand. With a thought, the right palm began to grow larger and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the right hand in the form of a ghost. The knuckles were extremely thick, and the giant palm was so big that it could hold Lu Xun's own waist. The skin of the palms is also covered with a light red membrane, similar to the cuticle. Don't underestimate this film. Even bullets with full power cannot break it, its defense power is extremely amazing. The rigid nature of level 6 is not false. Except for his right hand, all other parts of Lu Xun's body were normal. This is a little trick he accidentally discovered last night. It can transform into a complete ghost form, or it can only control parts of the body to perform small-scale mutations. Even the degree of mutation can be controlled, low power or full power, completely as you wish. At this moment, he mutated a ghost's right hand, and it was a right hand in an extreme state. Then he gently cut the plasma blade of the lightsaber towards his palm. Laugh. The membrane on the surface of the skin only lasted for a second before it was broken by the lightsaber. Lu Xun hurriedly took away the sword and directly disconnected the energy source to turn it off. He glanced at the shallow marks left on his palms and couldn't help but gasp. This is a lightsaber. Lu Xun was deeply shocked. Fortunately, he didn't rush up to fight with red eyes last night, otherwise he would definitely be seriously injured. While he was scared in his heart, he also had a sincere awe for human military technology. As far as Lu Xun knows, the Human Federation's current lightsabers have been developed for more than 10 generations. The lightsaber is just a melee weapon to assist in combat. Its significance to warriors is equivalent to that of daggers and fighting knives. It is inconspicuous among many military weapons. Mechas, blasters, wave cannons, force field generators, these ruthless jobs are the foundation for the People's Federation to stand in the world. The first-generation lightsaber in Lu Xun's hand was probably optimized by the City Defense Army because the version was too outdated, which gave the boss the opportunity to resell the weapons and use them for personal use. Although I have some strength, it is far from enough. Single quote. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but if I encounter a tough opponent, I will be tortured badly. Single quote. Lu Xun looked serious and thought to himself. After seeing the power of the lightsaber, he realized his own weakness. It was not inflated by a victory last night. Even though he already has the level of a super warrior. Don't think that Jinghai City is just a second-class small city. But if he jumps too much, he can be crushed to death. If the City Defense Army casually dispatched an ancient version of a first-generation mecha, Lu Xun might not be able to defeat it. So he decided to try his best to abide by the law and be a good citizen from now on. The reason why I say, try your best, is because he now has a private collection of weapons, and he cannot hand them over, because he cannot explain the source. He hid the lightsaber deep in the closet, shrunk his right hand, and returned to normal. Then lay back on the bed. In the following time, Lu Xun searched online again and found out the realm divisions of the People's Federation. In fact, it cannot be said to be realm, but combat effectiveness rating. Inferior, low, medium, high, special, lord, king. Each level has subdivisions from levels 1 to 9. It is evaluated based on combat effectiveness, not life level. For example, super level life forms basically have super level combat power. But low level beings may not be unable to have super level strength. Just like Zhang Xinghai, who retired from the Iron Guard and became an agent. He only has a low life level, but has a bunch of military-grade prosthetics implanted in his body. His true combat power will definitely be very terrifying. Lu Xun didn't know the specific criteria used by the People's Federation to evaluate combat effectiveness. I don't know which level of special level one belonged to. Fortunately, he found a way. There are several big-name prosthetic stores that sell combat strength detectors. The target's combat effectiveness can be evaluated in real time. It can not only evaluate the rank, but also give specific combat effectiveness values. For example, Xie Manu's combat power is 5. When she holds the kitchen knife, it will become 10. When she holds the gun, it will become 100, and even when she rides on the Luxon beast to fight, it will soar to 110,000. Lu Xun decided to buy one tomorrow. It wasn't expensive anyway. By the way, he plans to buy a pair of nano machine pants and nano short t-shirt. Otherwise, when I transform in the future, my clothes and pants will be blown out, and it will be a little unsightly to walk around in public. Lu Xun fell asleep for a while again, and was woken up by a strong fragrance. He wiped his saliva, quickly climbed out of bed, got dressed, rushed out the door, and headed straight to the kitchen. It smells so good. Auntie, what are you cooking? He stood at the door of the kitchen and looked in with his head stretched out. But his aunt's hand pushed him back. She was wearing an apron, with her left hand on her hips and her right hand holding a spoon. She said angrily, "You have just stitched up the wound, please don't move. Go back and lie down, and I will bring the food to your bedroom later." "I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, can I do some somersaults to show you? If you dare to stir up the pot, I will pour this pot of chicken soup." My aunt's almond-shaped eyes widened and her eyebrows stood up, indicating that she was not someone to be trifled with. This kid has hundreds of stitches on his body. Don't you feel confident about it? Still doing somersaults? But how could Lu Xun, a dignified man, lie in bed and let his family serve him dinner? That would be too suspicious. He rolled his eyes and threatened in a low voice, "Auntie, do you want Xiaoyu to know that her dear brother has more than 100 wounds on his body? God, I can't even imagine how she must have cried. Do you dare to think?" Quote. Zhang Jingfei. She glared angrily at her smelly nephew and stopped talking. This confrontation was ultimately won by Lu Xun. Easy to handle. He chuckled, turned around and left with his hands behind his back, very arrogantly. Not long after, Xiaoyu also walked out of the room, also woken up by the rich fragrance. She was wearing bare pajamas, with a dazed look on her pretty face, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Good morning, brother, ha. Xie Manu yawned and stretched, staggered to the sofa, sat next to Lu Xun, and casually slapped her brother on the stomach to say hello. The next moment, her eyes widened, her sleepiness disappeared, and she touched with her little hands. As if she wasn't sure, she touched again. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Xun. Abs. Xie Manu was shocked. She just took a nap. Why does my brother have abdominal muscles? Not only his abdominal muscles, but after she carefully looked at the person in front of her with her beautiful eyes open several times, she realized that his overall figure had changed. He has broad shoulders and a broad body, slender limbs, and strong facial features. You can vaguely detect muscle lines through his clothes. Male model figure, masculine charm. Oi, brother, did you get a booster shot? What do you think? Lu Xun was too lazy to answer her. Let me touch your flesh. She leaned forward excitedly, trying to put her little hand under her brother's clothes. Touch your ass. Lu Xun rolled his eyes and brushed her hand away unceremoniously, "10 yuan to touch it once." Xie Manu pursed her lips, then turned her head with disdain. "You really think I'm rare? It's just abdominal muscles, it's not like I've never seen them before." She pretended not to care, but when her brother let down his guard, she suddenly swooped over like a tabby cat, trying to make a sneak attack. But how could she hide this little trick from Lu Xun? It was easily countered. Ouch, let go, don't pull my hair. Xie Manu was in pain and immediately begged for mercy. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Lu Xun then let go of her ponytail. Don't mess around, or I'll beat you up. He warned, if you want to touch her, you can touch her through your clothes. What's the point of wearing clothes? Cheapskate. She gritted her teeth and said, just pay, I'll just go to the cowherd's shop to spend money. Bratty little Lu Qian waits for me, I'll withdraw the money now. Lu Xun didn't take it seriously at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his eyes bulged and he realized the seriousness of the matter. He grabbed Xie Manu's ponytail to subdue her, and interrogated her with a serious face. You know cowherd's shop at such a young age. How many times have you been there? And you dared to call yourself mother. Please tell me the truth. Otherwise I won't be able to spare you today. Woo, I heard it from the girl in the next class, but I've never been there myself. Just kidding, don't be so mean. She finally recognized her family status. Her face was so miserable that she didn't dare to make any mistakes again. Do all high school girls nowadays have so much fun? You're just a freshman in high school and you dare to go to that kind of adult entertainment venue. Lu Xun was stunned and let Xie Manu go. Then he couldn't help but frown and realized something. Jinghai No. 9 Middle School, where Xie Manu studied, is a civilian high school in the outer city. Not only does it have few educational resources and poor management, but the campus environment is also smoky. As for the admission rate, that's even more difficult to describe. Puppy love, bullying, truancy, fights. These phenomena are extremely rare in elite aristocratic schools like No. 1 Middle School, but they are commonplace in No. 9 Middle School. This leads to a high probability that the descendants of the elite will be able to compete for the top and become elites. The descendants of civilians often cannot even get into ordinary universities, and their quality after graduation is worrying. Thinking of this, Lu Xun looked at Xie Manu and couldn't help but feel a little guilty, even a little guilty. In fact, it was originally impossible for him to enter No. 1 Middle School. After my uncle's accident 3 years ago, the promised 2 million compensation has not been paid. My aunt and other family members of the victims have jointly petitioned the city council several times to demand workers' compensation. In the end, the money was still not collected. The congressman said with a sad face that the number of victims was too many and the current finances were very tight, and asked them to go back and wait. In short, as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer family members who are still persisting. My aunt refused to give up and insisted on asking for compensation. Until one day, a mysterious man came to visit. Not only did the other party know that they had 2 children at home, they also said that they could provide them with the qualifications to apply for a noble school. Well, it's about qualifications, not admission. But the premise is that she is not allowed to petition for money again. At first, my aunt disagreed and argued hard. In the end, the other party gave in and promised that as long as her children were admitted to Jinghai No. 1 Middle School, not only would their tuition be free for 3 years, but they would also receive subsidies for poor students. My aunt thought about it for a long time and finally nodded in agreement. Then, yes, that qualification fell to Lu Xun, not Xie Manu. She would rather give up such a rare opportunity to her nephew than keep it for her own daughter. It's not that she doesn't love her daughter, but the admission score of Jinghai No. 1 Middle School is too high. With his nephew's academic performance, he can definitely pass the exam, but the same cannot be said for my daughter. So to be on the safe side, my aunt gave Lu Xun the qualification. Anyway, she has raised Lu Xun as her own son for more than 10 years, and there is no difference in her opinion. But Lu Xun couldn't think like that. He is just an adopted son adopted by his aunt and uncle. The adoption procedures are written in black and white. This is an irrefutable fact. A close person is a close person, and a nephew is a nephew. How can they be confused? 9th Middle School is a shabby high school, but Xie Manu originally had the opportunity to go to a noble school, but the opportunity was taken away by him, his older brother. My sister knew about the existence of cowherd's shop when she was just a freshman in high school, but was it her fault? Living in such a smoky campus environment, it is difficult not to know whether you are aware of it or not. He felt that this was not going to work and he had to find a way to transfer his sister to No. 1 middle school. It is related to her future growth and development and must be taken seriously. I'm sorry for being too harsh. Does your scalp still hurt? Lu Xuan rubbed her little head affectionately and said comfortingly, I'll touch your flesh in a few days. Touch wherever you want. Anyway, you can't touch it today. There are bandages and wounds under the clothes, which are exposed as soon as you lift them off. It's a deal. Xie Manyu's eyes immediately lit up, her pretty face filled with excitement. A manly man, you must keep your word. But you also have to promise me not to play with bad students. And don't open your mouth or shut up in the future. Well, you are not allowed to fall in love prematurely. You must study hard and make progress every day. Anyway, I will have plenty of time in the future. If you have any difficulty in studying, just come to me and I will teach you and teach you. Quote. Lu Xuan warned seriously. Yes. She nodded obediently, lay on her brother's lap, and said coquettishly, Brother, you have messed up my ponytails. Please comb them for me. I'm going to get the comb. No comb, use your hands. Are you stupid? How do you comb it with your hands? I don't care, just use your hands. Okay, comma. Not long after, my aunt came over with a pot of fragrant delicacies and placed it on the dining table. The two gluttons on the sofa, one big and one small, rushed over immediately. Be careful because it will burn your hands. There are still a few dishes that are not served. Auntie explained, Xiao Lu, please add a bowl of rice and eat it first. It smells so good, Have you started eating dinner so early in the morning? Xie Manyu was a little surprised, then looked at Lu Xuan and asked in a dissatisfied tone, Brother, did you not eat again last night? Why are you so ignorant? Quote. Don't be too long-winded. Lu Xuan couldn't wait to lift the lid of the pot, and then his eyes widened. This is no ordinary chicken soup. My aunt actually cooked a full pot of Sichuan dabu soup. Local chicken, fat pigeon, cooked with tremella, angelica, wolfberry, red dates, a total of 12 kinds of medicinal materials. The fragrance is tangy and extremely fragrant. What day is it today? Xie Manyu was stunned. Don't worry, just eat. Lu Xuan scooped up a bowl of white rice and started eating it. After taking a sip of the soup, I feel like my soul has soared. My aunt's cooking skills are as good as ever. It was so delicious that it almost made him shed tears of happiness. He felt that he would never be able to live without his aunt for the rest of his life. He would die without her. The brother and sister are both foodies and started to devour the food hungrily. After my aunt served a few more dishes, she also sat at the dining table and joined in. The three of them chatted while eating. Suddenly Lu Xuan winked at his aunt. She understood instantly. Ahem, Xiao Yu, let me tell you something. Auntie said seriously, a great philanthropist learned about our family's situation and decided to donate an advanced bionic body to us. Your father will recover soon. Quote. Lu Xuan nodded with satisfaction. He and his aunt had already made up a reason in advance to fool Xiao Yu. When the chopsticks in Xiao Yu's hand fell to the ground, she was stunned immediately, her eyes were blank, and then she was overwhelmed with excitement. Ah, really, Dad. Dad he, woo-woo. Xie Manyu cried with joy. Just when Lu Xuan was about to coax her and calm her down, he didn't want her to jump directly into his arms. Wow, thank you, great philanthropist. Phew, Lu Xuan squirted out a mouthful of chicken soup. His aunt also looked at him helplessly, as if to say, look, I told you you couldn't deceive her, but you still don't believe me. Manyu Xie looks silly and cute, but she is actually a smart one. In fact, she has always known how much her brother has paid for this family. Where did the great philanthropist come from? Since her father became a cripple, all her acquaintances, friends, and relatives have avoided her family like the plague. Even during the Chinese New Year, I dare not come to my house for fear of being borrowed money. The world is hot and cold, and you know whether you are warm or cold. Only family members and close relatives under the same roof in this world can treat you selflessly. This simple truth has not changed since ancient times. If there really is a great philanthropist, then this person must be her brother. Xie Manyu firmly believes in this. She had been waiting for this day for too long. The surprise came too suddenly. So much so that Xie Manyu lost control of her emotions and cried with joy. She hugged her brother and kept saying, "Thank you." Lu Xun patted his sister's back and comforted her for a while before she gradually calmed down. "Ah, Dad, does he know?" Xie Manu's eyes were red. She took the paper handed by her mother with her little hand, wiped her nose and asked. "Well, my aunt has told him. We have the money, but it will take some time to purchase the prosthesis. The brain transplant will be completed next month at the latest," Lu Xun said. "He will not perform this operation himself. Although he has that level, the Black Clinic has been destroyed, and the related mechanical equipment, tools, plasma, medicines, are all gone. Instead of spending huge sums of money to rebuild an operating room, it is better to go to a regular prosthetic hospital, which will cost hundreds of thousands anyway. Doctors also generally do not perform major surgeries on their own family members. Moreover, Lu Xun has decided to temporarily put down the scalpel, take off the small vest of the Black Doctor, and become a good and law-abiding citizen from now on. He can no longer put himself in danger, lest he be involved in that case again. After comprehensive consideration, sending Xie Junhai to a regular hospital for surgery is the best choice. In addition, purchasing prosthetics is actually not a hassle. Although an ordinary office worker whose aunt earns 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month suddenly spends 60 million yuan, the source of the funds will definitely be strictly investigated. But it was impossible for her to buy it in her own name. Prosthetics shops will give the green light in this regard. Especially for such a big business, the store will even take the initiative to help you find a purchasing agent. Even minors and those who run illegal clinics will dare to supply goods. After all, they are all open for business, so who would have trouble with money? In name, it is sold to others, but in fact the goods are in your hands. As for how to launder the money, you don't need to worry about it. Everyone has a big business and they have lots of ways to do it. In fact, there were more than 120 million in that travel bag, and there were also overflows of 1 or 2 million. Old Octopus must have considered the cost of the surgery. This money is enough to buy back those 2 lives. In short, Lu Xun doesn't need to worry about his uncle's affairs at all, his aunt can handle it by herself. But the patient named Li Zongxian, whom Old Octopus asked his friends to adopt, is still waiting for the 60 million life-saving money. Lu Xun took the time to give the money to someone. The other half of the money was obtained by the Old Octopus in exchange for his life. He can't be greedy for money without conscience, right? My uncle and Li Zongxian had the same experience. They both had been exposed to rain for 3 years. Now that my uncle has his umbrella, he can't tear another person's umbrella off. Lu Xun wouldn't get involved too much, he would simply send the money over and he wouldn't care about the future. After the meal, my aunt cleared away the dishes. Xie Manu wanted to help, but was grabbed by Lu Xun and pulled aside to talk about things. "Xiaoyu, is there a girl named Li Xiaoning in your school?" Lu Xun suddenly asked. He checked the man's family situation last night. Li Zongxian, 35 years old, lives in District 17, Outer City. His adoptive parents are both deceased and he has a daughter. In the second year after he was terminally ill, his wife abandoned her husband and daughter and ran away with another man, and there has been no news from him since. His daughter's name is Li Xiaoning. After her mother left, she relied on the legacy left by her grandfather to take care of Li Zongxian alone, and she still hasn't given up until today. Lu Xun found out that Li Xiaoning studied in Jinghaicheng No. 9 Middle School, the same school as Xiaoyu. "Ah, brother, you actually know Senior Li Xiaoning." Shock appeared on Xie Manu's pretty face, and her beautiful eyes immediately became alert. "What do you want to do? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Let me remind you, if you dare to fall in love prematurely, you have no right to control me." Humph. Why do these words sound sour and jealous? Is it my imagination? Lu Xun looked confused. "I have a serious matter with her, involving human lives," he explained. "What? People were killed?" Xie Manu sat up from the sofa. Her eyes widened, her expression was suffocated, her fists were clenched, her whole body was shaking with anger, and she couldn't even speak clearly. How could you do this? Even if you want to do this, you can't do it directly. I heard that there is a spy. How can you cause death? It's too much." Boom. Lu Xuan gave her a hard blow and said through gritted teeth. You know a lot, don't you? What are you thinking about all day long? Ah, Xie Manu. He didn't say anything before she finished her thoughts. Did I understand it wrong? She rubbed her brain and said weakly, then, what are you looking for her for? Fighting. Fight. Lu Xuan was stunned and confused. That's right, all the foreign students who come to our 9th middle school to inquire about Li Xiaoning are either looking for her to confess their feelings, or they are looking for a fight with her. I have never seen anyone else. Xie Manu pouted. No wonder she thinks so. Li Xiaoning is the person of the hour in their school. Not only is she good at fighting, she is also good at fighting. Yes, the latter is literally good at fighting. In Jinghai No. 9 middle school, from the first year to the 3rd year of high school, no one dared to mess with her. The delinquent who was beaten up by Li Xiaoning could not even pull 4 trucks. But those who don't know are fearless. Students from other schools often covet her beauty and go all the way to 9th middle school to inquire about her. Xie Manu thought that her brother had the same idea. I won't confess my feelings, and I won't fight. Lu Xuan sighed and explained patiently, I have something important to do with her, and it involves his father's life. When you get to school later, ask her out for a meeting for me. He briefly talked about Li Zongxian's situation. After Xie Manu heard this, she was extremely surprised and felt sympathy for Li Xiaoning. It turns out that both their fathers were infected by Medusa toxin and became disabled. And Li Xiaoning was much more miserable than she was. At least she still had her mother and brother supporting her, so she didn't have to worry about anything. But at a young age, Li Xiaoning had to go to school and take care of her biological father. He is also a poor man. How miserable. I understand, but brother, Li Xiaoning has never been to school this semester. Like you, she is also a truant. Xiaoyu touched her chin and thought, it is said that she is going to drop out of school. I don't know whether it is true or not. Is that so? Lu Xuan frowned, but he didn't expect that he was not in school. Forget it, I'll go to her house in person tomorrow. It won't be too much trouble. He patted Xiaoyu's head and said, go and help your mother wash the dishes. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Oh, Xie Manu swung her ponytails and headed to the kitchen. Lu Xuan went back to the room and was about to dig out the note left by the old octopus again. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. Then he remembered that the note seemed to have been burned down together with the old octopus's house. He rubbed his sore eyebrows and began to recall. I remember it was District 17, Shuiyanjian, Building 5. How many rooms are there? Forget it, let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. When you get there, you will naturally find someone. Lu Xuan had other plans today. He planned to wait for his aunt to go out, then sneak out quietly and buy nano pants, a t-shirt, and a combat tester. By the way, go to the library and use some of the features. Dee. While he was thinking about it, the communication device rang. He looked at the caller ID, So I pressed the answer button. Came up and asked with concern, Brother Lu, how are you? Has your matter been resolved? You didn't even give me a peace of mind. Sorry, I was so busy last night that I forgot to reply to your message. Lu Xuan said sincerely, Daji you helped me a lot, thank you very much. It was really thrilling last night, but thanks to the help of my good colleagues, the situation turned around. Otherwise, Lu Xuan would have no choice but to move away with Xiaoyu and his aunt. Brother Ergo, if something happens, it will come true. Brother Lu, if you really want to thank me, help me with 2 math homeworks. Said in a weak voice. 2 questions. You look down on your brother, don't you? Lu Xuan's eyes widened, and he immediately said, the homework was sent directly to you, and I did it all for you. Not just math, I did all your homework for the 2nd semester of your senior year of high school. When I get back to school, I'll treat you to a meal. In a hot spring bath. Anyway, doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. He is an international student from the Necro clan. He can just lay the basics in middle school and then be directly recommended to a famous school in the People's Federation. Academic performance really doesn't matter. That's great. Was very happy. Then he remembered something and said in a sad tone, Brother Lu, you're not here, and Wire skips classes every day. I'm so bored. This campus life is really boring. Wire. That elf also skipped class. Lu Xuan was very suspicious. No way. Wire looks pretty good. Are you restless after just transferring to another school? It's true. I don't know what she's up to all day long. Shenlong never sees her end. Sighed, I'm almost bored to death. Come back and spend time with your child. I am now imprisoned by my aunt. I will come back to school in a few days while I think of a solution. Lu Xuan said helplessly, please send me your homework first. It just so happens that he also wants to learn some new magic from her. After what happened last night, Lu Xuan's interest in magic was completely aroused. In this world, the magic side is no weaker than the technology side. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.